situation where if nothing happens to stop what is going on, they're going to take down the rest of Nigeria. And when they've dug in, they will have in their control the entire treasury of Nigeria they already have, the entire armory of Nigeria they already have. And by the time there's no resistance that can be expected from all of this. These are basically ungoverned spaces as at this time. Libya already went bad. Sudan is in this situation. And you saw the two governors from Niger that came to campaign with Buhari in the last elections, meaning that between them there are no borders. And while the rest of us are struggling with what will happen with Nigeria, these guys are more focused on their caliphate, Islamic caliphate. The same thing they went to try to do in the Middle East with Syria and Iraq is what is being replicated here. And we are telling the United States, if we don't move quickly, we have something that will be in excess of 250 million people that will be dislodged. And this caliphate is going to have in his hands the proceeds of all the 3 million barrels of crude oil that had to go from Nigeria every day as money to execute their global campaigns. And we know who the attackers will be.
Hello, welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo, and this is a special edition of 90 Minutes Africa, and we have a special guest with us today. Joining us will be Tony Nnadi. Tony Nnadi is the co-Convener of Niners. He will join us, and we will talk with him for about 30 to 45 minutes. And then we will bring everybody in, and then we have a conversation with him and all the other topics of today. It's December 24th, 2022. For those in Australia, Merry Christmas. For those in Nigeria and all over the world, this is Christmas Eve. We're about less than, 12 hours or so to Christmas. And I thank all of you for joining us. And we are going to bring in Tony as soon as he's around. And I think he's in, but let me see. Okay, I can't find him yet. All right, so he will join us, and we're going to talk about several issues. But first, on the stories that we are looking at Emefiele. We are looking for our central bank governor. Disappeared on us, and report is that he's somewhere in the United States. They are looking for him in Nigeria. We don't know why he's running away and why the DSS is looking for him. We're going to talk about that. We're going to discuss that with everybody. We're also going to talk about the second topic is P2B. P2B is leading in the new poll that just came out. He's leading by a wider margin than the last one done in September. So we want to talk about what does that mean. And the number of undecided voters are now reducing by a wider margin too. So something is happening. We want to know your view, and this is your show. This is Have Your Say. So you have an opportunity to say what you want on this topic. The other topic we have to talk about is Atiku. Atiku just said in an interview that he will continue to run for president as long as he's alive. So he's not sure he's going to win this time, apparently. So, and he will maybe be the PDP's candidate for the next time. So we're going to talk about that and what does that mean. Of course, last week we talked about Simon Ekpa and the meeting he had with Igbo leaders abroad. So we're going to touch on it because, of course, the meeting has come and gone. We know that it didn't turn out the way the leaders that met with Simon thought it would. And Simon is moving on with his program and his idea, and part of what he's discussing is simply that there won't be election in the Southeast and that he will continue to declare sit at home whenever he wants to. So we're going to talk about that with our people. So, but first of all, we want to welcome to the show Tony Nnadi. Tony, welcome to the show. We can hear you. Unmute yourself, Tony. If you...
Right, thank you.
All right,
my pleasure to be here with you.
Nice to have you. I'm glad you were able to make it. So this is how we start the show, when we interview a guest. We start with the story of the day.
Yes.
Nigeria cannot find our central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele. Do you know where he is?
Just the same rumors you hear, we hear. They went to court. I'm sure the man will be struggling in his mind to interpret what had happened. That the DSS will go to a judge to ask for such an order under the law, in which they came. If that judge had given that order, had obliged them, Godwin Emefiele will not see daylight for the first 60 days. Neither any member of his family. He will be only entitled to one doctor and one lawyer, depending on the one he needs most. And so that under that rule is renewable for under 60 days. And they would have, from what we saw, they would have announced his replacement and all of that. So put yourself in the shoes of a Godwin Emefiele that is in the middle of the kind of undertaking of redesigning the currency and all kinds of things they are juggling around. And then you wake up to see that you were within 1 inch of being, not just being removed, but being plunged into a situation that you will not, that would have been the end of his public and even private life. Many people will not come out from such a shock. And so one can imagine that even if he had no other challenge before in terms of health, the shock of that, to imagine who could be involved at that level, if they hadn't gone before that judge already, it would have been left to speculations whether they had in mind. It would just be another rumor. But because they went before the judge, the chief judge of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, who could have issued that order if he didn't, whatever made him ask them to bring some proof of the president's approval. It was a saving grace for Godwin Emefiele. And that's the kind, when you choose to work with the kind of people we have seen managing Nigeria now, whatever you see, I really have no sympathy for anybody who falls into any ditch amongst them, because it's like choosing to work for a criminal organization. Nigeria, under the constitution we have now, is a criminal enterprise. Look at what the DSS have been doing. Where were all of them when DSS will move into the houses of justices of the Supreme Court? You saw how Onogen was removed. Where was everybody? You saw how the other justices were molested. Just come and say that they stole all the money in the land. That level of impunity. And we are saying that there's something fundamentally wrong with the union itself, that we have to dress back and rework it. Nobody's listening until it happens to them personally. It's a story for other people. And so
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Things, look at EFCC, the kind of things they do. From the time EFCC was formed to now, if we were to plot a graph for what has happened with corruption, in what direction would that graph be going? Corruption is growing. Impunity is growing. It shows that the government that will use this constitution as basis to fight corruption, because you can only work within what you have. This constitution creates corruption and protects comprehensively the principal beneficiaries of corruption. As we go into the program, we'll come to the sections that are responsible for this. And if you say you're going to, you came into power, boasting you are going to banish corruption, whereas the constitution you are going to have to work with actually creates corruption in black and white and comprehensively protects those who are the principal beneficiaries, the 37 men who control whose signature bring out all the monies from the treasury, 36 governors and the president. You have a provision that puts them beyond scrutiny, beyond probe, beyond sanction in all the period they will be in office. And then you have another provision that give them the spare key to the treasury. The president in section 81, 82, the governors in 121, 122. Anybody that says he's coming to fight corruption under that constitution is a criminal. knowing what is in that constitution, that it's not possible to fight any corruption with that constitution, because that constitution guarantees the corruption we see. Then you put EFCC chasing your opponents around 24 hours. You put you DSS that come to complement them. So anybody who submits himself, whether it's in political party and wants to be governor, or he wants to be president, or anything at all in government under this constitution, I have no sympathy at all if anything from EFCC happens to them or anything from DSS happens to them, and even the rest of the citizens who are keeping quiet in this kind of a criminality. I say the Nigeria we have defined by that constitution is a criminal enterprise through and through. And I will go to sections as we proceed, so that those who are planning to come to change Nigeria under that constitution from the election of 2023, that brings us to the topic of today. Those who are planning to come to perform miracle under that constitution, we are going to challenge them to specific provisions that make it impossible for them to do any of those things they are talking about, whether it is corruption they want to fight, or it is infrastructure they want to provide, or it is impunity they want to end. All of those things they say they will do, we are going to go to the sections of that constitution that make it impossible for them to do. And even the union dispute that makes this agitation, everybody wanting to leave the union, unless the owners of the sovereignties that are detained by that constitution are the ones submitting their sovereignty according to the claim in that preamble to that constitution that we, the people, having solemnly resolved. That means we met and we agreed and we have submitted our sovereignty, and therefore making the rules, the articles that become constitution. Anybody who does not resolve that and is thinking that we have a union, we have to now make to work well, we have no union. You heard Olanipeko say it. We have no union, to the extent that we never met. So the Yoruba, 60 million people, you hijack their sovereignty and you are beating them up. Did you hear Olanipeko? Did you hear the governor in Ondo saying that those who are talking self-determination in Yoruba land are committing treason? At a time we are vigorously challenging those who are governing Nigeria with this constitution of committing treason against the rest of us. We had a union, we had a federation, we had constitution that was built on our sovereignties as a federation. And then a few people somewhere from one section of the country toppled that arrangement and then imposed by brigandage. You had the confession of Ben Wabeze, the one who created this Frankenstein monster at the invitation of Rotimi Williams. I'm sure you saw the confession. What he said was the reason for taking our sovereignty and tying us up and handing us over to these very wicked people who are now out to exterminate us. That's what we are suffering. That's how we got to this bad arrangement.
Tony, hold on.
Sorry,
okay.
I plunged into
we'll get to all those. We get
right
to all those things, but let's go step by step. I wanted to get your view on yesterday. The Southern Kaduna people buried over 30 people that died, and the week ago, after that, before that, that was in Ehemufu in Enugu. There was another attack. Why is that happening, and why is it that nobody can do anything? The federal government seems incapable of doing anything.
Well, if it was a matter of capability, when they say somebody's unwilling and then unable, capability has to do with unable. But we have a situation of unwilling, and it doesn't stop at unwilling. We have traced the source of the terror we see to the desk of the commander-in-chief and president. Why do I say so? I'm happy you are the one asking this question. No less than, the number of times you interviewed me in New York as we were going back and forth with Washington and even the UN, telling them what was happening in our space, that the terror networks of the Middle East, Al-Qaeda and ISIS that came later, were making some kind of convergence in our space, and that our president seemed to be their chief host. Our president, Muhammad Buhari, who was the spokesman of Boko Haram long time before he became president. Remember, he was the one that challenged Ihejirka in the time of Jonathan. Ihejirka was trying to contain these people, and then he turns around to say that an attack on Boko Haram is an attack on the north. You remember, he was the one that went to molest Lama Adesina, sitting governor in Oyo, over what the Oyo people were trying to do with Boko Haram that was coming to molest their farmers. Say, you are killing my people now. When we begin to kill, you begin to make a trouble. You remember, he is life grand patron of Miyetti Allah. Miyetti Allah, the association of the Fulani herdsmen, the umbrella association of Fulani, herdsmen and cow breeders, whatever, Magban, they call it. Muhammad Buhari as life patron of Miyetti Allah, the same Miyetti Allah that proudly takes responsibility for the atrocities of Fulani herdsmen, that the Global Terror Index had designated the fourth most deadly terror group on earth. So this Miyetti Allah every now and then calls press conference to say, yes, we send them. It's our cow. We gave them the weapons. Since you guys say they can't pass through your land, then you contend with them. But as long as we have Nigeria, they can go anywhere. They were even citing the constitution as guarantee for the movement of cows, in whose name people will be killed. And then this president that is supposed to be watching out for my security, I'm in my community in Southern Canada, I'm in my community in Benue, I'm in my community in Nimbo. These people come and actually kill, all because they have to have access unmolested, unrestrained, unchecked. And then this president goes into the treasury to take 100 billion naira to give to that Miyetti Allah in the open. This one is not a matter of speculation. I'm sure you heard about it, you saw it when it happened, because it was celebrated. Well, that they have to give them some money to put into their business so that they can keep their cows. Just financing them. Where did that 100 billion end up? And you are Fulani. Fulani people are doing these things all across the length and breadth of Nigeria. There's no Yoruba person killing Ijaw people. There's no Ogoni people killing Tiv people. It is Fulani that is killing all over the place. And you have a Fulani president who is commander-in-chief, and there's nothing being done by the military. There's nothing being done by the police. And you saw when Governor Samuel Otom, who is on the front line of that whole fire, reporting that there were there were soldiers who confirmed to him as the chief security officer in his space that they had capacity to do more, but that their commander-in-chief, their superiors. And who is that superior outside this commander-in-chief? Because he can order everybody else to do something else. It is on account of all of this. And when you now join it with what the governor in Bauchi said about Fulani that belong here, you remember what's his name in Bauchi again, that said the same Buhari threw our borders open. You saw when he threw our borders open to say everybody can come without a visa. And then you saw the number of Fulani people that turned up. You saw the one that is in charge of the Pantami, that is very well known by the US in the cadre of Osama bin Laden and co. That is the minister for whatever communication, the minister for something
digital,
in charge of our
economy.
database. Yes, in charge of our database. So my information, your information, all of the information of these 200 million people, and in the hands of this fellow that is on the record on the global arena as a kingpin in the terror business. That's the kind of minister your president will appoint. And then where has it left all of us? Everywhere is boiling. Everywhere is upside down. And no one of those people doing those things. You saw what happened in Kuje prison break. Who pulled the troops that should be normally in charge, that were in charge of guarding that prison, the area where the prison is in Kuje? Somebody pulled them out. Who could have done that other than the commander-in-chief, or in the very Abuja? And so these guys left the place, and then in a short while, many things began to happen. You saw the train terror attack. You saw the demands placed on the table by the people. The train, attack the terrorists that attacked that train. They said that there was an understanding You remember the managing director of the Bank of Industry that they grabbed, who then got home to say, look, the people were promised something, and then it hasn't been done for them. That's what they want done now. It's not money. Somebody promised them your land and my land. In the period they were trying to push Jonathan out of office. That was what happened. Because if you research, I'm sure you remember the videos in that period when we used to go to TV almost every week to raise alarm about the things we were seeing. At the time they were coming to do that brigandage that brought this president to office, it was just by violence that they pushed their way to office, and they were promised what their demands in the territorial attack turned out to be. From the mouth of the victim, who was later released, is that they were promised the lands, in the place if the people got to power, how the lands would be shared out to them. You remember El Rufai that said he went to 14 different countries to give them money. People were killing people in your jurisdiction. You are governor. They are killing in Southern Kaduna. And then all you could do as governor was to come to report to us that you took money from the treasury of Kaduna State to go to 14 different countries to give them so that they don't keep coming and killing. That's all the response that the governor of Kaduna, who is known to be he was the closest associate of this president. They are all Fulani people, and it is Fulani people. They all felt proud to tell us that the Fulani that are doing this are coming from afar. There was occasion the Buhari said that they are coming from Libya. All kinds of fairy tales. So you compromise my sovereignty because that's what you did in throwing our borders open and allowing these very hardened criminals and fighters to come in the name of African whatever. So put it all together. The governor that said that Fulani from everywhere belong here. Therefore, they even get whatever Nigeria has to offer. The Fulani from Mauritania, the Fulani from Senegal, the Fulani from Gambia will get it ahead of you, Rudolph, under what Nigeria has become. And we lay a charge on the table. And you know, as witness, that I've had the privilege of going to decision-making rooms across Washington, both in the executive and in the legislative branch, to tell them that this is what we are seeing, that there's an orchestration, there's an invasion of our space with a view to taking over the entire territory, and that our president was at the center of it all, because we've done everything to get him to see that he can't be, playing. He can't be. They can't be doing the kind of things to it as if our lives don't matter. So we've lost our sovereignty because a Fulani man is now president in a situation where Fulani has a global agenda of converging here and dislodging the owners of the sovereignties. That's what we're dealing. And the constitution we have in place was actually imposed for that purpose from the beginning. We'll get back to that in course of it. So it all is. Right. There's no shred of doubt in my mind, and we have placed it. We have placed evidence of it everywhere that evidence was required. You remember when the US had to put Nigeria on the watch list? You remember when they put Nigeria as country of particular concern, meaning that there's complicity at the highest levels of governance in the things that were going on in the space, because they were at war with these terror networks in the Middle East, Syria and Iraq, and then these terror networks were converging here. And I saw the video you just played before we got on, got live. These terror networks are converging here, and so if you allow them to reinforce themselves here, meaning that the sovereign assets of Nigeria will be in their hands, the military assets, the proceeds of 3 million barrels of crude oil, or what you heard about the crude oil theft? What do you think that money is going for? 700,000 barrels of crude oil being stolen. That ocean-going vessels will be coming in and going. Vessels that will carry, 3 million barrels of crude oil will sail into Nigeria's waters, load and leave. Who is the oil minister? Muhammad Buhari. Is there any documentation that will be done by NNPC concerning crude oil movement that does not come to the notice of the oil minister? Then there's the Navy that is in charge of our territorial waters. No vessel will come in. You know, I was in the oil industry and not from the flanks. I left from senior executive position in 1998. And so I know exactly how those things are done. Nobody can tell me any part of how it's up to the metering that is compromised right there in the field. I've been in all the export terminals, every one of them. I can tell you what has been going on there. And so this same oil minister is also commander-in-chief. Who else can ask the Navy to look away from vessels of that magnitude that will be coming and going? It's like saying that the Lufthansa that comes to the airport in Lagos or Abuja to carry 350 or 300 people, you didn't know how they came and how they left. And because, they are not documented, nobody knew. They're talking 9 years. I can tell you a lot more than 9 years. And look at the quantity. So where was that money going? Who are we going to hold accountable than the minister, the president and minister that is in charge of appointing whoever is going? Look at the kind of characters that have been headed in NPC under the watch of this president. Look at the heads of all the agencies that should have been, working together to protect the interests of the Nigerian side in all this game. The international players will come at your invitation. They will live at your insistence. Therefore, we say it without mincing words, that the terror that is ravaging all the place is coming from a Fulani agenda, and that our president is at the heart of that agenda.
Okay, we're going to go into details in all this, right. But I have to get your opinion on two more things. The first one is that an opinion poll came out 2 days ago. It had Peter Obi leading the presidential candidates. What do you think about Peter Obi and his quest to be president of Nigeria? Is that a solution to some of the problems?
If we had a Nigeria to fix, if we had a Nigeria that was not disputed, and then we had this kind of candidate that have emerged, Peter Obi will not need to lobby anybody to come to campaign for him. Atiku Abubakar, whom we have engaged on this subject matter, Fulani too. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was a product of Nadeco that became Pronaco, that finally became Ninas. So there was no point from the time Tinubu became governor in Lagos that he was far from these discussions. So they both know what we are talking about. And then Buhari, he was in not Buhari. Of course, Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came to Pronaco. I'm just telling you that all of them, including Peter Obi, you understand, they know what we're discussing. And Peter Obi, if there was a Nigeria in place, Peter Obi will be everybody's choice. I had cause to say, within the first 2 weeks of his emergence as candidate, after he left PDP, I had cause to say publicly that from what has happened in the Obedient movement, the PVC revolution that became Obedient movement, that if elections were to happen on the basis of option A4, the type of election that Humphrey Mosu conducted in 1993, that Peter Obi will score more votes than all these other candidates put together. That position has not changed in terms of the number of young people, the number of people who are fed up with Nigeria, but who do not really know what the problems are, and who are thinking that one good leader will come and the problem will be solved. The fact that he's leading in the polls is no surprise to me. In fact, the gap is increasing between him and the other people. You can see how they are floundering, all of them. None of them has an idea of what to do. But what Peter Obi is offering is an economic solution. The problem we have is a political problem rooted in constitutional anomaly, damaged constitutional basis. I'm sure you had Olanipekun in the recent interview where he said that the problem here is that claim that we have met and submitted our sovereignties into the union is a lie. We never met, meaning that we don't have a union in the real sense. We're just being held at gunpoint. I'm sure you also had Professor Anthony Akewale, the one that was a vice chancellor in Dominican University in Ibadan, saying that it is a union at gunpoint. That is what we have now. And so Peter Obi that knows about this, and I will want to believe he is listening. If he's not listening, the people close to him in this campaign should be listening right now. The problem we have to solve is not who will use 10 naira to do business of 1,000 naira. The Nigeria that is defined by the 1999 Constitution is not our project. Our project of union was the one that was agreed as a federation in Lancaster House. That federation was killed in 1966-67. And the caliphate hijacked the carcass, and they've been marauding, killing, maiming, expropriating to date, and now imposing a dummy. The Nigeria we have now is a monster that feeds on the blood of its constituents, that makes every progress impossible, that guarantees the poverty we have seen, that guarantees the decay in infrastructure we've seen. And so everything anybody has to complain about in Nigeria, starting with the killings and the corruption and the impunity and the decay in everything and the hopelessness and the poverty in which we have become the global capital, is flowing from that constitution. Peter Obi himself, in 2015, while he was still vice chairman of the Economic Council in Abuja, he had cause to tell those who were pointing at Jonathan as the problem. He told them that it is not change of president that will solve our problem. It is change of constitution. 2015. Then by 2021, you saw when he also said that the problem with Nigeria is that the engine is knocked, and that the search should not be for a new driver or better driver, that it is for a replacement, an engine, or a new vehicle. And he was speaking as one who had, as at that time, come to the understanding that it is the constitution that defines what will happen here, and therefore we have to fix the foundation so that we can have somewhere to build this economy or this democracy upon. I will then ask, what changed? What is where did he find the engine into the vehicle that he will use to carry this obedient movement network to the El Dorado? I tell you, somebody has to sit down and find answers to this question that is being raised now, because what I see coming will be far worse than whatever we have seen before. If we do not stop this journey, this stupid journey to election, the day after the election, assuming that Peter Obi wins, let me tell you the picture. Assuming that Peter Obi wins, he's not going to be able to touch that constitution that is the source of all these problems. And if you thought, that's a speculation, he actually went around, committing to those who imposed that constitution. Otherwise, he has to tell us publicly what was discussed in Mina with Babangida. He has to tell us publicly what was discussed with Salama Abaka, what was discussed with Obasanjo in order. He has to tell us publicly what was discussed with Anwar Abdullahi and then Akim Baba Ahmed, because we have our mechanisms for knowing what people don't want others to know that happened in private. You are witness to some of the things we have got to find out. What was it that was discussed in Downing Street? Peter Obi committed to not touching that constitution when he becomes president. And if people were going to say, no, it happened or it didn't happen, you know about this rotation, the North and South in PDP that has now become controversy. You saw when Akim Baba Ahmed, put him on the spot in Arewa House to assure the North that things will be left the way they are concerning that constitution. What did he answer? He said he will govern according to that constitution. Towards the tail end of his answer, you saw where he was talking about that Nigeria, that there are no Nigerians, that there's a Nigeria, but there are no Nigerians. And therefore that his priority from what we see is Nigeria that has to be saved. Our own priority, for which reason we say we must go to redefine the union in a manner that brings everybody to the table, not in position. Our own priority are the Nigerians being slaughtered everywhere today, like you saw in Malagum, you saw in Southern Kaduna, inside Christmas. Was it different in the time where on the eve of Christmas, on the 24th of December, they invaded one community and slaughtered over 900 people. People who, and there was curfew. Everybody thought, well, if there's curfew, at least people can be where they are safely. And then the people came and slaughtered 900 and something people in one village. It was all over the world. And then, what's the difference? And so Peter Obi wins the election, swears to defend and uphold a constitution that rendered me a slave in my land, swears to defend a constitution that makes it impossible for me to own my assets. It is that constitution that sees the oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta. It is that constitution that sees the ports of Port Harcourt and Calabar and Lagos. It's that constitution that sees the limestone of Benue, which have been now given over to Dangote to become the richest man. Make a map of Nigeria and see what that constitution is all about. We have the Fulani have taken over Nigeria as the estate of their great-grandfather, like Ahmadu Bello was trying to remind them they must do in 1960. Go back to that thing Ahmadu Bello said. Look at this constitution. Put a map of Nigeria in the background and put the characters, the people who made all those things happen to become constitution for us in 1979. The 1979 constitution that was carried forward was the victory charter from that war of 1967. Go and look at that Ahmadu Bello charge, the battle script, the mission statement, and you will see who the inheritors are, the ones who own the caliphate, that owns the estate. Then the willing tools from the Middle Belt. Place Gowon on that map. Place T.Y. Danjuma on that map. Place Jerumani Hussein on that map. Place Garba, was the Garba of Joseph Nimve. Place all of them. You will see the willing tools that Ahmadu Bello was talking about. Then come further down. Place Obasanjo on that map. Then you see you are seeing right there the head of the slaves camp, the head of the slaves that is there to enforce the will of was it not Obasanjo that processed that constitution for them in 1979? After Murtala Mohammed commissioned the drafting, the one that Ben Wabese is now confessing to, was it not Murtala Mohammed that commissioned it when he overthrew Gowon in 1975? And so we have a situation where we've lost our sovereignty to the brigandage of these characters that are still going about, promoting on what basis, what is the basis of the support that Ibrahim Bangida, Olusegun Obasanjo, Abdurrahman Abubakar, Akim Baba Ahmed, and what's his name, Ango Abdullahi, what's the basis of the support they're offering to Peter Obi? Our charge, Nina says that it is because Peter Obi has committed to not altering this constitutional equation. That's the basis of the support. And it was in 2020 that we said to everybody in that constitutional force majeure, after 20 years of calling a meeting of all to decide that we must go back to being a federation, or we dismantle the union that is not going nowhere. And so it wasn't because the primaries that for the next year's election happened only in June, July of 2022. It wasn't because anybody emerged that we said that we will not accept one more election on the basis of this constitution, whatever it will take. And mark my word, I say, whatever it will take to prevent the renewal of the life of this constitution by way of election. Even if my twin brother is the one, even if Buhari resigns today to say, let somebody from the Igbo land come and become president so that there can be peace. Under this constitution, we will do whatever it will take to prevent this constitution being basis of this union and the governance of this union. There are two different things. The union itself, that first line in that preamble that says, we the people have solemnly resolved to submit our sovereignty.
Okay, Tony, hold on, okay? We see, I told you we are going to spend more than 2 hours. Already you've done 40 minutes and we've not got started. Let me ask you one more question before we now go into what your group is doing. Okay, right. One more question. Right. And you know that in the next 20 minutes, we invite our audience to join us in this conversation. Right. Okay, one more question quickly. What you are saying sounds in a way not different from what Simon Ekpa said on this show a few weeks ago. Let me play that for you, and then I'll get you a take on the other alternative, right, because what you are presenting is one alternative to the Nigerian problem. Other people will have other alternatives. So let me play this and get you a take on that. What do you expect will happen? You think Peter Obi is wasting his time running for president?
Peter Obi is not just wasting his time. Peter Obi is, I don't know any derogatory word that I will use to quantify Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not running for president. Peter Obi is only in this race to distract Biafrans. That's all. They want to get somebody from the southeast who will now come as a Biafran, so that it will be on record that in 2023, a Biafran ran for Nigeria president. That's all. So he's not running for president, and he himself knows that.
What if he wins?
Why is he going to win? Is he going to win from your vote?
What if he wins?
No. We are not even talking about winning, because we can't allow election in Biafra land. So if he is going to win, he's going to win from the election, voting from the northern Nigeria, because his running mate is a Mauritania. He's from Mauritania. Are you aware of that?
All right. Where's Tony?
Hello? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. So the thing is this, okay? People are looking at the country and they are feeling that things are not working. And the Biafran group, whether it's Nnadi Kanu or Simon Ekpa, they also came to the conclusion that this is not working for them. And they are saying now there shouldn't be election in the Southeast, and that in fact they're making sure that saying that people should stay at home during that election. What do you think about their own solution? They are also trying to find a way around these problems you mentioned.
Yes. I will request those who are listening to this session, who have the capacity to record, to please record, so that they can have their own independent record, having taken it live from where it was being said. Simon Ekpa and all of those who are running this Biafra restoration business are clear-minded criminals who are not in any way involved in the liberation campaign we wage. I repeat, Simon Ekpa and his SY principal, Nnadi Kanu, and all of those who are doing one Biafra thing or the other, because we had engaged them to ask them very basic questions. And our interactions with them that, ran over a number of years left us with only one conclusion, that these people are not at all interested in anything that might even remotely lead to any kind of salvation or liberation. And what are those issues? What are those issues? What is the meaning, if I were to ask you, Rudolph, what is the meaning of Biafra restoration? You were in New York. You were in that town hall in New York, where I had to pull up one of the professors. Our people, our diaspora people, our Igbo people in the US should listen carefully, because in the days ahead, it will come to when we begin to call names of people who did what. You see, on the Nigerian stage, we have been very cautious, very, taking every care not to call names of people who did the kind of things that will make people stone them, if people were to know even today, some of the people that are being followed around. And so you were there in New York Town Hall, in between our shuttles in Washington, where they were talking about, they said it's not what we are doing, that they want is Biafra, they want, and we asked them, what is the meaning of Biafra restoration? Is it the Biafra of 1967? Because three basic questions: where's the map of the territory you describe? Because if you say you want independence, which is what they say they want, where does it begin? Where does it end? The Lower Niger Congress has sat down with 42 different Biafran organizations, starting with Owazurike that recruited all of them. Biafra actualization that became Biafra restoration in 2013, when Nnadi Kanu set up, broke off from Raf Wazirike. So I'm reporting to you what transpired directly between me and the leader on behalf of LNC and the leadership of all these groups, starting with Wazirike and then Nnamdi Kanu's IPOB. And then Simon Ekpa that joined them only very recently. He doesn't even know where the skeletons are buried in that IPOB. They cannot give me a definition of what Biafra restoration means because they do not have a map of where. Does that Biafra include the present rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa? If it does not, or if it does, have you sat down with them to agree? Those who did not come with you in 1967, have you sat down with them to agree? We placed an 8-point strategy to tell you how we came to the conclusion that this madness that is now costing us blood. You remember that we shouted all over the place, both in Nigeria and in the international arena. And we went to the homes of the elders, of our Igbo elders resident in the US, telling them that this criminality will lead to bloodshed, the kind of bloodshed we are seeing in the East now, because a few criminals lashed onto what was being done to now, the sentiment, the very positive sentiment of the Biafra of life, the Biafra that saved those who were to be killed in 1967. They have bastardized that name in saying that they are going to, I don't know what they are doing, and I came to the conclusion that they are criminals who are only interested in making money and making fame from the pain and misery of a people that are in distress. Those 8 points of a strategy, that was the basis of our discussions with all of them, inviting them. We tried to invite them to bring whatever energies are available into the simple liberation strategy that we put on the table. Those 8 points start with the map of the entire place. We have a map of Nigeria, and we say we and other people are trapped here, and therefore, how do we get ourselves out of that prison? We are not the only ones. Ogoni is being slaughtered, Ijo is being slaughtered, Tiv is being slaughtered, Yoruba is not spared, Jukun is in trouble. You had Danjuma shouting. And so the nature of the problem is not the one you come and say, oh, give me Biafra. What is the meaning of the Biafra in the circumstance? If the territory you talk about is the one of 1967, then it includes the whole of Ijoland, the whole of Ibibioland, Anang, Efik, and everything in between. And so they have no idea. And to be specific, since Simon Ekpa is a disciple of the Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know what their situation has become now, since they are now suing themselves, pretending that they were not in agreement. Everything he was doing was as directed, as agreed upon between him and his SY principal, if he's no longer with them. But I take all this as shenanigans. They set out on the same mission to deceive our people with the propaganda of a totally meaningless Biafra restoration. We have a monster that is sitting on us. We have been able to dissect how that monster came about and the nature of what it's doing. The instrument that enables it to do it is that constitution. The people were not the only ones in that suffering. Everybody else that are trapped here in Nigeria also looking for salvation. And so we showed them a plan by which we had gone around to talk to all the other people in the trouble. Since they were all being killed, they've all been expropriated, their assets have been seized by Nigeria in that exclusive list you saw. And tell us where's the portion you are talking about? Assuming you are not interested in what happens to all the other people, tell us the portion. They do not have a map. And that position is still the same to this date. Not one of them can place a map on the table. Eventually, his principal, Nnamdi Kanu, went and put a map of 17th century, a place labeled Biafra. You know, there was bite of Biafra in the waters that's now called the Gulf of Guinea. That was his own answer in the meeting I had with him in 2013. I consider it the Simon Ekpa does not exist. That's why talking about him is something of it's like going to discuss what rats are doing inside the gutter. It shouldn't take even 1 minute of our time. These are criminals. And so let me pin it down to the specifics between myself and Nnamdi Kanu at the time he left Wazirike in 2012. Our meeting happened in 2013. those 8 points, the map of the exact map of the territory you're talking about, the discussions you have had with the neighbors, I mean, those who are not Igbo in that, setting. You remember in 1967, all of the territories that have now become rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom, and Bayelsa today were part of that eastern region. Have you gone to sit down with them? The answer was no. In fact, in terms of map, Nnamdi Kanu said to me that everybody knows where Biafra is. That was his answer to my question of map of the territory. Because people were already being killed in Aba, on it, and other places. People who were made to believe that there's some Biafra that will fall from the sky. No map, no discussion with any neighbor. And on each occasion, on each of the questions, I placed on the table our own answer. This is the territory. There's a map of 1885 that has the whole of Midwest and Eastern region of 1965. That's pre-1966 Midwest and Eastern region. According to ethnic delineations, there was the Igbo territory that extended everywhere. There was the Ijaw territory that extended everywhere. Those people are still in the places where they are. They are Nang Defi. It was that map, the Bini, Yoruba, the Shekiri, ethnic nationalities to whom this sovereignty accrue and who are now desirous of having something different from what Nigeria imposed on them in their space. And not only did we have that map, we had also gone around sitting down with them, started from the Oba of Benin, the late Rejua, who was a permanent secretary in Gowon's cabinet office that went to Aburi, was one that took the minutes of Aburi, and Ohoro leading. And at that level, they interrogated what was being proposed to remove the shackles Nigeria placed on all of them in something that could become a federation, a union. They discussed properly to work out their future with their neighbors. We went from there to the Oluwari, to the Amenabos, through the Ijaw territories, all the way to the Obong's place in Parag. It took us 6 years between 2003 and 2009 to get everybody to examine what we were offering, different from what Nigeria had imposed on them. And therefore, they came along. That was how that Lower Niger concept came in. And looking at what the UN instrument is on the subject matter, it was these nationalities that were entitled to this sovereignty you are talking about. The third item, the constitution by which Nigeria is occupying your space. You know what they said? Because of course, concerning our neighbors, Nnamdi told me that the Eastern minorities do not understand what we are discussing, that when they begin to do Biafra, they will come along. That was his answer to me. And then the constitution by which Nigeria is prevailing. He said, oh no, you are still discussing constitution. What else are you, what is the problem that you want to solve? If you do not realize that it is the constitution that tie you up and make you slave in your land, like the apartheid constitution. Imagine if Mandela and Oliver Tambo were not interested in apartheid constitution, yet they want freedom from. That was the kind of answer I got. He said, we are still discussing constitution of Nigeria, that is Biafra he's doing. Then what is yours? Where will this thing land, assuming you begin to succeed? What is success for you? By what mechanism will it be, actualized or operationalized? We want something that will land in referendum, because we are targeting this constitution. This is our strategy for bringing the constitution to where it can no longer be basis of union, that will then have a log jam that has to be resolved in some way, and that having built an alliance and a consensus against that constitution, a consensus for what to do to recover everybody's sovereignty that Nigeria was holding. Having discussed same in the international circuit, you were there in New York when we were running helter-skelter in that circle. And I was directly involved in how the 2007 instrument that they now call United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the thing that Nigeria has done to us, the thing that Britain did to us by the 1914 amalgamation, was to hijack our sovereignty. And they've managed to carry it forward even after the Lancaster discussions that that returned some of those things. By 1966, everything was washed away, and they seized it. So, going from that, Nnamdi told me in that meeting of 2013 that anybody who talks about referendum will be killed. I said, no. What is your reason? He said that Nigeria will rig referendum. I said, no. The one we're talking about is not Nigeria and INEC that will do. That we've discussed the UN. This is what the UN says. This is what we've done, and we've been back and forth to make sure that what we're doing was within their view. Or you think it's by accident that the Agnes Callamard mission. You remember the rapporteur mission that came after our 2019 7-month interaction in Washington? You know, you remember there was a UN rapporteur that came to investigate the judicial killings happening in Nigeria, headed by Agnes Callamard. I want those who are listening to make their findings concerning these specifics. In August of 2019, that rapporteur mission came to the conclusion that what was responsible for the blood flow in Nigeria was the constitutional arrangements of Nigeria that was operating like pressure cooker for injustice, and that Nigeria under that constitution is a threat to global peace, to global security, because Nigeria will snap. It's only a matter of time, and that if Nigeria of 200 million people will snap, that the global community will have an unprecedented refugee crisis to deal with. And so we were able to, you know, make out something that could become a plan that will accommodate everybody, including the Fulani. We had a map of Nigeria to say we must have only, we cannot have a union in which human life is not held sacrosanct. The Sharia you impose in the 12 contiguous states, I'm sure you're familiar with the map, if you have that map of the Ninas, so that people can see. The Sharia you impose in your territory compromises the lives of everybody else in the union. And so it must be a union of sanctity of life. It must be a union of equality of all men, that all men are born equal. But in their feudalist worldview, where they say they are born to rule others, they do not believe that all men are born equal. These are now preliminary objections. I'm coming at this thing from the perspective of the Nigeria that had to be reconstructed to everybody's accommodation. And that's been the discussion since 1967 at Buhari. What has changed now is that we have organized, we have mobilized a majority in that Nigeria that rejects the imposition you call the unitary constitution, 79 and 99, who are now in a position to enforce their right to self-determination because it's inalienable. It's not dependent on whether anybody in Abuja agrees with them or not. There is no Nigeria except we submit our sovereignty. All of those who are being held here against their will have a right to retrieve their sovereignty from that fraud of 1999. And we have done everything to bring everybody to the table. When we convened PRONACO, in 2005, 2006, Muhammad Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came to that PRONACO. We had all the nationalities present. Yoruba came as Yoruba, Ijo came as Ijo, Ogoni came as Ogoni. We told everybody, look, the British have left. The soldiers have left. The Nigeria is not working. Are we not able to sit down and look at everything, you know, and solve the problem instead of allowing the problem to consume all of us? Enohoro being the chief convener, Wole Soyinka being a co-convener. And we worked at it for two. Obasanjo, that was the one that imposed that constitution on their behalf in 1979, whoever is working for, went on national TV to say we were committing treason if we called a meeting of the owners of Nigeria without government standing in front. But we've been waiting for you since 1967. What have you done other than moving the goalposts left and right and worsening our condition, tightening up our the shackles, and placing 68 items on the exclusive list that now make us spectators in our space? And so Obasanjo went on national TV to say that we were committing treason if we carried on with that PRONACO conference. Of course, we ignored him when he saw the kind of people that began to turn up. You were going to arrest Ojukwu, you were going to arrest Sisi Ono, you were going to arrest Soyinka, you were going to arrest Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation. Sayyid Abubakar, that is Sultan in Sokoto, was in the military at the time. He was part of that Fulani delegation that came. And we had everybody present, and we took this very difficult question of, do we want to continue in this union? And if yes, on what terms? And we were at it for 2 years. The US sent to observe a mission. European Union sent to observe a mission. The task of collecting the grievances of all of the nationalities fell on my committee. And then we worked out all the areas of agreement and the areas of disagreement. 29 questions emerged for what people will want answers that will be generated from discussions. For 2 whole years, we sat in plenary in Lagos, sat in plenary in Port Harcourt, sat in plenary in Enugu. In fact, in our Enugu plenaries, Ojukwu and Nohoro and Shoyinka, alternated in chairing the Enugu plenaries. Nneamodo, who had been twice minister, was the moderator. He was the one, you know how you moderate an event. Nneamodo was the moderator in the Pronaco plenaries that took place in Enugu. And then we moved to Jos, then went to Kano, then came back to Lagos. And in all those 2 years, all the groups that were fed up with Nigeria so much as to carry arms, the Asari Dokubo and his Niger Delta Volunteer Force, the Gani Adams and his OPC, all of the groups who were carrying arms, we persuaded them to please put their guns aside and come to discuss with the rest of Nigeria that we have answers to this. These are constitutional grievances that could be resolved around the table. And so they came. What did Obasanjo do? He grabbed them again and put them in prison. And it was that kind of back and forth. So when I see Obasanjo going around today to say, oh, come and vote P2B so that your life will improve, he's been dishonest. He's been terribly dishonest. And I pray that he doesn't end in the disaster he's working his way to. Himself and the class of 66. You had the kind of nonsense that IBM Haruna was putting out the other day when things happened in Abuja, and he began to say that all our problems are being created by the West. That is America that is now stealing crude oil in Nigeria. It's America that's organizing the terror that's happening to us. So we had to answer him directly, the class of 66. So I'm just telling you that what we are talking about, because some people will say, oh, as if Tony Nnadi just sitting in one small corner and writing on the internet. Where is it that we have to go other than heaven itself, that we haven't gone on this matter? Who is it that needs to be talked to that has not been talked to? So if Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came to, what's it called, the Pronaco, and he suddenly now doesn't remember, doesn't know what to do to solve the problem we all agreed will solve before they branched off to intensify their Sharia. We have come to the point where, from 1967, it was a matter of, we have to address this matter or we will disperse. We have to discuss or we disperse. But from the 16th of December in 2020, when we finally rolled out that constitutional force majeure to enforce the consensus that took over 20 years to build, it changed to something else. It's now, we must now disperse except somebody is able to set up something that becomes a meeting. Do you see the change of dynamics? Our sovereignty belongs to us. It doesn't belong to any stupid Nigeria. That Nigeria that is defined by that 1999 constitution is not my project. That Nigeria defined by this constitution is a monster that is designed to feed on my blood. I owe it a duty, an urgent duty to myself and all of those who come after me to put that Nigeria to death. And that's what we're doing. That constitution is gone because we have gathered all of those whose signature have been implanted against their will in a document that enslaved them to say, let us do this joint jailbreak. And we're in the midst of it. The people who are going to election, let me tell you what they're doing. The caliphate, there's a caliphate agenda, there's a Fulani agenda. And if you want to understand it, go back to Ahmadu Bello in 1960, October 1960. You will see what exactly he decreed. He said that the new nation must be Nigeria, must be an estate of their great-grandfather, that on no account will power be allowed to leave their space, to leave their hands, that they will use the minorities of the north, that's the one you call Middle Belt now, as willing tools, and the south as a conquered territory, never allow them to rule over us and never allow them to have control over their future. Parrot newspapers of October 12th reported it in 1960. That's the week of independence itself. And what was he celebrating? If you remember, in the 1914 amalgamation, the only people that knew that they were going to bring everybody together were the caliphate. You know, they got here in 1804. They were here before the British came here. I wish you found that map so that our people can see what we are talking about.
I showed it in the other clip that I showed before you came on.
Okay. I would have been happy to point to tell them that in this portion that is yellow and blue. Now, this This in 1914, but the amalgamation was to be announced on the 1st of January in 1914. It wasn't in 1914 that the British got here. They got here since the 1860s. Little treaty with oil rivers, treaty with Lagos colony, small treaties. Eventually, they were now moving upwards to take what was left. In that movement upwards, there was this the Fulani, who had already overrun the Hausa territories, were also coming downwards towards the Atlantic Ocean. And so they all met in the Benue Trough. That is the place you have a Benue here and Niger State on the other side, the Kwara Benue axis. It was in that push of coming downwards to the Atlantic Ocean that Uthman Danfodio got killed in Tiv land. I had occasion to tell the leaders of the Tiv nation that the reason the Fulani are doing what they're doing against you is that it was you that stopped Ahmadu Bello from advancing all the way to the Atlantic waterfront. That's why Islam did not enter Igbo land. And so, at the time that discussion was taking place, it was basically between the British and the Caliphate, because they formed a joint venture instead of fighting it all through. That's the British were coming from the Atlantic waterfront going up. The Caliphate was going, Fulani Sokoto Caliphate was going, downwards, aiming to reach the Atlantic waterfront eventually. So when they met after brief skirmishes, of course, they now decided, because they were both feudalists, the British crown and the Sokoto crown. They then decided to join together what they had conquered, what they had gotten by some kind of deceit, because trading treaties soon became protection treaties. And by the time these discussions were happening, they didn't go back to the people they took the sovereignties from. The British that signed treaties with all these southern territories didn't go back to them. They now consolidated all those, those treaties to become the territory that will become the Nigeria without any further reference to anybody else. And so it was a joint venture between the two that we will eventually leave. But by the time you will leave, well, you are going to be our agent. So they packaged Nigeria to be in the hands of the Fulani from the first day. I've shown you in New York, and people who want to interrogate this can go to our website and see the documents of what we got from the British archives concerning what they did that became 1914. So the British actually tied us up and handed over to, you remember the Lord Harcourt, the one that was the secretary for the colonies. In the telegram, whatever they call the communication of the time, where he was being asked, what is this thing you want to do in this territory? Because they were hiding it. It was on Boxing Day, December 26, 1913, that a German newspaper leaked the information for the first time that the British was going to, lump together these opposing civilizations, if we have to describe it properly. And look, Harcourt was now being asked. He said that, yes, that they were going to conduct a marriage between the southern lady of Mainz, that is betrothing the south to the north. The south is described as, at that time, as southern lady of Mainz, to the well-behaved but poor northern suitor. You remember at the time, the north, the operations of the British in the north could not pay for the governors, for maintaining government machines, so they had to subsidize that north with what they were getting from the south, the produce of the time, oil palm and all of that. And I tell you, most of our people do not know what quantum of oil that have been taken away from southern Nigeria in the name of Nigeria that the British and the Caliphate are operating together. And so these are the things that we took into account as we were drawing up this plan, because we do not at all intend to offend anybody or to undo anybody. We are saying I want clean water to run in my kitchen, the same way I see it in New York or Houston or even Paris. I want electricity that will not blink. I have capacity to generate electricity that I need, that I can sell too. The only reason I don't have electricity is because it is on the exclusive list on that constitution. Somebody who doesn't want me to have electricity, put it on that list. Oji River was there when Nigeria was a federation. generating all the electricity that the eastern region needed? Was it not electricity from Oji River that was used to develop Trans-Amadi in Port Harcourt before AFAM came and all of that? As it is with electricity, so it is with all the other things that are now impossible to reach. The people who are going up and down looking for petrol today, and the ones who say when they come, they will remove a subsidy. Oh, I'm sorry for you. The reason you don't have petroleum products is that the Constitution of Nigeria is sitting on that capacity, locked down the capacity to refine petroleum by the exclusive list. Oil refining is in that exclusive list. That's the only reason you don't have petroleum, because it then puts all the refineries in the hands of the federal government. Look at what they've done with it. 4 refineries, none of them is making 1 bottle of finished product. 4 refineries. With all the humongous sums of money we hear that they're going to turn around and all kinds of maintenance. And if that constitution goes down today, there are thousands of people who can take petrol, take crude oil and process it. We're not even talking about the ownership yet. Let Nigeria take whatever it takes. If I have the capacity to bring my friends from Houston or wherever to set up refinery, am I able to buy crude oil and refine so that I can make profit and create employment? I'm not able to do that because of that constitution. The same thing with electricity. You say it's only the center that can generate and transmit electricity, and then when you ask some of our people, they say, oh, but there's been an amendment such that states can now do this and do that. Go and look at what is written in black and white. The concurrent list is such that if the federal government has an interest, it immediately overtakes your whatever you are doing. Which investor in his right mind will come and take $5 or $10 billion of other people's money to come and put in that kind of a gamble? And year after year, you see people in Abuja enter the plane to go and look for investors. They say General Electric is coming. The other people are coming. Why is it that none of them has put down any investment in all those states? You tie down Nigeria with that constitution. Whatever it will take to take down that constitution, whatever it will take. For the same reasons, Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, Winnie Mandela, and the rest of them decided that apartheid constitution will not be basis of their society. Those are our reasoning today. What's the difference between apartheid constitution of South Africa and this atrocious constitution that is imposed on us in 1999? The only difference is that in South Africa it was the Boers. In Nigeria is the Fulanese. South Africa was even better than us, that because the people who were doing apartheid were actually developing. They had something to. They were building a society. As London was being built, Johannesburg was being built. But who are the ones who are holding us down here? Our ordeal started in 1914, their own started in 1910. But all the principles are the same. That white skin, stranger, minority will now become the owner of all the lands and all of what is contained in sovereignty, against making the owners slaves in their land. Are Yorubas not slaves in Nigeria today? Are just not slaves in Nigeria today? We're talking about populations of 50 million, 60 million people scattered all around, and a group of nomads who have managed to find their way here and shot their way to government house are sitting on top of these 200 million people, making life impossible. You move around, I move around quite a bit, and you see Nigerians that are running away from. What is it that is chasing them in Nigeria other than this atrocious constitutional arrangement? And somebody is going to contest the election, knowing that if he wins, that constitution will be the basis of governance. Nothing will change. The 68 shackles placed on us by that constitution will remain in place. The question of seizing our sovereignty, because that preamble that says we the people who have submitted our sovereignty is a lie. That is what took our sovereignty away from us. I'm not interested in whoever is coming to repair roads or to build water or to build school or to save money from corruption. I'm not interested at all. If my twin brother is that person that will swear to defend and uphold this constitution, I will use the last bullet in my rifle on him. If I have my twin brother who is prepared to swear to defend and uphold this constitution because he has won election, and I have the grandchildren of Ahmadu Bello or Uthman Danfodio on the other side, I will not expend that one bullet on any of the grandchildren of Uthman Danfodio, because They are trying to preserve what their fathers handed to them. I will expend it on that my twin brother who is prepared to hold me down for this enemy to exterminate me, because they already expropriated me. I'm no longer the owner of oil and gas in my land. I'm no longer the owner of my port. I'm no longer able to generate electricity for myself. I'm no longer able to provide security for myself. Look at what is going on in eastern Nigeria today. Look at the killings going on. Because Nigeria wants it to be so. What is that Nigeria? Let us define it. Otherwise, there's no Nigeria anywhere. It is Fulani federal government. It is Fulani NNPC. It is Fulani army. It is Fulani INEC. Everything. Those who own these sovereignties are not going to take it one more round. And those from the south and middle belt who are going with them into these elections, we have shouted it long enough. That's why we're not talking to them. And they are throwing up a stupid, very, very stupid statistics all over the place. And I'm sure those who read Animal Farm will understand that statistics does not solve any problem. Let us define the problem for what it is. We have a union that is now disputed, and we have declared that dispute as formally as it can be. We have placed a plan that can be used to solve that problem on the table. But those who are pointing guns at everybody else, and their agents, the renegades from the South and Middle Belt, who are not interested in the constitution that guarantee injustice, are saying, well, we leave it like that. I'm a good man. When I get there, everything will be okay for you. They are daring everybody else. And I'm sorry for them. We're not going to say anything. They can proceed to their election, but the winner of that election will not find any Nigeria to govern. The winner of that election, no matter who, will not find any Nigeria to govern.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. I know that we said you speak for 1 hour with me, and then we invite our audience to join. There are so many questions, so many things to talk about. So I want you to relax. We are going to be here for a long time. We are going to take a break. Okay. And when we come back, I will let the audience to join us. Sometimes they have better questions than I do. So let me just play a video while we take a break, 2 minutes, and then we'll bring them in, and they will have opportunity to question you and continue.
Thank you.
All right.
The southeast Nigeria is turning into the northeast of Nigeria. So, if those accusing others of trying to, colonize the Igbos, they are now saying that the southeast is already colonized by fear. There's a climate of fear reigning across board because people are no longer willing and able to travel. We have kidnappers, and we have those, the military and the police, who are equally afraid of confronting these kidnappers, or who are accused of working in cahoots with them, because there have been reports that kidnappers are 5 meters away from an army checkpoint, and they do whatever they want to do and then get away with it. So if that could be the case, there is this suspicion that they are working together. And there are equally those who believe that they have arms and that they can defend our forests and all whatnot from the Fulani intruders. What have they been doing? I've not heard of them arresting any of the Fulani militants or jihadists, there has never been a shootout between these two parties. It seems as if that the two parties have divided the terrain for themselves, and then each person is minding his own terrain, because members, the people that are called unknown gunmen, have been known to kidnap people as well. So, it seems that there is a racket, a kidnapping racket from all the sides. Nobody knows who is who or what is happening. And this is what I am pointing out again, is a failure of governance. The government has lost the monopoly of violence. It has lost the power to impose its will on the territory under its control. So what we have is just a shadow, a hollowed out government that is not doing anything to improve or protect the lives and properties of our citizens. It's quite unfortunate, and it's going to be terrible because all these parties, all these nameless and faceless parties, are feasting on the ordinary Nigerian, on the ordinary Igbo man, in the name of promising them one thing or the other. They are all promises.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are now going to open it up and get our audience to join us. We have to be very, very very, very careful today because a lot of people want to get involved in this conversation, and we have to manage time. That's all I'm interested in, manage time. And what it means is that when we bring you on, you ask your question and then you give room for somebody else. And please, I know that each time we do this, I always say, please make sure you just a question, and be make sure you are no insults. Where this is a serious show. This is not your typical Javier say where people just say anything they want. We want people to be take on issues. What are the issue? Your question for our guest, and you have to know Tony is our guest, and it's a privilege to have him and to be able to have a question for him. So I'll bring people in, and please turn on your camera if you want to be part of this. If your camera is not on, I will have to get rid of you. Osi, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you so much, Rudolph.
Stephen, welcome to the show. Mr. Scribe, welcome to the show. Ovie, welcome to the show. Ofokaja, welcome to the show. And Professor Ekele, welcome to the show. All right, so I will start with Tony. I don't know. Do you want to take 2, 3 at a time or 1? It's faster if you have a pen, and we take 3 at a time. But whichever one works for you. If you want one person, but make the answer brief so that we can get as many people as possible involved.
Yeah, I think we can go one at a time. Very brief.
Okay, all right. Osi, go first.
Let the questions be brief, so the answers can be just straight for the question.
Okay, Osi, you are first.
Oh, okay. Hey, Tony. Thank you so much for that very brilliant presentation. I actually have, seen your name thrown around, but I've never.
Sorry, go ahead.
Can we mute our phones?
Yeah, go ahead. So, Osi, go ahead.
So I've heard your name thrown around, but I've never had the opportunity to listen to you and, see what your perspective is the way I've seen it today. And I must say that, I'm wowed by your intelligence, your passion, and most importantly, the courage of your conviction. Now, I do agree with a whole lot of things, a whole lot of things that you said. And particularly when you talk about the fact that for us to move forward, there has to be a consensus, by the ethnic nationalities that, makes up Nigeria. And I'm glad, and I really, really encourage, I'm really encouraged by the work you've done with your group, regarding that. Now, whether you call it referendum or restructuring, a lot of people are actually in tune to that. Even Nnadi and his IPOB, I think they've always been gunning for a referendum,
No, hold it. I just narrated to this audience that I had a 4-hour meeting with him in 2013. And when I talked about the mechanism for landing this freedom they are looking for, because he was with Wazirike up to the time they fought. Now, he told me in that meeting that referendum, anybody who talks about that, it is conquer and occupy. That was the language he used, because referendum will be rigged by Nigeria and his friends. That's what he told me. It was only after he got into trouble and we managed to get him out. You remember he was arrested in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you are not aware that my name is on that court order that granted him unconditional release by Justice Ademola. I went at my own cost, uninvited. And God made it possible for us to turn the matter around. I was privileged to be again in the team that got Asari out of treason of Obasanjo in 2007. I was in the team that got Wazirike out of treason of Obasanjo 2007. I was in the team that had to work when Henrioka was abducted from Angola and then eventually framed in South Africa. I went to South Africa and addressed the judge for 2 hours, 35 minutes when they were about to sentence him, because I was privy to what went wrong. And I showed it to that court. And that judge was ready to release Henrioka to me that day. So Nnamdi Kanu was the fourth occasion of having to confront Nigeria in court for accusing people who are saying no of treason. And we told Nigeria that anybody they will bring to court for saying no to what Nigeria is doing in their space will be in court to ask Nigeria, by what constitution are you making this treason charge? And that if it is this imposed, this fraud of a constitution of 1999 that Nigeria has to show that no treason trial will be allowed to go beyond the speculation that they are doing. And so back to the point at which it was in 2017. It was in 2017 after we now had to go to the political solution to the matter. Again, I had to go to Abuja. I'm sure you saw pictures of where Soludo, Nzuko Monna team, the Soludo, the Utomi, and all. Again, it was at my expense and at great risk that we had to go to Kuje to initiate what became that release of Nnamdi Kanu. It was from that point deep into September in 2017 that it was in that meeting that happened inside Kuje prison with Soludo, Utomi, Ferdinand Dago, and a number of other people, like 14 of us. It was in that meeting that Nnamdi Kanu agreed for the first time he will come towards what we prescribed since 2013 to him, which is referendum. And again, will referendum fall from the sky? We have a process that has gone more than 70% at the time that will shut everything down and land everybody in no room to maneuver than for referendum. I showed him what we had done at the UN that will guarantee the outcomes we want. Many things that I shared with him in confidence, thinking that he was on the same side as all of us on this project. He used those things to now turn the whole, to create falsehoods. Have you ever heard about falsehood? He began to tell our people that we were working for the Fulani. He began to tell our people that it is a new Nigeria that we are building, how to make Nigeria work a little better. He began to tell them about the constitution we want amended. Falsehood that was known to him to be falsehood. And it is costing us blood now. At the time he was doing this, he was in the comfort of overseas and safety of overseas. If we had attempted to answer him, his plan was to bust what we were doing. That is, create a situation that will now make Abuja lump everybody together, so that he can remain overseas and be collecting money from our people and telling them folk tales. I'm sure you will not believe that to this moment, nobody from not Nnamdi Kanu, not anybody from his team had met with any official of the US government to this date. But I've had the privilege of speaking inside Congress at the appropriate committees, both in the House and in the Senate, and at the State Department. Everything the US had now done about Nigeria. The man who is our host, that's why I'm happy he's the one hosting today, is witness to what I'm saying, because he interviewed me a number of times in all those trips. In 2019 January, the same people who were dealing with our matters had called to tell me that they had investigated what we were doing and have assured themselves that it had nothing to do with the scam they call Biafra Restoration. That's your record before the US government, that it is a scam. And will you blame them? Because at the UN, from 2012, 13, 14, they were telling us that the case we have, what we have done will solve this problem. But that the biggest problem we're going to have were the people who are shouting Biafra all over the place and causing confusion. To tell you the extent of damage, I remember your question, referendum. The processes, the consensus you need to take down the constitution that will compel a resolution. Everything they were doing was a destruction of this work that is being done. The judge that already agreed with us began to disown him. The Urobo that already came with us The Benin that already came with us, you saw Pedro Baseke disowning them all over the world. If you have not discussed with them, if you have not a map of what the territory is, if you do not have something that the constitution that can criminalize you, I told him in 2013, if you continue with what you are about to do, you are going to criminalize yourself, and you'll be lucky if you are not shot aside. And if there's anybody inside Nigeria that begins to do this kind of thing you are telling them to go and do, that they will be shot at sight legitimately under the constitution that have been imposed. Unfortunately, that was the way he chose to go. And then he turned it all around to create an impression that it was how to amend the constitution of Nigeria, because I'm a lawyer. He created the impression that it is how to amend constitution of Nigeria. We have never talked anything, we have not said anything about amending constitution of Nigeria. We say that constitution is a fraud that must go down. And that when it goes down, there are two businesses that have to be done. We have the sovereignties will of course return immediately to the owners, including the Igbo, including the Yoruba, everybody. We'll then go to another meeting to discuss whether we want to be in union. That's a separate business from the constitution of the union. It's only when we have agreed by referendum to be in union that people can now be talking about the constitution that will be made. It was Nnadi Kanu that crafted all these falsehoods and circulated massively amongst our people, and they believed him at the time. We were not yet in a position to answer in this manner. But we went house to house. We went to every city. In the midst of winter at times, Rudolph is witness, to go to explain to our people. And when we turn up, we pay for venue to talk to our people in the US. And they will come and say, Biafra, we're looking for, and disrupt our meeting. In Houston, we had to bring 2 police vehicles to be in the compound so that we can have a meeting. That's the kind of madness that our people in the diaspora contributing money for people to be slaughtered at home without any plan they can interrogate as how to land at what the Nnadi Kanu latched onto the referendum that will come from what we are doing, trying to go ahead of us this time. Look at this talk of boycott. You saw, I'm sure you've seen the constitutional force majeure, the 5-point demand. The host will show those, will read out those 5 points for us so that people can hear. In December of 2022, what is it that these people who have been on this task longer than everybody else, who have gone further than everybody else, including the government? There's nobody in government, not Buhari, not his vice, what's his name now, Shibajo, who was sent in June of 2019 to come to tell lies in Washington that no killings were taking place. Shibajo was Attorney General in Lagos when Tinubu was a governor, as we were doing Pronaco. The one that is, what's his name, the one that's works minister now, was Chief of Staff, Fashola. The one that is lying for them now, Lai Mohammed, was the one that handed over to Fashola. Every one of them in Abuja today had been involved at one time or the other across the last 23 years in discussing this matter. There's nothing I've said in this meeting that Buhari had not been told eyeball to eyeball. Nothing at all.
Okay.
He came to tell us he wanted to become president so that he can implement the consensus we have agitated in Pronaco. Myself, himself, and Enohoro, door locked. Oga, this matter cannot be resolved by you becoming president. This was 2007. Myself, Buhari, and Enohoro in the room. I locked the door because the door was closed. He came with 29 people, all these people who are still hanging around him. Sir, the reason you can't do it is that when you become president, you will only be president. There will be 36 governors who equally won elections. At what point are you going to call them to a meeting to say that the 36 states are no longer in place? The senators who have won elections, because the reconstruction, you know how a building is reconstructed when the foundation is damaged and you can't build on that building anymore, which is the situation with Nigeria. So at what point are you going to call them to dismantle what is there and then go into a process of what will replace it? Because there will be discussions, there will be referendums. Because from where the angle we were coming, they didn't understand what we were saying when we said the constitution is a fraud. We went to court in 2007. I had 10 plaintiffs. I was the one, it fell on me to file that suit after we tried to get some of the more senior lawyers to come and stand in front Ben Wabweze, who was the one that crafted this Frankenstein monster. And Nnadi and Co wanted him to be part of the team that will go to court to say, we have no constitution. I was sent to meet with him. I had crafted what we were going to file. But our leaders at the time, which include Anthony Enohoro, Chukwu Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, yes, Wole Soyinka, CC Ono, Bankole Oki, senior advocate. He was the chairman of the board of senior advocates until he passed on at age 90, not too long ago. Bishop Bonigi in Akure. These are the kind of plaintiffs that were ready to put their names down for how we go to court to say this constitution is not of us and cannot remain basis of union. The international community paid attention. The only people that refused to pay attention are our own people. Because it eventually fell back on me after I had gone to sit down with Ben Wabweze in his Lagos office to ask him, if the federal government of Nigeria were to hire you to defeat this case, what will be your approach? Because he was the most celebrated constitutional lawyer in the continent at the time and writing profusely. Eventually, he declined. He agreed with me in that meeting. I'm able to say that now. You can see how long ago it happened. I've never had occasion to say it in public. But I'm sure you saw an article that's been going around recently about what was their motivation for drafting the kind of constitution that is worse than apartheid. It was him that did it. And he had an opportunity to be part of how it will be untangled to free the black man from bondage. Even our people in the US, the ones that are the great-grandchildren of those who were taken away by slaves and the ones who flew by themselves 40 years ago, everybody is damned. Everybody is a slave until something happens to unshackle us. It was Ben Wabweze at the invitation of Rotimi Williams, but mandated by the caliphate, that tied us down and derailed the destiny of millions and millions and millions of people. He refused to come. Shortly after, Yar'Adua took ill. Jonathan will become president. We went to Jonathan because the Ijaw people who were armed were already standing with us.
I beg.
So Damages, since you are muted.
Let's go and look for Emefiele and forget this guy. I beg.
Dr. Damages, it seems you are muted. We can't hear you. Okay.
There are more important to talk about. Let's go and look for Emefiele.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I support you.
These are people who are looking for power cheaply. This is the cheapest.
I'm telling you.
Thank you, Obie. I mean, now he said that the international people are aware, but the young people are not aware. Isn't that a fault there?
And we don't even know
anything to either concentrate the people on ground or empower them economically. How do you want to carry out your agenda?
And we are not even feeling the impact of whatever he thinks he's doing.
I totally disagree with both of you.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree.
It's okay.
It's okay to disagree, but coming up here to call some people criminals,
Wait.
What is doing
wait. Wait,
Tony.
Let me say something.
Rudolph, I have a question for you, Rudolph.
So whatever
Why Tony is gone, I wanted to ask you something, Rudolph.
Tony, can
you see how?
It seems Dr. Damages is using UK internet today. UK Wi-Fi.
Now they hear you.
Dr. Damages is on Obedient Network today.
We are not hearing you.
hold on, guys. Hold a long day. I mean, we have 8 hours. Hold on, guys. Everybody. I have to get. All right. Okay. I stop. We want to make room for Tony to join us. This is an attack. Maybe this is Pantami. Okay. Sorry. Tony is back.
Now, if you're village people, they call.
Okay. Tony is back.
Yeah. Okay.
Tony,
I tell you,
can you hear me, Tony?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
If
Can
we
you
were
guys hear me?
responsible,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't.
if we were responsible for our infrastructure, I wouldn't be, managing all this kind of nonsense, that happens. So
I agree with- I agree
that's
with
where
you
we.
there. I fully understand.
Last question now.
Okay.
Right.
Hold on, Tony, hold on, okay? Tony,
Yeah.
hold on. So please,
Yes.
next question. Where is OC? Okay, OC did not
I haven't
finish
even
his
asked
question
my
before you
question.
started responding.
I haven't even asked
Yeah,
my
so
question.
OC, that's why it's important. Let's just narrow down to the question, okay? So that he will
Yes.
answer. And Tony, please, can you make it? We have about 100 people and 100 questions already on the chat. So make it shorter so that we can get to the questions. Okay, OC, go ahead. Finish up the question.
So
Okay?
Tony,
Right.
can you hear us? Can you hear me? Yeah. So Tony, your point is well taken, and I agree with a whole lot of them. But what we also want, Tony is not there. Tony timed out.
Yeah, he
Like,
just
full
went
on-
off now. Please don't join us. Don't try to join us. I will share the link. I will get to you. Let's just get the people who are here to ask their questions, and then we get new people in. Let's make room for Tony to join us again, please. All right, he's coming back. All right, OC,
Yeah.
so please.
Hello, Tony.
OC, go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear us, Tony?
Yes, I've changed. If you can hear me, I've moved. I've changed to another system entirely. Away from the one that was. I don't know what the matter with it is.
Okay. So briefly,
something seems to be disrupting it somewhere.
Yeah. So
Pantami
briefly,
is our man in charge.
because we don't have time, so I just want to make it very brief. I agree with the premise of most of the things you said.
Can
not just
something
me.
increase the volume? I don't know. Is there something you can do from the studio to increase the volume?
No, it's not from here. It's probably from your end. I can hear him well. OC, we can hear OC well.
Yes. Okay. If you don't see my face, it will be because I'm trying to sit close to where I'm just improvising. I'm constantly on the move in this jungle. So
okay, but you
I
can
just
hear
stop
us,
wherever
right?
I can stop to take
You
this
can
kind of
hear
interview.
us,
So
right?
go on. No problem. Go on.
So the point I'm trying to make is that a whole lot of Nigerians will agree with you that we need to renegotiate this union. Whether you call it sovereign national conference, whether you call it referendum, whether you call it restructuring. Now, where some of us tend to disagree with you is this. For you to be able to bring that dream to reality, you need somebody at the center who is sympathetic to that. Right now, as we all know, Buhari doesn't want to hear anything about restructuring or any of those.
Hold it, so we don't waste plenty of time.
Okay. Let me finish. Just give me 1 second.
We have tried that. Hold on. We have tried that. We have tried that.
Tony.
All right.
Time
Carry on.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that for you to be able, for that your dream of a referendum or sovereign national conference or restructuring to happen, you need somebody at the center who is sympathetic to that. Because a million United Nations is not going to be able to force that on Nigeria if, say, the president of Nigeria is not in consonance with that. The problem we have now is that Buhari doesn't want to hear anything about restructuring. And not just him. Even when this other guy, even when Obasanjo was there, he wasn't sympathetic to that. It was only Jonathan in 2014 that tried to do anything like that. But then he ended up not, because he thought he was going to come back, to win that election. He didn't. And then we shelved the whole thing. So where we come in is that if Peter Obi, at least we know that he has said it in his own agenda that he wants to pursue that. Now, if he does that when he wins, then if he doesn't do it when he wins, that's a different thing. But for us to be able to do that agenda which you're fighting for, you need a partner at the center. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you, OC. So Tony,
can I answer you now? We have tried. It was this thing you are saying that led me to. I wasted 5 years on Obasanjo. I was directly involved in how Obasanjo came from prison to government house, and I wasted 5 years on him up to 2003. from that 19, I attended Obasanjo's inauguration. I'm sure there are people from Obasanjo who are listening right now. I attended this inauguration in 1999 on account of this pursuit. Oh, finally, we have somebody who we can now be sure will do this if he settled down. From that inauguration, all the way to the first 1 year, 2 years, how they brought Sharia, how they brought ethnic Ife, Modakeke, Aguleri, Umuleri. God used me to save him from the people who brought him, who wanted to throw him out the next moment. But at the end of the day, when he settled that, because he wasn't there when PDP was formed, at the end of the day, when he used what he took from us to get his roots to settle, he turned and became the biggest opposition to what we were doing. We then had to contain him when he wanted to stay on as King Kong. Right after him, the Yaradua that came, Yaradua sent Bola Tinubu to us. You see, I'm calling names. Yaradua sent Bola Tinubu to us because it was on the 23rd of May. Let those who have pen and paper take note, so you can see how distant your suggestion is from reality. Yaradua sent Bola Tinubu to us to plead with us. The suit we filed, which fell on me to file on behalf of these plaintiffs I've named, saying that the constitution is a fraud and we can't proceed with it any 1 inch further. Yaradua sent Tinubu to plead with us to come so that we can work it out, so that the union does not collapse on everybody's head. What was his reason? He said it was a Nohoro that put his father in the cabinet. It was instrumental to how they came into government in the first instance, in the First Republic, when everybody else thought their father, the senior Yaradua, was not qualified. They are from Katsina area. They don't feel represented by Sokoto Fulani. And so they said, well, the other party people were saying that there's nobody who can be minister. Enohoro stood alone in getting the one they have to be brushed up in London through a few weeks. That was how the Yaradua that became minister in the First Republic, Minister for Lagos Affairs. And so Yaradua that has become, Umaru Yaradua that has now become president, was saying that if that same Enohoro, who took that kind of a risk to accommodate them at the time the rest of people were, doing away with them, is the one saying that there's an unfinished business, that even God will punish him, will be unhappy with him, if because he has become president, he is now the one to say, oh, go and arrest Enohoro. We were going to go to all of that, but something went wrong. People who didn't want that solution to be applied, including the one, some of them are still dancing around looking for other solutions. Some of them are contesting this election. So that was how that Yaradua took ill. So we couldn't go much further than where we began. And then it fell on Jonathan. The armed militants, the ones who were shouting resource control, but who have been listening to us, now went to Jonathan to say, sir, that thing we're looking for in Sokoto is now on this is the plan for how we can get out of this problem permanently. Jonathan tried to argue with them because of pressures from people who surrounded him. It came to where they fell out. I'm sure you remember that it came to where they bombed this. In that quarrel, I'm just telling you now what led to what. Eventually, I had to be called in.
All right, I think he's frozen, and we have to.
It's taking him forever to respond to questions.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I think
now,
it's all right. Tony, you may have to log off and come back in. I think
it's sitting.
We can hear you, Tony. If you are still trying, I think the best thing is to log out and come back in.
President.
Tony, can you hear me? All right. Tony, we are waiting for you. I think the best thing is to, if you can log yourself out and come back in. Unfortunately, you know, there's nothing much we can do. He's our guest, and the way he takes questions and answer questions.
Time to listen.
Tony, if you can hear me, can you reboot? Just log out and log back in.
Am I?
Okay. We're not hearing you. Okay. All right. So he did that. All right.
He's back. Oh.
Okay.
I wasn't hearing you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was just saying that you should log out and come back in. Yeah. Yeah, we couldn't hear you, so I was saying you should log out and come back in. All right. So please, please. No. We're good now. We're good now. We can hear you now.
Okay. All right.
So Tony, yeah, you have to.
I hear you. Hold on, Rudolph. I hear you. This matter, if we don't get to the root of it and we continue in the ignorance and greed that is driving the matter now, will cost us more lives than the Biafran war cost us. The one of Nnadi, you saw when it began. You saw how much we tried to get our people to see that it was disaster it was leading to. Let me come from somewhere else to learn that what I will have said.
I know. One day we'll be like any other country in the world where the internet.
Keep underrating the Fulanis. You're strong.
Where the internet will work and people can join. Tony, can you hear me?
The truth is that we are sitting on a time bomb, so we better find a way of solution. Because when it happens, me and you there abroad, but our family are back home. So this is a serious matter. This is not when there are a lot of us information we are getting today that we don't know. So let's have a mindset of learning and find solution to our problem. Because when it happens, all of us.
I'm even surprised that some people think that they talk about constitution is power grab. That's very surprising to hear. Like the constitution is supposed to be the foundation of the country. And someone is pointing it out and other people are laughing and thinking that it's a joke.
Power grab.
That is about power grab. Which power grab? What could be power grab over a faulty foundation? How can you build on a faulty foundation? How can you put up any structure on a faulty foundation?
Okay, calm down. Everybody, hold on, everybody. Let's see if Tony is here. Tony can hear us. Tony, can you hear us? Tony, can you hear us? All right. So what we're going to do while we wait for him. Tony, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Tony, can you hear us?
To get to Nigeria so that we can,
I don't even think it's in Nigeria.
I don't know, because of this limestone, this lithium thing that they denied Elon Musk. It might be hard for Starlink to come into Nigeria. Because if it comes into Nigeria, then maybe Rudolph, your crack reporters we can contribute and buy one Starlink.
Yeah. Please, if you are trying to join us, don't for now.
Because the truth is this. Our Southern president that came to power, they had
hold on. Hecho, hold on. Okay, Tony, can you hear us? Tony, can you hear us? Tony, can you hear us? All right.
Can anybody hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, we can hear you. All right. Wow. So, Tony, we can hear you. Tony, go ahead. Tony, we can hear you. Hello? We can hear you, Tony. Yeah, Tony, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, try again. And
the other one. I'm continuing on the other one.
Okay. All right. Can you hear us now, Tony?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's we'll get through this. I'm happy this is not Meet the Press, that is 30 minutes or 45 minutes. This is have your say, and we have 8 hours. Tony.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Tony. You can start answering the question now. Finish up with OC. If you still have something to say, then we go to the next person. Ovia, you're next. So prepare your question.
Yes, the most important thing I have to do. Okay, I'm looking for how. Wow, there's a gap now.
Tony needs to tell us how he will achieve his referendum with a president that doesn't believe in it in office, or how he tends to achieve it. I think that's the question.
Yeah.
Good question.
You're going to have a very long answer.
At least an hour answer.
No, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can actually go on. You don't have to put on your camera. We now know how you look. Go ahead.
I can't even find it. The whole thing is mixed up now.
Tony, but you know the question, right?
Yeah.
Right.
The question is, how do you achieve your referendum?
It may look like a joke.
Huh?
Yeah.
We want to make it clean and simple. How do you intend to achieve your referendum when you have a president in place who doesn't believe in it? That's the question. He doesn't know.
There are three.
Jesus.
I'm hearing 3 sets. I'm hearing 3 sets of the same. Something is there's a gap. There's a gap. I don't know what has come to interfere.
Okay,
Rudolph, maybe you remind him.
Okay, try it again. Try it again. I just logged it off from one of them. Try again and see if you can hear. Tony, are you still hearing three?
I think I know what's happening. I've been monitoring this for a while. Once all of us converge, the number of data packets that his side has to process becomes higher. If you notice, when he was alone with you,
yes,
number of data packets was around 811.
Okay. So
right now, the number of data packets has gone to almost 2,000 plus. So if we maybe
you know what we're going to do? Yeah. That's what I would do now. I know what is going on. Thank you so much, Mr. Scribe. You are technology guru. I don't know this. So I'm going to pull everybody out. So what we do is this: if I bring you up, you ask your question. So it will just be me, Tony, and you. But you'll be in the studio.
You'll
be in the studio. You'll be in the studio, but okay. Let me do that. Okay, that may help us with this. Okay, Tony, can you hear us? Tony.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so what we are doing is we are trying to just make it just myself, you, and the person who is asking questions, so it will be less of a burden on your system. Okay, so Tony, try again and see if you can turn your camera on. If not, okay, good. All right. So let's try that.
Tony, I want because of the sake of time, I want us to keep it short. So the question is this: how do you intend to achieve your referendum when you have a chief executive in place who doesn't believe in it? That's the question.
Peter Obi does not, Peter Obi that you are looking towards. I have had this discussion with him in 2012. Chinua Achebe took his time to examine this same proposition that our people have not examined to this date. Our people do not understand, do not know, and they think they know what we are saying, but they do not know because they've not had the discipline to examine it. But Ojukwu had the discipline to examine it. Ndubisi Kanu had the discipline to examine it. Ukiwe had the discipline to examine it. Sisi Ono had the discipline to examine it. Achuzie and a whole number of them. Chinua Achebe examined it and decided to get our people to come to listen to it. He couldn't come to Nigeria to become a part of how it is hastened. He then sent his son, Ike Achebe. I'm sure most of you know him, Dr. Ike Achebe. Ike came to Nigeria, sat down with me, looked at all of the things, and said there was even more urgency to it. So that I was now invited to come to the next gathering of our people, World Igbo Congress Convention in Orlando, 2012. And it was for me to present what we were doing to our people in a manner that will enable them come into it, so that we could solve this problem once and for all. I got to Orlando. I was listed to speak at plenary. Peter Obi was a governor in Anambra at the time and chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum. For some strange reason, Rafu Weche came with Ohaneze leadership, 5 of them. Obonne Ono was minister, the one that's now minister. He was chairman of AMPP that Buhari was using to contest at the time. So the political leaders were there. Ohaneze was there. Some senators came. Everybody was present for the purpose of the World Igbo Congress was in tatters at the time. That was their first coming together in after many years of being in court. Long and short of it was that when it was now my turn to make this presentation, they decided that the proposition was too radical. I was prevented from making that presentation. This same thing that became NINAS today, this same thing that the whole country is working with. Now, after 2012, when Jonathan decided to put his life on the line, I was telling the story of how the judge compelled Jonathan to listen, because it eventually came to where I had to go and sit down with him on behalf of the team. And Jonathan put his life on the line to solve this problem. The day our people will get to know what went wrong. And it started with one of us, Pius Anyim, that now gave Tinubu the opportunity to mess up what was left at the conference that Jonathan called in 2014. They changed the modalities. The business that has to be done cannot be done by a sitting government in the manner of, because those who are looking towards the National Assembly, it has to take a president that was ready to go as far as Jonathan went. But our brother Peter Obi, we discussed again when Jonathan had plunged. Jonathan said, if I perish, I perish. And he plunged. And I went to sit down with our brother who was a governor and chairman of Southeast Governors Forum in Federal Palace Hotel in Lagos. And after the entire thing, the conference was derailed. We met again like 2-3 times in the years that followed. Our brother does not believe, and I said it at the beginning, that the problem is that he is more interested in saving Nigeria, the Nigeria that is the monster that is sucking our blood, than saving the people who are being killed in that Nigeria. They are 2 different pursuits. I left what I could have been doing for myself 23 years running now. And a whole number of people, these ones have named, the ones who have not named, some have passed on, the older ones. And the government in Abuja knows that there is Britain, the crown knows, because they all have files on this. The US government knows that there's no solution to this problem outside what we have, because it's so detailed, it brings everybody to the table, it has step-by-step process. The only thing standing against it is that
I know. I know that this question will come back again. Let me just make sure that you frame it very well so that other people who have the same question will get their answer.
Let me just round it up so that we wait for another person that will bring.
But we need you to answer how you want to do it now. How do you want to do it?
The government, the business that has to be done cannot be done by a sitting president who just comes in, especially if he does not believe that that's what needs to be done. Peter Obi is advertising economic magic he's going to perform. He's advertising the probity of curbing corruption with a constitution that creates all of that. So he doesn't even believe in it. I can't score him 20%, 20 over 100 on this subject. And there was no channel that could be exploited that I did not exploit to get to him privately before it became matter for public to say this constitution is the problem. Not only did he refuse to see reason, he went on air and you saw it when he went to declare that this constitution is not the problem.
Tony, you're not answering the question. Answer the
question is,
how do you intend to achieve it? That's the question.
The constitution will be collapsed. The constitution, I'm not going to come and share the strategy of what we are doing. Did anybody know we were going to form? Did anybody know how we were going to bring those who were in opposition to one another for decades? Did anybody foresee the alliance we have built? Did anybody foresee such an attack on the constitution that the country is now shaking from its foundation? The man who processed that constitution, Yadudu, that was Abacha's chief legal advisor, when he saw what we were about to do in 2020, he told the government that if this thing is allowed to happen, that it will compromise the legal basis of the Federation of Nigeria. That was his reading of that constitutional force majeure. Those who do not know what it means, what constitution means, they think it's another document that will be replaced if one collapses. The Nigeria you are trying to come to govern does not exist anymore. People are carrying arms, wearing uniform, ordering others around, thinking that they still have a Nigeria. I can assure you that that is not the case. But until it happens that they are not able to carry on with the next business, that is when they will stop. They'll be compelled to stop and go to look for solution. There will be only two options at that time. That caliphate will have to take on this alliance and fight the rest of Nigeria, or stop and solve the problem. The problem with where we are now is that we had defeated that constitution by delegitimizing it, getting people to say, this is not our act. It should have been easy to finish from that point. The only chance that caliphate has is to drag us to election under that constitution. You remember when Afevalala raised the alarm that they should please stop the journey and let's go to interim government. That was the point at which the critical mass of those who will act together were moving to act. Britain jumped in and then drafted an Igbo man into the race, pulling our people from, our people had not been part of, our people had turned their back on Nigeria since 1970. Igbo never tried to, vote anybody into power in the manner that is happening now. It was those who wanted to save the journey to election, because our own strategy, you were asking me about strategy, our own strategy of compelling a resolution of this matter 55 years after Buhari was to target the constitution itself by targeting the election that will renew the life of that constitution. If people were not going to election today on the basis of having rejected that constitution, I tell you, it will not take 6 months from that point for this matter to be resolved. And the power to make constitution is not in the hand of government, not the president, not even the National Assembly. Constitution making requires constituent powers. And there are many lawyers, including those who might be misleading our brother Peter Obi, who is not a lawyer, don't blame him. But there are lawyers who are telling him, hey, Tony, when he gets there, he will do this or do that. I can tell you authoritatively, as somebody who in that area of knowledge, jurisprudence it is called, my students are the professors of law in Nigeria. The characters you see jumping all over the place, who come to say, oh, it will be done this way or that way, including Olisa Bakoba, our brother, who came out the other day to say, let a candidate come, let us agree, so that when he gets there, he will go and do what? The power to make constitution is exclusively in the hands of those who will be countries of their own. That's where their sovereignty is. So it's not something National Assembly will do. All the candidates are saying we'll go to National Assembly and do it this way and that way. Anything that the National Assembly will do is not at all the solution to this problem. Atiku, the other candidate, in 2016, we sat down with him, 9 people. It fell on me to lead that when he was talking about restructuring, because it was raining. They thought they would win power if they advertised restructuring. And we went to ask him, what do you mean, sir? Because the North was saying it shouldn't happen. After that session, it became clear to him that there was no road Nigeria could pass to get to anywhere. And he said, Tony, please, can you put this in writing, 3, 4 pages, 5 at the most, so that I can have something to go to confront the rest of our people who didn't quite understand it this way. And we came back at another meeting where I had this ready. But before I gave it to him, I said, sir, this thing I've written, if you use it for any other purpose, other than how we can solve this problem before we go to another election. This was 2016. The next election was 2019. Atiku said, look, from what I've heard now, the Nigeria will collapse on our head if we don't solve this problem. And it's not a matter for election. He agreed. We even had an outline of timelines of what we needed to begin to do right away. He had the groups he was going to bring. We were going to bring the South and the Middle Belt. He will bring his own National Assembly. We had everything we needed. Immediately, because I told him that this will not be the first time somebody who wants to be president will come and say, I will do when I get there. And once they get the script, they will now go and start using it to sabotage. That he will be the third in the line. And that if he were to do that, that if he uses what I'm going to give to him to try to market himself and then becomes president, we will be reason why he will not have any Nigeria to govern. That we will be the reason he won't be president or he won't be allowed to govern. He took that thing. That was the end of the communication. Everything we agreed to do went into coma. The next thing he did was to use that same document to produce the document that now presented him as the champion of restructuring. And he used it to go and get the ticket of PDP in Port Harcourt in 2018 election. I told only one person in PDP, a former president, that this is what has happened. In case your party wins this election, we will be reason why they won't have Nigeria to govern. Of course, he won the election. He doesn't know what happened to the mandate to this date. He may be listening now. And so this was the kind of thing that, had been going on all the while. If he didn't work with any of them, because he refused to see the point we were making, that it is not business for National Assembly. Now he's candidate again, advertising restructuring that will happen in National Assembly. What will National Assembly do? What will National Assembly do? I want Peter Obi to ask those people who are advising him on this subject whether the business of constitution making is in the hands of National Assembly or any member of the executive, including president. They're actually committing treason against us because he's going to have to swear to govern by that constitution. And once he gets there, what he will need to do to stop that constitution will have to be put aside, like apartheid constitution was put aside. Was it the parliament in South Africa that amended the apartheid constitution? Was it not that they put it aside and called a meeting they called CODESA to discuss their sovereignty and what they were going to do with it? In the 5 years of CODESA, to tell you the kind of problem, the first 2 years in CODESA went into discussing whether South Africa could still remain one country, because they had to first agree that black people will live with these white people that have so humiliated them. And it was after they couldn't find where to draw the line, because some say, look, some white people say, look, over their dead body will a black man come and now be president over them, because if they become one union, a majority may carry the vote. Eventually, they couldn't find one magisterial district to carve out for the whites to go and settle and be by themselves. In that frustration, they now went back to resolving what will be the terms of union of equality. All these candidates, none of them has the discipline to listen and understand what the problem is. But we're waiting for them at the T-junction. The people they want to come to govern, the owners of the sovereignties, are already organized. We are not going to waste any time and waiting for what they are going to do. We have waited 23 years. It was Nadeco that became Pronaco. The same conveners of Nadeco you know are the ones who convened Pronaco to say, since the soldiers have left, the constitution they dumped on us was the one they imposed in 1979. Is that not the case? Let us go and find a way to deal with the matter. Obasanjo became the reason it was not done. 5 years went. We then, in 2003, began to mobilize for how we are going to, because the sovereignty belongs to us. We can decide to dissolve the union. That's an alternative to everything everybody else is saying. The Yoruba will be a country of 60 million people, more than able to hold their own on the global stage. The Igbo and their neighbors in that lower Niger will in 3 years, you won't believe what you will see from there. Nigeria has become such a liability. Not only a liability, it has now become a monster that will eat them, and digest them, except they find a way to put that monster to death. If they want the Nigeria of sanctity of life, if they want the Nigeria of equal partnership, we can then go to the discussion around the terms of, that's what we now write into constitution. But there's a clash of civilizations that make even that second discussion impossible at this stage. Somebody must tell me what will happen with Sharia.
Okay.
Because the adherents of Sharia will owe it a duty of faith to kill the infidel. That includes me. I've had the privilege of asking Buhari this in private. Nobody has answered that question. The people who want to go and govern the Nigeria that now has Sharia in its belly. The Nigeria of feudalism. You can see that our governors now, you have to kneel down to greet them. They've become potentates. We have been feudalized. All the economic assets have been centralized. How are you going? Okay. What is Peter Obi going to do with that?
Tony,
and he's looking at the National Assembly. The best thing he can do now, since that advice was not taken in private, let me put it out in public now. The best thing that can happen with all of what has happened is for Peter Obi to go to the truth. He had declared that the engine of Nigeria is knocked, and that is not the driver that we should be looking for. It is a new engine. If the young people who are doing PVC, an obedient movement, if all of them come to the realization that the engine is knocked, they won't be boarding that vehicle now, that Peter Obi will drive them to Eldorado. They will all insist that we should stop and fix, we should go into transition. Those 5 points of proposition right there on the table. If we go into it now, we won't have to wait for February to get started. It won't take us up till May to get finished. Peter Obi is already separate from, like I said before, if option A4 were to be used today, he will get more votes than all the other candidates put together. So I'm not even, I'm not one of those who are saying whether he will win or not. But the INEC that is 100% in the hands of Fulani people have printed the PVCs they will give out. INEC cannot even reverse some of the things they've done concerning the election right now. Only them know who they've given to PVC to. Only them know the BVAs that they will be sending to anywhere. Only them know the electoral, the polling units they've created. They created 90,000 units of polling, new polling units. 80,000 on one side, 10 on the other. Some of the 80,000 went into Niger Republic, where they say Boko Haram are dislodged. You don't know what is going on. Some of us have had the privilege of seeing the back end of this windscreen, this screen you are being shown. Nothing like they have managed to use this obedient movement thing to sustain the journey to election. At a time we should have shut down that journey as our strategy for shutting down that constitution and compelling a transition that will solve this problem. There's no other solution. Nigeria will either take that solution or watch itself go up in smoke.
Okay,
anything
Tony,
but what we have now.
Tony, thank you so much. We took 1 hour 19 minutes to answer one question. So, but it's good. We were able to cover. I think one more people we have. But let's OC, thank you so much for your question. Let me bring in Ovie to ask the next question. Sure. And then Ovie, just the question, please.
I just have two very short questions to the barrister. One, what is the relationship between you and Atiku Abubakar, and how many times have you guys met within the last 8 years? 2, you said that the international community are more aware and understand of what you are doing than the local.
Yes.
We have a country whereby 75% of the Nigerians live in the rural area. What are you doing to conscientize those people regarding your agenda, and what are you doing to empower them economically? Because that's what it would take for anybody to actually support you. So my 2 questions.
Let's dismiss this very quickly. We started with the grassroots. What we're doing at the appropriate time, we'll bring out the videos to show everybody. The reason we had to hold back those videos. Where are you from? So I can tell you something you can verify in your own place concerning what you add.
I'm from Ososo in Akoko Edo local government area of Edo State. I've never heard of you guys.
Okay, but Enohoro, the day Enohoro was buried in Uromi, we were there in our full force because he was the arrowhead of what we were doing. The Oba in Benin, the one that is late now, was the one that called the other people and sent, I'm sure you know Isekure in Benin, and Edo, the younger brother of the late Oba. These were the kind of people who began. Hold on. We went to the people that owned the sovereignties, and we went down to the actual people. They decided among themselves. Some of them took 6 months. Some took a longer time. Some took only 3 months because they called their thought leaders, some of who lived overseas, to come and see what is being discussed. But it all ended up in town halls where villagers and all kinds of people had to decide to say, this is the better way to go. The reason we had to pull back from that mobilization at that grassroots level was when this Biafra thing came and turned everything we were doing into something else. And we decided to just pull back, otherwise the system would lump us all together. As it is in your territories, so was it in Port Harcourt, all the way to Yo and Calabar. If you research a little, you only need to click Lower Niger Congress. If where you are now, if you have access, if you can get on YouTube, just click Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of the Lower Niger. You will see a 2015 video. Look at the people in the place, and then ask yourself whether, if these people were the ones driving this, whether there was any further grassroots for anybody to pursue. We had things on the grassroots that have now been converted into other uses because we had to deal with the externals before we came back. We are now coming back to those, that grassroots one more time because they were already too impoverished to be dragged around. Second, you talked about Atiku. How many times? I was specific in the times we met. In 2016, we met a number of times. We agreed on what we had to do. He departed from the agreement and went to use what we gave to him to present himself as champion of restructuring. And I've had called to broadcast on behalf of Nina that if Atiku Abubakar becomes president, no restructuring will take place because he knows exactly what the problem is, but he's first and foremost a Fulani man who wants to preserve what they have. Therefore, every other thing he's telling everybody else, because of what transpired eyeball to eyeball in those meetings, it's clear to me what he's doing. Those who do not understand him may listen to the adverts he's running on TV. That is of no consequence. He does not believe. He does not want it done. He does not believe it should be done. And so if anybody is hoping that if he becomes president, he's going to deal with that, you can take it to the bank that no such reconstruction will take place if Atiku became president. I could say the same of a Tinubu that has gone to bring the Shetima you see, and all of what you had Shetima say, restructuring my food. You can see the three candidates. You can see from afar that none of them will go in the direction of what it will take. They're even looking at the wrong place, the wrong venue, is National Assembly. Whereas the matter requires a deeper undertaking than what National Assembly can and the president can do. It takes stopping the journey and repairing the ship.
Part of my question is that what are you doing economically to empower the locals because they need it.
What do you mean by that? We should go and bring a bullion van and begin to share money to them, or what do you mean?
I think that is because if you look at the
no. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean, that we should go and bring bullion van and give them money to listen to their own salvation?
You have to meet them halfway for them to actually listen to you. People are poor; they are improvising deliberately.
We have
to empower them.
Who do you think? Hold on. Who do you think is financing when Fulani herdsmen behead more of them? Because that's where they are now. The only reason they've not been beheaded already.
Hunger. How?
Hold on. Yes. Somebody, have you asked yourself how the hunger came?
From the federal government. From the government.
Hold on. It is the constitution. It is the constitution that took their assets, the oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta, that should have been their property. The port of Lagos, all of those. If they are not, where did they find the economy? Where did they find the finance to be doing obedient movement today?
We are still complaining, sir. You are complaining. What are you doing to empower those people economically?
What have you done? I left all of what I was doing for 23 years. If I go back to law practice today, I'll be counting in billions in any currency. If I go back to the oil industry today, not yesterday or today, if I say these things, let it rest for a while.
I'm not directing the question to you. I'm directing the question to Nina, the organization.
So I'm asking you. These are Rudolph, please. I don't have time for this kind of rigmarole. Let's get to another question.
All right. Ovie, thank you so much. We appreciate your question. Let me bring in somebody else. And Hassan, you are next. Hassan, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just your question, please. Let's get to more people.
I caught up with the later stages of Mr. Nnadi's commentary, and I can't help but to notice that he is painting the whole North as Fulani, and the way it comes out, it sounds as if he is putting all the problems of what is happening in Nigeria only on the Fulani. And it's painting the whole people with one brush. I think it does not do justice to the realities on ground. And that aside, you see, the North has had a history, and a history of continuous, looking after their own interests. But then there are a lot of other ethnic minorities that are in the North too. And in this country, we have close to 400 different tribes. So my question...
What is your question, sir? What is your question?
My question, I'm coming. My question to him is, why do you think the Fulani are the ones who have kept the country in bondage? The Fulani alone. Why is it that and we know there are leaders at every stage of executive control of this country. There is a councillor, there is a local government.
Okay. Hassan, thank you.
What?
Hassan, thank you. I think he got.
Why are they not? Why are most you and a lot of people who are looking for this concession?
Thank you. We hear you. Yes, we hear you. Hold on, I hear you.
Hassan, thank you. Let me reframe for those who didn't get what Hassan was saying. Hassan was saying, why are you blaming everything on the Fulani, and that there are minorities in the North, and also Why are people not holding the executives accountable in the states? Why are people blaming the Fulanis for everything? So go ahead.
Right. I will start from the tail end of his question and come back so that we can land where he began, the source of the problem. The local governments you are talking about, the states you are talking about, all of what they can do are listed in the Constitution. All the assets, the economic assets that should have been in their hand to control and harness, like Awolowo had to harness, Emma Okpara had to harness, Ahmadu Bello had to harness. That is what has been confiscated by the Constitution imposed by that small segment. So they don't have those economic assets, and the Constitution, in the attempt to centralize everything and shut out accountability, gave immunity to the governors who have control over those treasuries across those 36 states. And the local governments, by that same Constitution, were attached to the states. So all the responsibilities are in the hands of somebody else, and all the monies are in the hands of the other person. If we dismantle that bad arrangement and go back to something that will become responsibility, all those things that are in that exclusive list, that Constitution that took the economic assets, took all the powers to work those assets, and tie them down in a manner that makes it impossible for me to take what I have under my ground to improve my life. I am able to provide my own security if I'm the one in charge of my space. But that Constitution forbids me from organizing my security because somebody wrote it there that I can no longer touch gun to organize my security. Meanwhile, Fulani are coming from everywhere. There are no Yoruba people going around killing people. The Global Terror Index described the situation. Fulani herdsmen, fourth most deadly terror group on the face of the earth. Will it become somebody else so that we can be politically correct? Is there anything I've said here that the Fulani did not do? And so if we are saying, if they are the only ones standing against the reconstruction, we're not looking at what they did yesterday. Everybody was going around trying to conquer everybody else. That's not what we're discussing. We're saying that, okay, we're here now. The Constitution that shackle me up, the Constitution that take my economic access, take my right to defend myself, take my right to do my road from Onitsha to Enugu or Enugu to Port Harcourt, take away my right to walk the port of Port Harcourt to how it can benefit me. Go and look at all those who have controlled all those things that I listed now. It is that Constitution, and it is the Fulani that imposed it. It's the Fulani that's the only ones opposing the decommissioning of it. And so if we speak the truth about who is doing what, because we had engaged them, and we didn't start by quarreling with them. You heard me say now that we called a meeting of all, and that Buhari was part of that Fulani delegation that came. Syed Abubakar was in the military at the time. He was part of the Fulani delegation that came. There was nothing that we did not put on the table to say, these are the options we have now. If we don't solve it, it will get worse. And for the minorities of the North, you say, we went to the Tiv, we went to the Jokun, we went to the Doma. We spent 15 years. There was no way, there was no nationality we left out. We saw their conditions. We told them what could be done. Some of them were told about one North that had to be supported at all times against the South. But when they began to see what has happened to them, we showed them what had happened to them. What is happening with Gowon today? Where is Danjuma crying? Where is Jeremiah Husseini today? What is happening with David Mark? All of them are not Fulani. The ones who are Fulani are the ones who are making things happen to them in that manner. That is the truth of the matter. Anybody who wants to argue can argue as blindly as they choose. So the conditions we have, I hear some of your elders say, why don't you go and hold your governor to do this? The 68 items on the exclusive list emasculate the governors from doing all of what they should have been doing. They require the license of federal government to generate electricity for me, and it can be called off anytime. They can't, no governor can issue one rifle. That is why Fulani will come from Mauritania and Senegal and be slaughtering people all over the place. You saw what happened in Karagu yesterday. And probably they think that everybody is blind and deaf and dumb, and they're inviting them to come and do PDP and APC, whose turn it is to come and govern. We don't have a union. We do not have a Nigeria today. The Nigeria we have in place is a dummy. The Nigeria we agreed upon died in 1966. The Fulani hijacked the carcass and began to do things by imposition. And they thought nobody will ever find out. They have come to the end of that road. They should get ready. They should get ready to fight and beat down the rest of Nigeria that now knows that the Fulani not only have taken their assets, they are now working to exterminate them. You heard when the governor in Bauchi said that Fulani from everywhere belongs here. You saw when Buhari threw our borders open and they came here. And we're the ones at the receiving end. And you are talking about Nigeria that died in 1966, and we have been waiting for 55 years to say, let us go and discuss. Let us go and discuss to revive the union. You stand alone against it. You are hoping you are going to prevail by force of arms. We must now deal with that matter. There's nothing I have to ask. The governors are doing what the Constitution permits them to do. The Constitution creates massive avenues for corruption. Let me be specific. Section 6, subsection 6C of the Constitution you impose exclude responsibility towards the citizen. Everything that is in chapter 2, including the welfare and the security of the citizen. Everything in that chapter 2, every good thing you can imagine in life is contained in chapter 2 of the Constitution of Nigeria. But section 6, subsection 6C, I want you to write down. I want you who asked the question to write down these things and go and check so that you can see the basis of what we are saying. Section 6, subsection 6C nullifies the whole of that chapter 2. So the citizen is not entitled to anything, whether it's for security or for welfare or for equal treatment. Every good thing that should have been the dividend of the citizen is nullified in black and white. Then the governors are given the spare key to the treasury in their appropriation provisions, like the president is given. Section 81 says the president should go to National Assembly to get permission. Section 82 says the president can run government spending money. You can see the kind of figures. You can see what your president of today have been doing with going to borrow money from all kinds of imaginable places. Look at what he's doing. Who has been able to stop him? Because the Constitution prevents any kind of sanction or even impediment by way of law because of the immunity that is in section 308. These are the things that make things impossible. And you are inviting me, you Hassan, you are inviting me to wear my shackles, the shackles you placed on me in 68 places. You place the shackle of security on Southern Kaduna people that they cannot by themselves organize their own defense. You are the one who placed that shackle on them to forbid them from touching gun. But your people can come from everywhere and shoot them and kill them. 40 of them was buried in Balagon less than 72 hours ago. The same thing in Plateau and all the other places. We have been to those places. We are not discussing with them from afar. All of from Zamani Lepot in Zango Kataf and all of what happened to him. There's no one of them.
Okay,
Tony. There's no one of them that we did. We went to everywhere, including the Fulani places, to ask them, can't we sit down and solve this problem? How will elections solve this problem? How on earth will election that is mandated by that constitution solve this problem? No matter who wins to be president, including if P2B wins. Anything that will be done on the basis of this constitution is not acceptable to 75% of those who are dying under this constitution.
All right, Tony,
thank you. The same way apartheid could not have been the answer to the blacks in South Africa.
Thank you, Tony. Hassan, thank you so much. Let's get someone else and to ask a question. Babatunde, you are next.
Yes. Good afternoon or good evening, Mr. Tony Nnadi. So my question is, I have two questions. The first one is,
can you make it one, please, so that we can get a lot of people? We have over 100
oh
questions.
no, the questions are just quick questions. It's quick questions. It's like a yes or no question. So the first question I have is, how much do you need per week or per day or per month to assist with your lobbying? Because I believe you are lobbying with international bodies in trying to get this as a referendum, the reconstruction of or restructuring of Nigeria's constitution, or clearing it out and getting a new constitution. So how much do you need from us, the Nigerian citizens, to make this mission possible? Because I'm very sure money is required. It's not just a matter of us going to talk to the people. I'm sure we need money for lobbying and stuff like that. Second question I have is, would you be willing to work with Mr. Omoyele Sowore in helping to bring a new constitution? I asked the second question because he's my preferred presidential candidate. He has spoken about the fact that the constitution is a scam and that there's a need for a new constitution. And he's also on Facebook. I talk to him a lot on Facebook. I even donate money to him and everything. So if you're willing to interact with him, I can always, I don't know, maybe I can get your phone number later. I can connect you with him and we can see how we can make progress. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been knowing, let me start from the last one too. Incidentally, I've been knowing our friend Omolo Sowore from his days in University of Lagos. And every single thing he had done over this whole length of time, at every point in time, once in a while, we try to get some of them who are doing those things to say, look, you have a wrong diagnosis. The problem is that the Constitution makes impossible all of what you say you want to go and do. He contested the first time. In fact, I have to call names. I'm sure you know Dele Farotimi. It was the last time I tried to get somebody, to get him to look at the matter again. There's a video I'm going to get the moderator to send, the host to send to you, where I had to address himself and Kingsley Mogalo. I'm sure you may have seen that video, where I called himself and Kingsley Mogalo, who were wasting the energies of the young people, dragging them towards election at a time all the energies should have been, invested in shutting down any possibility of renewing the life of that constitution, because it is elections that renew the life of that constitution. And the people that impose that constitution will do anything and everything, including the one they say not too young to run. We were at this level of mobilization in that 2015 going toward 2019. We were at this level of mobilization whereby election would have been shut down by the young people. But they now threw that card of not too young to run. The young people who were already listening to us just made a U-turn. Everybody started buying forms to contest the election. So it came to where, especially after the NSAS, it came to where we had to now take on some of those elements whom we had engaged privately over a sufficient length of time. That election is the opposite of what we need. With all the explanations in the world, but they were more eager to get to power and thereby compromising the freedom of all. In terms of the monies that are required, if you were to hear it, I'm sure your heart will faint. But it's not about lobby. It's not about lobby in the manner you think. What we took to the international stakeholders, I was in the oil industry, and therefore this discussion with the owners of there's the economic side of their interests. There's also the national security side of their interests. The economic side of their interests, I was so directly involved in managing what became that Niger Delta agitation that by the time before Obama became president, we already engaged the owners, the owners of those major oil companies, their home countries. We told them what the problem was, that the Fulani gave them our assets for 50 years. Gowon was the willing tool in front that signed the papers. This type of loan from China, this type of agreements written in Mandarin. Gowon signed off all those assets for 50 years to Britain, that then went to Security Council and gave out 40% of what Shell was controlling alone. Shell was selling oil for about 50 years before they declared Oloibiri. Everything you know about Nigeria is a scam. And so the British gave out 40%. L.B. Johnson, president of was president after Kennedy in that period. That was how Gulf Oil, that you now call Chevron, got here, and Mobil Oil, small portion. France got for Earth. Italy was a member of Security Council at the time, very powerful at the time. Italy got for Egypt. Russia, then Soviet Union, they had oil at home, plenty of oil, so they didn't take that concession, but they were given, a blank check, an open order to supply all the hardware required to beat down Eastern Nigeria. So I'm giving you the back. Therefore, when the challenge came in that oil field, where the people who own the place now felt that, look, this thing has become such a liability, we better blow it all up so that everybody can, at least our environment to be saved. We then had to step in to go to tell them, look, this is what we can do. The constitutional arrangement that enabled the kind of thing that gave you this concession to happen, all of us who are suffering from it are now working to bring it to rest it, so that peace can return to everybody. We will continue. We will continue to do business. If we refine, if there are all kinds of things that will be win-win for everybody. We took that discussion to the very tables of those who own those assets across the places in the US and elsewhere. And they were already coming into it. It was when Obama came in 2015, in 2008, that we began to suffer some kind of reversals. And then it got worse, that they brought, you saw how they railroaded Buhari into office. For whatever reason, you saw John Kerry going from house to house, organizing free and fair election on a constitution that guarantees all of these things we see now. You saw Matt Hassan Kuka and Absalom Abaka getting people to come and sign peace agreement on a foundation of injustice. The UN had come to tell you that your constitution is like pressure cooker for injustice. You know what pressure cooker is?
Yes.
Everybody is bound to turn mad if they are locked into pressure cooker. That was what turned Ogoni mad. That was what turned Nijo mad. That was what turned Yoruba mad. That they are now talking about Odua Republic. What is it that is pressuring people into fleeing from Nigeria in all directions? We move around, you go and see where they are scattered all over the world, ready, anything but Nigeria. Some will trek across the desert, some will die in Mediterranean Sea. The ones who get the young people that are fleeing from Nigeria, their organs have become steady supply for human organ market in several jurisdictions. Go to the Far East. Our professionals are all gone. And so when we are raising these issues, and we have committed this quantum of time, taken this volume of risks, do you know what it is to sit inside Nigeria and tell Obasanjo you can't do this? At the time he was going about beheading everybody. And he actually came on national TV to say, you can't do this, it will be treason. We then told him you are the one committing treason. And that is what we are still telling the people who are blowing siren all around now. Anybody who has sworn to defend and uphold that constitution is committing treason against the rest of us. Anybody who is willing to contest election under that constitution, because he would then swear when he wins to defend and uphold that constitution, is the #1 enemy above all the other enemies. Whether he's in APC or PDP or Labour Party, as long as the dividing line on this subject matter, that is life and death for millions of people, the dividing line is that constitution. Are you on the side of that constitution? If you are, get ready for whatever you meet.
So you said, am I on the side of the constitution? No, I'm not on the side of Nigerian.
Not you. We're asking a general question. The people who are going to election, the constitution creates the problem. there's a video, there's a broadcast titled Nigeria, the Pyramid of Evil.
Mm.
If you click it, you will then see exactly how we landed in what we are suffering, whether it is the killings going on or the impoverishment that has put Nigeria as global capital for poverty, with all the young people that have been locked out of everything because that constitution ties it all up, and then everybody else will have to go and take care of themselves somewhere.
Okay.
The
All
question
right,
of, I'm sure we can take this backstage. The question of, some of you have what it will take to be able to mobilize the kind of resources that may be required. So much has been put into it. If some of us recover even a fraction, you know what 10% is? If I were to recover 10% of hard-earned money, I've never worked for government for one day. I've never had costs, even when I do things for government. I don't send any invoice to be paid any money. And I've had the privilege of dealing with sitting presidents to solve problems that will consume them, that will have consumed them, including Obasanjo and all the ones after him. But so that government money does not pass near where I am, I don't even charge them for the ones that I do for them. I never worked for them as contractor or some kind of staff. And so what we are doing, if the peoples of Nigeria are ready to extricate themselves from this bondage, because they are slaves here and slaves have no right. Slaves have no right. The owner of the slave can sell the slave, can kill the slave. Nigerians under this constitution of 1999 are slaves, and the owners of that enterprise are doing with them just about what you saw the budget. We have 1 week to go to the end of the year. Your president is throwing in a budget of 800 and something billion for the things that flood carried away. Look at all the trillions we're talking about that they've frittered away in my name, borrowing from everywhere and building infrastructure into Niger Republic.
Yeah.
You saw what they came out to say the other day, that there's no money for Eastern Railway corridor, whereas there was money to complete the one that went into Niger Republic, Maradi Railway, expressways, and all kinds of things. In the name of Nigeria that died in 1966, this Nigeria that is in place now, there are two Nigerias. The authentic one, that the federation we agreed to, is dead. The people carrying on now, Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Federal Government of Nigeria, they are wearing the garment of that dead Nigeria to be able to get to your village and behead you and take your land and hand over to the Fulani from Mauritania who are already in your forest. Across board. That's what is going on. If our people do not wake up, listen, and stop this journey to election by all means, those who are organizing the election already have the outcome they have in mind. And who tells you they're going to election with you if they're still slaughtering people in Malagon inside December?
Mr. Nnadi, so you're saying like we should just like the presidential election should be cancelled. Like that's what you mean, right?
The constitution is the problem. However you are going to frame it, we try to tell those who are doing answers. However you are going to frame it, say to Nigeria that this constitution is the source of all the problems and that nothing can be done under it, including election, because the winners are going to continue. There will be none of them in a position to do anything about solving the problem if they won the election. Everything they tell you they want to do, the constitution makes it impossible. Every single thing. The ones who tell you they're going to fight corruption, if we have more time, I'm going to give you specific provisions that create corruption and protect the beneficiaries of corruption. So in Nigeria, whereas you are thinking that corruption is that the officials are corrupt, the real situation is that corruption is official. There are two different kinds of problems. If it's just officials that are corrupt, we bring them to book. But the people that set up the book, the armed robbers in the neighborhood, are the ones that set the rules. So that's the reason no one of them is in prison for the humongous corruption. Which show me one governor that did not empty the treasury of his state, including the ones pretending everywhere.
All right, Tony.
Why is it that none of them is in prison? And the president and the ministers and all of them who have been there, because the business of Nigeria was a criminal enterprise of the British for their own, and then they have local agents led by the Fulani. and renegades from all our backyards. Anybody who subscribes to that constitution is a member of that criminal gang. There's no difference between one and the other. I think we can go to another question.
Yeah, thank you. Let's make the answer a little bit short so that we can get. There are so many people who are really spending their time with us and they want to have an opportunity to ask your question. So can you're next, please make it very short.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Oga Tony Nnadi. I really appreciate your effort trying to make things work for the country. I was following up when you stated that you left whatever you are doing to pursue, the referendum agenda. I don't know how to put it, but this is what I understand that you are doing. Under the aegis of Lower Niger Delta, you are
no. These are written. These things are written. There's no basis for coming to misrepresent them. Lower Niger Congress. Then there's Nina's alliance.
Yeah, let me
black and white?
Yeah, let me not get there, but I would respect you to at least allow me to say whatever that I'm trying to ask before you interject. And this is it, right? What I understand is that what you are fighting for is similar with what Nnamdi Kanu and the likes of Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa are asking for, which is a constitutional review or referendum or whatever that will make the country work for everybody. However, you have your own edges, just like Nnamdi Kanu has IPOB. The other guy whom I might not agree with him, Rafu Wazirike, has his own edges. But this is it, right? You come up here to tell us that IPOB, Mazop, and Simon Ekpa are all criminals. Knowing the fact that you all are fighting for the same, you have the same principle.
Your question is already wrong. I don't know when you joined, because we spent 1 hour on this thing.
Please,
I don't know when you joined. I don't know when you joined.
Hold on.
We have spent 1 hour on this before in presenting the basic thing.
Hold on, sir. Please do not cut me short, please. You coming up here to call other agitators criminals. You are simply calling yourself a criminal. Because this is it. You declared,
moderator, please. Moderator, we don't have this kind of time.
Please.
Moderator, I don't have this kind of time.
Allow me to ask my question, please.
I
not even have my question. You can't come here with your self-serving interest to try to force everybody to agree with what you're saying.
You see what I mean?
Hold on, sir. Let me ask you a question, please. Let me ask you a question, please.
Okay, I will not answer your question. Is that okay with you?
Okay, hold on.
I will not answer your question because I've addressed the issues. You have never dealt with these people. I've dealt with them. I came to the conclusion I reached because I've dealt with them over years. And we're not on the same campaign. They are on a campaign they call Biafra Restoration and Biafra Structuralization. I have asked them to explain it to me. None of them have been able to explain it because they have no territory in terms of map.
Tony, hold on. Can I? So,
please.
Can I? You're back on.
Am I allowed to ask him a question, please?
Yeah, learn
to allow others to ask questions before you interject, please.
Can I no commentary? Just a question.
Okay. Quick. In 2020, you declared force majeure, and since then, the federal government has not responded to you. So, what measures have you taken to make sure that you enforce whatever clause that you have in that force majeure? Please.
Okay, thank you. It's easier when people ask questions instead of commentary. So go ahead, Tony. You can go ahead.
I will only tell you to go and read what is written there for you to realize that it's going to be self-enforcing. Those who own the sovereignty that Nigeria is sitting on, and who are being slaughtered in their spaces, and who now have something they can do that will terminate that. And if you want to get an example of the things that have happened under that force majeure, you saw what happened in Benue, because the governor there had the discipline to sit down and listen to what could be done at the time he was being invaded. His people were being killed. And we told him the constitution that prevents you from touching gun is what we have defeated. The constitutional force majeure was the culmination of a 20-year process that was now a consensus to be enforced. And therefore, the constitution that created all the problems is the one in distress. And so those whose assets have been detained can actually take those assets and walk away. those who are being slaughtered can actually do what Otom has done. He sat down and understood what was needed to be done, and he went ahead and did it. The one in Port Harcourt also had the discipline to listen. The ones who are waving flag up and down to say they want something they can't define, I tell you, and you are going to find out maybe in the hard way when you get to see what they set out to do. They didn't. It's not as if they went halfway and began to make mistakes. It was clear in their mind that this is what we want to do. They had the alternatives for how to get that thing done. You are looking at all of us as people fighting for the same cause. That's why I wanted to cut your question short, because the premises upon which you want to ask is already wrong. If you came early enough, you will have heard when I explained why we were not on the same campaign at all. It may look the same to you, but it is not the same, because
we have had to engage them. You have no right to call them criminals.
No, the criminal.
I've listened to you, and I've read what you have in that.
There's no other way I can describe. It was a description that came from the dealings we had. There's no one that has middleman between them and we. We sat down and asked them questions about what they were doing, and we showed them what we were doing that could have become basis of coming to one project. But they were interested in something else. And it came to where we decided to let them be and then carried on with what we're doing. What we're doing is simple. We have identified what the problem is. It is the Fulani agenda that is, all over Nigeria to swallow everybody else. The instrument by which they are able to do that is the constitution they imposed on us since 1967, away from what we agreed in Lancaster House. The people that enabled them were the British that enabled them from the first day and levied the war against us. You think it's Buhari that came to fight the war in which jet fighters were used? And so it was between that Fulani agenda, the constitutional instrument they imposed, and the international, conspiracy orchestrated by Britain. And so we worked out a 20-year plan by which we will dismantle all of that. The alliance we built was to isolate that caliphate into a small space and incapacitate them. The constitution we identified as their chief enabler was what we set out to dismantle. And we started by creating a consensus against that constitution. And now we're enforcing that consensus. For Britain that will do all the wrong things every day for their own benefit. We were lucky to find something that was national security question for the US to answer, that they were at war with ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And elements of ISIS were now coming to our space, going into joint venture with Boko Haram. It is that national security question that the US had to answer for themselves. And the host of this meeting is witness to what we had to do across several seasons in Washington, in decision-making places, to tell them that you will pay in blood if you do not come with us now to stop this monster before it takes over the entire sub-region. Between the three, and you had me call the names of all of those who were involved in getting it to where it is.
Sorry, we can take follow-up for now. H.O., you're next. Question, please.
All right, sir. First of all, I want to say thank you for what your organization has done so far. And thank you for the enlightenment, because many things you spill out today, me as a person is learning it for the first time. Now, my question is this. We have this monster in our face. And we know we are sitting on a time bomb. And if nothing is done, it will consume everybody, whether you are home or in abroad. We know the constitution is faulty. And you are making us to know that electing a president that has the willpower for the people to sit down and handle this constitution is not the answer. So my question is this: for the lame woman in the village to understand simple short, what is the way forward to address this so that we are not consumed? Thank you.
Thank you. When we identify that monster and its agenda, because the monster has agenda, it's not just a monster. It's creating a caliphate that will include Nigeria and Chad and Niger Republic and Mali. Between them, between the operators of that monster, that caliphate that has to be created, there's no boundary. You saw the governors, you saw the two governors from Niger Republic that came to campaign for Buhari. There's no bound, there's nobody that stops them from they go to markets across the other side of the border, and they come to sleep in their houses. It's only in our own spaces that the boundaries are so maintained in Seme and elsewhere that before you can pass, they have to look at you 10 times. And so that agenda, that Fulani agenda to take out everybody else had been there. The instrument that enabled them is that constitution that they put your signature on. And then they have their international collaborators and our own brothers and sisters who, because of what they will gain for now, work with them. But it all now revolves around that constitution. Constitution is wider than what most people think. Oh, there's a problem with constitution. We'll go and write another one or we'll go and fix it. No, constitution means union. And so what we did was to create, a framework, draft a strategy, a 20-year plan. This thing I'm talking about, if you think it's one person that sat and then got Nigeria to where it is today in terms of having to face this problem or die, Nigeria will face this problem or die from it. That's what we have managed to do. The only thing left, your question, what will our people do? Everything that needs to be done is in black and white, has been in public space since the 16th of December 2020. Foreign governments, diplomats, people with vested interest in Nigeria from all over the place have had the discipline to sit down and see what will happen to them if Nigeria goes gaga. They had the discipline to go and look at that proposition and began to engage us. Some of them have adjusted what they were doing with Nigeria. China, that already approved a loan of $1 billion that will be part of gas pipeline, because we said that all the monies borrowed by Nigeria from after the 16th of December in 2020 will not be paid by all of us. They will have to go and recover it from the people. China pulled out from that loan and all kinds of such things. And so the ordinary people that are in that danger, but who are not listening, we are saying Fulani is coming towards you where you are. Your condition will not improve in America if Nigeria continues to be the way it is. So whether you are in America or you are in Ishei, I don't know the part you are from, ma, so that I can tell you what you have done in your space. Which part are you from, ma?
I'm from Delta State and I live in Colorado currently.
Wonderful. We're in Delta, so I can tell you the people on ground in your area doing the work that needs to be done.
From Agbarauto.
Wonderful. Let me protect some of them by not naming them so that people who do not know they are the ones organizing others will not begin to try to impede them. But I can tell you that the answer to that monster is that we have incapacitated the operators of that monster by the alliance of the rest of Nigeria we created. The British and the Fulani did not expect that. It's taken them unawares. We have delegitimize the constitution that bring them to your space. So whether it is your oil and gas that they seized, it is that constitution. Whether it is the soldiers that are deployed to kill your community people, it is that constitution. And so if we say the choice of life and death to be made now is whether we reject that constitution with all our strength. Like South Africa, it took 80 years from 1910 when apartheid was introduced, because it was the same problem. The Boers introduced the shackles that made the blacks of South Africa slaves in their land, like we are all slaves in our land today.
So,
and so
are we to take to the street, or we are to take it to the court? Where do we
what we want done is written in that force majeure. Let the people who have education sit down and read it. If they don't want to read it, Fulani will behead some of them. They will still go back to trying to read it with their head bleeding. We say, let us say to the hearing of the whole world that we will not go to any further elections under that constitution. It's not boycott. We're not talking about boycott. We're talking about all the political parties being chased away from our spaces for trying to sustain the constitution that enslaved us. That's the only thing we are inviting the public to help do, so that constitution can crash and we go to transition that will restore our sovereignties. If they are not willing to look at it, we don't know what else to do. We're going to continue to do what we are doing. There are aspects of it that we cannot discuss in a public platform like this. There's the covert part.
Okay.
There's the covert part.
Tony, thank you. Let's get to Max. Max, welcome. Your question, please. Make it a question. And for those who are in the studio, if you want to have the opportunity, please turn on your camera. If I don't see you, I will call you, please. Go ahead, Max.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. And good evening to you, Dr. Tony Nnadi. Do you think that just the same way you are calling the methodology of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the rest criminal, that people will not hesitate to call you a criminal as well for trying to bring down the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria that is the incentive to the old Southern Nigeria and anti to their progress? Thank you.
They are not only the matter of criminal is the lesser demon. The Obasanjo as sitting president announced on national TV that it will amount to treason if we raise the issue. Babangida in that period went on national TV to say these are settled issues. If anybody say we have to revisit the terms of our union, that he will wear his uniform and go back to the battlefield. That the questions have been settled in the battlefield of Biafra. So they are all talking about treason. Unfortunately for them, we have turned the table and we are now the ones accusing them of treason. It's unfortunate that this lawyer that is governor in Ondo State is describing what Yoruba people that are looking for self-determination are doing as treason, asking police to come and help him. They are the ones committing treason. So we're not talking about criminal. We're talking about now the worst of the crimes they call treason. So they are the ones committing treason for having toppled the constitution we agreed upon and replaced it with a forgery, a fraud, putting our signatures on a document they never discussed with us, and now owning our lives and our sovereignties on account of that forgery. And so it doesn't matter what they call us. It doesn't matter what they say. The important thing is that we have organized the owners of the sovereignties in a formation that isolate them into incapacity. We have also, put in a process that will bring it to where they can proceed beyond a certain point. The only thing we're inviting the public to help do, those who want to free themselves from that bad arrangement, from the killings happening to them, the joint jailbreak of shutting down the journey to election so that constitution can crash. We have finished the task. It's like we have compromised the gates of the prison. If those who are in that prison refuse to stand up from their cells like they're doing now, they are holding onto the bars of their cells. They are locking their own gates, going to PDP and APC and the Labour Party to preserve their own imprisonment and bondage. That's what they're doing. The only thing we've asked them to help do is to say, we won't go to one more election under this constitution. Every other thing will crash and they will be free.
All right, Tony,
Tony,
thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers.
Thank you for having me and listening, and greetings to everyone, the guests and chat and the viewers. I just want to do one simple thing like the other guy did. One very, very simple analogy here. If somebody is flogging you, the person has multiple kobokos and they are using it to flog you. Do you go after the koboko, or do you go after the person that owns the koboko, that has the koboko? What would you do?
I don't know when you joined the program. We listed what the problem was. We identified the monster that was flogging us.
I'm sorry, it's a simple analogy. Will you go after the person that has the koboko, or you go after the koboko?
You go after the two. You don't know how many kobokos he has.
That's my point. So which is the most efficient way?
That's what we have done. If you take the trouble to go to examine what took this number of people, this number of years to do across these distances, you will see the answers.
I'm looking at your pyramid right now, and your pyramid clearly indicates that the person that has the koboko is the British government, and you are going after the koboko. You spend more time bashing your own fellow black man here, then instead of going after the person that has the koboko.
You joined us late. We have addressed what we did with them that makes them helpless now. The British crown has lost all of what they thought they owned permanently in Nigeria. If you will go back to when the video comes, when the recording comes, you will hear all the answers in it. We dwelt on it. What we did to cut them off. They've been here too long. They've done too much of evil.
So you're
but the instrument by which they're able to do what they're doing now, by which they're able to do what they're doing now is what we have removed. They are not able to put life back into it, no matter what they do. And the brigandage they can exercise in the international arena, we also found a superior force. That was what consumed the government of Theresa May. Washington told them you cannot compromise. Washington told her, you may not see it in the media. Washington told her, you cannot compromise the national security of the United States because you are playing your prank where you are playing it. The tables turned. Britain that ruled the seas, all the seas in 1967, can no longer put one carrier to sea today. We identified them, we identified the monster, and we went after his organs. There's nothing they can do. If you listen to that pyramid, you will see the connection
is very limited. Your scope, and I fear people like you are here to stunt our understanding of the current challenges we face in the world. You are literally calling the British and American separate entities, and that shows your lack of understanding of the structure of the world. That is a different question altogether. You came here making basically hate speech. I want to ask him a question. I want to ask a question.
I don't intend to answer your question because we have heard what you are saying. You are building on a wrong premises, and it's a waste of everybody's time to get into that back and forth.
Can I finish with him, please?
Can we go to another question, please?
30 seconds. I want to ask a question.
I don't intend to answer the question.
One question.
I don't intend to answer the question because your premises is already wrong. Let's go to another question, please.
Okay. So for that, it's okay.
Can I get him to answer the question about the Fulanis that he keeps going after? Because he never tried to qualify it as some Fulanis. He is basically making a hate speech. How does that help Nigeria get any better?
All right. Thank you for.
If the Fulani are taking hate action, the Fulanis are killing people. They are taking hate action. If we report their action and they call it hate speech, well, that's their bag of tea.
All right.
It doesn't. Except we report what they did not do as what they did. If they're going about killing people and we say Fulani is killing, why am I not saying the Joy is killing or Yoruba is killing or anybody else out of 300 and something language groups? Why is it only them that is killing across the length and breadth of the land? So if I say they are killing, I've reported the reality. The global terror index also reported it. That Fulani herdsmen are the fourth most deadly terror group on earth. So where does the hate speech come? Who taught you about hate speech? When hate actions are being reported.
Thank you.
Is there anything we said here that they did not do? Is the constitution they imposed, was it not them that imposed it? Or you want us to go to the history of how it came in 1979 from the victory of 1970? Let's go to another question. This one is without a foundation.
CM, you're next. CM, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Tony. I've had the privilege. Let me put the privilege of speaking to you. I have your number. I used to call you from UK. You remember Ninas? Okay. We used to discuss, although briefly. So the thing is that first, housekeeping first. The area we agree on is that the constitution is faulty, and that is the problem of Nigeria. I agree with you on that. Even then, yes. Professor Adeyeye, a former senator, raised it up in the Senate, holding it, said this is where the problem is. A practicing senator who knows the constitution inside out. So I agree with you that the constitution is a problem, but given our level of development and the enlightenment, I know the problem is how do we change that constitution? We all agree it should be changed. A new one should be in place. But given the way you are, what I want to know is, probably I didn't articulate it very well. How do you think that when we elect somebody in who we have the political will, already Buhari didn't, Jonathan came close to it by 2014 confab. That would have helped if he put it into place. At least that is more like a new constitution coming into place. So do you not think that the next administration coming after this evil regime we've been having since 2015, do you not have faith that somebody, I don't want to mention them, could have the political will to say Nigeria, we've suffered a lot. What the people want is a brand new constitution. Let us put a mechanism in place to give us a good constitution. Why we patch on with this, maybe for the next 6 months or something like that. Because what I'm trying to say, I don't want to create a vacuum. This in Nigeria, our level of advancement is not up to the Western world. People will see it as one tribe playing each other against the other. And then the way you know it, you can say something here, they will interpret it. Somebody can cast a headline in a newspaper, say, Tony Nnadi said this. It will take you years to debunk it. And before you know it, the damage has been done. So that is, I want you to see the question in that aspect.
Two questions are here. The first one is completely wrong. Our campaign is not that a new constitution be written. Our campaign is that the constitution that was imposed be dismantled like apartheid constitution, tear it down. It brings us to where our sovereignty is in our hand first. We then go to another meeting to begin to discuss whether we want to get into another union. And if that meeting is not called, our sovereignty will then remain with us. So we don't, like a marriage that has collapsed and the woman or man leaves the matrimony, let's use the woman that goes back to the father's house. The action we have taken has brought Nigeria to the end of that marriage of 1914. That constitution is what brings the Fulani to my space, to your space, to every other person's space. And our campaign is, we have to resolve two questions. But before any other thing, this constitution will have to be out of the way. There's nothing that can be planned around it, including the election that will bring the better man. And you don't want to hear what I would say about your better man. You don't want to hear it. It's not the business of the better man. The engine is knocked. The better man is only another driver to come and waste everybody's time in that same vehicle. And while he's wasting everybody's time, that Fulani agenda that is coming like a monster from across the sub-region will come to your village and swallow everything it finds there, like Malagon people now found out 2 days ago. It's a stupid risk to take.
Tony, the
Hold on.
Please, the refined version of my question.
Before we begin to talk about new constitution, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Before we begin to, we have to get a diagnosis of the problem you are trying to solve. And then you get to a prescription that applies to that diagnosis. And then the treatment that is based on that prescription, in that order. We have taken the trouble to get to the root of the disease. We have found the virus. That is our diagnosis. If anybody has a better diagnosis, I'll be more than glad to go to listen. From that diagnosis that is accurate, we then went on to the prescription. That what we have to do is to take down this constitution and end the union that is anchored on it. And we put a process to it, which has succeeded so far. Then the final part, which is that treatment that you will now see, is that we'll then go into that constitution collapses. That same day, the union is at an end. No vacuum is intended. That's why we had to drop a 20-year plan, which has been fully executed to bring Nigeria to where it is now. Or why do you think everybody is suddenly discussing constitution and restructuring? You think it's because some people are waving flag all around? No. It is because we have now arrived at that point where those who do not understand the meaning of constitution will learn it the hard way. If you want to understand, go to that preamble. It says, we the people have solemnly, resolved to live together. That's the question that must be answered before you come to the second part that says, we do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. I'm sure you're familiar with company, memorandum, and articles of association. There are two different documents. In the memorandum, Rudolph and Chooks and Okeke are bringing themselves and their assets together to form an enterprise, XYZ Limited. That's what the memorandum does. Then the articles is another document describing what will be happening between the owners of XYZ Limited. If you therefore do not resolve the question of memorandum, has Rudolph and Okeke and Chooks submitted their assets, agreed to form XYZ Limited because they are building an edifice on Rudolph's land. They've seized the assets, the billions of naira belonging to Chooks, which they are using to build the building. The third person, Okeke, all of what he worked for have been conscripted into that project. No meeting took place between Rudolph, Okeke, and Chooks. That's the situation we're dealing with. And so, what we set out to do, and it's unfortunate that our people refuse to read what is in black and white, and they're arguing and dying, being beheaded in their ignorance, and still sinking deeper into that ignorance by thinking that it is going to an election that will reinforce that constitution, that will solve their problem. Whereas they are at the end, they're actually at the edge, the door of exit from that prison by saying, you know what? We've endured this for 55 years. We're not proceeding one more inch. And they're a majority. There's nothing that minority that have been those boers that come to less than, they're not even 5%. The people holding you hostage. And you have identified, it is your signature. It is your signature that is sustaining that instrument. And you have people who have left everything they were doing to put a framework by which you pull back that signature and end the union right there. So that the next meeting will be, do we want to be in union? That is when I'll be asking those who put Sharia in their space. What are you doing with Sharia? You want to be in union with me? Please go and remove that before you come back for any discussion. You are doing feudalism. You say you are born to rule me. That all men are not born equal. And you are coming to discuss the union I will have with you. Please, I have no time for that meeting. You can see at that point, my sovereignty is in my hand. If I'm Yoruba, I'll be sitting in Yoruba land of 60 million people. Those who come in the name of Nigeria will not be welcome to my space. And if they come against my invitation, if they come against my will, I will fire them. Because that constitution that enabled them, that put the monopoly of the gun in their hand, is what we have defeated. If you want to ask me how, go and find out what happened in Benue.
All right.
You saw the people in uniform? Why are the other governors, why are the other people who have been invited to that solution not listening? And all of that. So it is not the writing of another constitution that is our campaign. It is to discuss whether we want to be in union. The actions we have taken will create a logjam. You know what they call logjam? The point beyond which you cannot proceed. And then we have already in that force majeure indicated what will manage, how to manage that transition. Like South Africa had Codesa. Everything is clearly spelled out. That's why the global community is watching the matter very closely. And they've all spoken up, asking Abuja to go and discuss with the owners of the sovereignties. That's what the US, the EU, and even the UK in April of 2021.
Okay,
that
Tony,
was what they
thank you.
told Nigeria, to go that guns will not feature in this discussion. So they are deceiving you into, oh, let's go to election. This good man will come. And then we will, your good man does not have, is not convinced.
Please, Tony, please, Tony. From what happened in April 2021, do you not think that somebody with a political will, if he comes in, he can go back to that April 21 advice?
If that person is the one to conduct this election, and not the niece of Buhari and the Fulani that are printing the PVC, that will announce the result and count the votes, that will be the police and the army on the day in question. If that person you are talking about is the one to conduct the election, so that I can be sure that he will get there, and if I have basis of believing that he believes in what we are discussing, it doesn't matter what is said in public. That's a different matter. But in closed door session, if I have basis of believing that he will take the risk to do what needs to be done, you had the Fulani fellow that was speaking just now. Does it sound like somebody who wants to solve this problem? That's how his people reason. They believe that all the guns are in our hand. What can anybody else do? With the constitution Tony. We have, the constitution we have, what can they do? That's the law. We have gone after that monster. That monster is lying prostrate. Those going to election now are the ones offering that monster a lifeline. Those going to election right now are the ones offering that monster a lifeline. If that monster regains any kind of life, those who are refusing to listen now will pay in blood. It's unfortunate. They don't know how close they are to that calamity.
Okay, Tony, thank you.
Let's go to the next question.
Yeah, thank you. Before the next question, I want to appoint, there's a question on the chat that I want you to answer. Someone wants to know what happened between you and Pa Akintoye. Pa Akintoye, he was, what happened? That's the question. But you know the. So when you answer the Chidi's question, you can answer that one too. Chidi, you're next.
Right. Yeah. Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Dr. Rudolph, let me address you first before I pose my question. Can you please tell your guests that when they come to your program, that your program has a lot of people that are well educated? So this is not a typical program. Most of us are doctors here, scientists here. Some of us work here in the United States in policy making decision bodies here in the United States. So the way Tony Nnadi is addressing questions, show that he's not prepared, for a program like yours. And this is just, to let you know that whenever, you have people coming on your program, kind of let them know the type of, viewers you have, on this show, please. Because he was been dismissing, like the question that forefather asked, it's a very intelligent, very well articulated question. And he wasn't able to address it. He just dismissed forefather. The question there, he's thinking that United States and UK have different foreign policy positions. And that is not true. You know, I'm a former United States Army officer here in the United States, and he can't just come and make unfounded claims, you know, on your program. So my question to him is this.
Hold on, Chidi. Chidi, let's make sure that he's hearing us because he's off camera. So I'm not sure. Tony, can you hear us?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you clearly.
Okay, all right, Chidi. Continue.
Yeah, so that this is just directed to you, please. You know, because everything he's been saying here, he hasn't really addressed any question, you know, directly. Number two is, you know, there is what, if you are in business, there's something they call your elevator speech. Is that when somebody runs into you and say, tell me about your business, within a minute or two, you should be able to articulate what your business is all about, what you do, you know, within a minute or two. He hasn't been able to do that. He keeps telling you, have you read the manifesto? Have you read this? Have you read that? Then why is he on the program? He's here for people that haven't heard him before, you know, to be able to get a summary of what he's fighting for, his strategy, and how to accomplish it. So you can't tell people to go and read manifesto, to go and read the 200 pages. People don't have time. Some of us, because we have the time and we can go look at it. But not everybody can do that. So my question to him again is, he doesn't want election. How is he going to accomplish no election? How is he going to, you know, make sure that this election that is coming doesn't hold? Is he just wishfully asking people to boycott the election? What is his strategy? That is my question to him.
All right.
Since he believes that going into this election is revalidating the Constitution. So my question to him, direct question to him, is how is he going to make that possible?
Thank you, Chidi. And Tony, if you can, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I will have thrown this into the waste bin like the ones before it, because it's anchored on a totally wrong premise. We have education. If we do not want to use that education to interrogate what is before us, then we don't come and waste other people's time. What we said about the election is not boycott. There's a linkage. We said that all the problems are flowing from the Constitution, and therefore we set out a plan, an elaborate plan that has been executed for how to dismantle that Constitution. And the election is a sub-strategy targeting that Constitution, because it's election that validates it every 4 years. And we rolled out something that can lead, you know, seamlessly to the point where election is not happening because people have rejected that Constitution. There were solemn assemblies. There were things that were done in a manner that the global community took note when they were being done. I'm sure you know when the Yorubas gathered in Adamasingba Stadium, their governors were all present. The global community took note. The Yoruba people came out to say, this Constitution cannot remain the basis of Nigeria in our space. Before then, that was 2017, September 7. It was filled to the brim. Before then, in 2015, in this same process, in this same pursuit of how to dismantle that Constitution, the same thing had happened in Port Harcourt, where the peoples of the lower Niger, the Jodi Ogoni, the Anang, the Efik, gathered under the same roof and proclaimed, said it to the hearing of the whole world. And when we say people gathered, if you click at the video, it's still on YouTube, solemn assembly of the peoples of the lower Niger, you will then see the actual controllers of the Jaw resistance, the ones who trained other people and gave them the guns to go and challenge what Shell and Mobil and Chevron were doing in their spaces. Across those 11 states, they were together 1 week after that, because they came to repudiate that Constitution to the hearing of the global community. 1 week after that event, we got the first invitation that took us to the Congress. The video is still there. If you go to the YouTube now, say Lower Niger Congress at the United States Congress, you need to find out, it took 20 years to do what, it took 200 years to create the problem. If you come with TikTok mindset, then you go to the TikTok platform. It took over 200 years from the time the Fulani got here in 1804 and when the British came to join them in 1861. to create this problem that we're solving now. And we drop a 20-year plan that have been worked day and night, taken across all the places where the problems were killing people and disabling them.
And then, I don't mean to. I don't mean to. I'm trying to get. Let me leave so somebody else can come. But before I leave, you see, I'm a doctor here, right? Let me land.
What we set out to do was to dismantle the constitution that creates that monster in our space. And the processes by which we have done it, you probably want me to come and say we want to behead. I don't know how the language you expect it to be.
I'm expecting my mother that is here listening to you, my mother to be able to understand your plan. That's what we try to. You are just saying a lot of words but we are not hearing any plan. If you ask Nnamdi Kanu, even though if you don't agree with him, Nnamdi Kanu will be clear, direct, and tell you what he wants, how he wants to get it. Tell us what you want and how you want to get it. That's what we are asking. You are talking
the Nigeria. You are framing your question very wrongly. The Nigeria that is the Nigeria we live in was supposed to be our project. You can go. You see what I mean, Rudolph? You see what I mean?
Yes.
These are the charlatans. These are the charlatans contributing the money by which our people are being slaughtered because they were told some fancy lie about how Biafra will fall from the sky. That Biafra is there now. It is in Biafra that people who have returned for Christmas are living in Anambra, in Imo. It is that Biafra from Nnamdi Kanu that they are living in now. I don't know why he's hanging back in the US. He should go to enjoy that Biafra. Because I told them when they began that it will end in fiasco and bloodbath.
Tony, let's not like charlatan and we don't know. I don't know the doctor and
no. You heard what he was saying. That I'm not making sense in all of what we have spent 3-4 hours saying, discussing here. If he doesn't have the discipline, you can see he has no discipline. Those people, he said he's a soldier or retired soldier. There's a group they call AVID, Association of Veterans, that's the Igbo veterans. The people that like him that worked for the US military over time. In course of our consultations, I've had the privilege of engaging them, Chief Onya and co. And we put these things at a time they were going to look for help in government circles. The places they went to, you remember the Tucano jets that were released? They were going to cry to the people who were about to release those Tucano jets that Buhari will use it and kill our people. They came to that meeting, and the very official in charge of what will happen was referring to the documents that we had given to them in 2019 concerning the matter. And I was in that meeting. He was surprised. He said, if he did not meet me in that meeting, he wouldn't have believed that there's any black man, how much more Nigerian and then Igbo that will be in such a meeting, because it took only making a request to say, can we attach conditions? Because it was Obama that approved the Tucano jets for them. Trump refused to let them go as long as he could hold on. Then elections came. Then Buhari came back. Then John Kerry and co. went back to work to see whether. And then we said, if this has to be delivered, that map you have, the one I say you should display, became the basis of the conditions attached to the release of those jets.
Okay, Tony.
This fellow witnessed it. So when characters who have no discipline to, if the US government will take 7 months, you are witness to how long it took them to come to the decision, the policy decisions they made. Was it in TikTok setting? Was it TikTok? From January to July, from January 17th to July 31, all the departments of the US government that needed to be informed, because they had studied what we put forward. And then they began to engage it, and it has become policy. The people, was it not the U.S. senators that began to ask us, your people that are spread all over the U.S., how come they're not aware of this? Did I not go around?
Yeah, you did, Tony. Let me say this. You know,
These are the kind of people. He has no discipline to examine what is proposed. He thinks he knows what he doesn't know, and he comes to run his mouth in a public place like this.
So Tony, I know that this is very important. There are different. Everybody comes on this platform, different people, including highly placed. He was right when Chidi said that, and I did know that anybody coming here as a guest, I mentioned this, and there are people also who I think everybody here, we say to everybody that they all have the right to their opinion, and their opinion is valid, and they should be free, because we call this show "Have Your Say." Anybody should be able to have their say, and just like our guests, they should have their say. So that's very important. But anyway, let me. You didn't answer the question about Akintoye, which
sorry,
came from,
about Akintoye. Sorry.
What happened?
We have this alliance that took so many years to build, identifying the constitution that had to be taken down by all of those who are fed up with what Nigeria was dishing out to them, including the Yoruba. And it came to the point where some of the Yoruba who began the journey with us, some passed on out of old age, and then others got distracted. They go to look for Atiku who promised them restructuring. They will veer off for a while, in that. So it came to where we now were looking out for who can be the Yoruba figure to rally other Yoruba back to what the Yoruba should be doing, in the absence of those who had, either passed on or moved on in some way. And somebody who was familiar with Akintoye, who was already involved with us for several years, over 10 years, then invited Akintoye to this discussion. I went, showed him what we had. And he said, this was the kind of thing Awolowo told him needed to be done, that all of us who are being tormented must find a way to work it out together. Otherwise, this Fulani will swallow all of us. And then he began to study it. He came to the point where he began to invite other Yoruba, thought leaders into it. They all saw, and 90% of those he invited were people who have been involved with us at one point or the other in the past. They were all too happy to come back. And so in no time at all, because he had been, this was in 2018, in the period leading to the primaries of 2019 election. Suddenly, at the time we were now going to come public with some of the things we have agreed to do, with his coming and bringing more of the people. He also has his friends. He was in the Senate. He has his friends here and there who now began to also come to get back on track. And so the primaries happened. Atiku emerged in Port Harcourt, armed with what he took from us in 2016. And then he was able to persuade some of them that he would do restructuring now. And he abandoned what we were doing without telling us. And so we hung in that middle for a while. By the time we realized what was going on, it was already December. And so we scaled down what we wanted to do at that point and went ahead with the Freedom Park proclamation to lay the ground to finish what we were doing in the international arena. Luckily, we were able to finish that in 7 months that followed. It was after I came back, it was after the team came back from the international engagements that around September, October, he picked up the phone and called the person that introduced him, who was still with us. Say, can we see? And then the person went and he says, this was the reason I went away. The people I called in thought that Atiku will do the business. And so we all went to try to support him so he can come and do the reconstruction. We waved it aside and resumed with him to say, this is what and what and what and what. And on account of his eloquence, on account of his age, we decided to, put him forward as our spokesman of sorts. We said, okay, chairman, because he very clearly understood. When you listen to him, you will see that he has more than most of the people who have been coming in and going out. Because of the quality of time he spent, I was with him practically every week in his home, answering his questions, supplying documents. We were having interactions with people from across the length and breadth of the alliance territories, including some of the international contacts we had. So we put him in front there. And so everything began to go to where we launched that force majeure. Apparently, the system began to look at him as the one who was organizing us. And, people began to target all kinds of approaches because some wanted us to use the alliance to go and deliver power to them. They think that the South and Middle Belt can work together and seize power. We said, no, that's not where we were going. Progressively, it began to look like, there were things we were not being told. And suddenly, they had a problem in the organization, the Yoruba Ilana Omoodua, relating to who and who to, because then Tinubu had not come out openly. All kinds of other people were still, shrouding their ambitions. It looked like there was this push to come into the brain box of the Ninas. And eventually, I think some of the people around him began to buy into it. And then he began to lead a mixed multitude, people who were not sure whether it was freedom or power that they wanted. That person that introduced him, who had also become his deputy in that Ilana Omoodua, called his attention to that drifting, that no, these people are known associates of the people going the opposite direction. If you say you want to become the leader of them all, it will compromise what Ilana had clearly committed to. That quarrel of shall we bring them, shall we leave them, got out of hand. It came to where I had to intervene because he had become a public face associated with Ninas. So if Ilana collapses after the Yoruba, the YWC, which was the first group they created that collapsed, if Ilana collapses again, somebody may begin to wonder. So I had to step in to try to mediate in what the quarrels were between them. We were still in that when something else now happened. They began to remove people from the organization, the people who were not loyal to where he wanted to go. And then that his deputy had cause to believe, because then he moved to Benin Republic without talking to us. Well, he could cite security concern, no problem. I was on the phone with him every other day, updating him, making sure that, he knew where things were on ground in Nigeria. Then it came to when they now began to remove the people who, in their organization, who were committed to where Ninas was going. That his deputy now had to call his attention openly in a meeting of all, a big Yoruba meeting, to say, sir, if you are now going to be the head of all these people, you may have to excuse us in Ilana, so we can focus on what Ninas is doing in the Yoruba space. From that point, when they now sacked the UK chapter of their Ilana, because the people there were being committed to, it became the point at which that threat, that notice of, look, you may have to, dress back from Ilana. Go and lead the bigger group, leave our small Ilana to continue in what Ninas is doing. So on November 18, 2021, the press conference addressed by that his deputy to say he seems to have embraced another plan that does not fit with where we were going. We've gone so far we can't begin to drift left and right, that he has to dress back. The next thing they did was to now create falsehood. Somebody called his spokesman called Maxwell, Adele or somebody. Now, in an attempt to get back at the person that was announcing this pushback, Maxwell put out some, even before the press conference, I think some of the media people leaked what was up. I wasn't even anywhere in around town. They were doing this in Ikeja. That was the day Blinken, Secretary of State, was coming from. So I was standing by to deal with Blinken if they had the time. And so I wasn't involved in what happened amongst them. And then Maxwell says, in an attempt to get back at the person that was trying to get rid of their man, Maxwell then says that Abuja had given 350 million naira to that deputy of Akintoye, and they put it all over the place. I saw it online. I picked up the phone and called Professor Akintoye to say, look at what has been put out. It's going to cause problem for us. You better find how to manage it, because it's your spokesman that is saying it. It will get back to Ninas if the suggestion or the impression is created that there's something happening somewhere, And so, before I knew it, for somebody I took into confidence in saying this is what is brewing, he then addressed a meeting of Yoruba people where he said yes, that money was given and that it was by Oshibajo. He called his name. I'm going to send you the video. It's in Yoruba, but I'm sure somebody will interpret it to you. It's Oshibajo that gave the money, and it was given to Olukoya, his deputy, for the purpose of helping Oshibajo to become president. That means Ninas was going to work for how to make Oshibajo president. And so he put that as the motive, that what was it this money was meant to serve. Putting a question mark on, he then said he had resigned from Ninas on account of all this, and that Yoruba pulled out from Ninas on account of all this. So he created the question mark. Of course, the franchise, the Biafra franchise elements carried it from there. That yes, this is the kind of thing that made them expel Tony Nnadi from their kinds of nonsense all over the place. And people, seeing that it was Akintoye that was saying that, took it very seriously, that something must have been going on. On the 20th of December, almost 1 month from the time the trouble started, we had to issue a public statement detailing what happened. This same story I'm telling you now was put out to say this was what happened. This was how they crafted a tale that became the problem, and that in resigning, that the rest of the Yoruba are still intact in what we're doing, because the impression was that Ninas has now collapsed because they are here. When did he join us to now become? He hasn't even been introduced to some of the aspects, because because of what transpired in 2018, where he branched off without talking to us. We were measured in what we admitted him into. There are some sensitive covert aspects that you needed to be sure, because it will be such a catastrophe if you brought somebody whose intentions you have not established. And so that was how we managed to save the situation. And that's all that happened. He moved on. They tried to blackmail all the other people in the Yoruba space. And we just carried on, because the people we really needed were still with us. He was the one that came only very recently, less than 2 years in our midst. It wasn't part of all of what became that big Ninas that we put him forward as a chair. Tony. Anybody can chair anything if there's sufficient commitment we could see. That's what happened. Nothing else. So he moved on. Eventually, in all the places that he's gone to, I'm sure you saw what now finally happened to the Lano. They've all come back to those who thought there was something to the story, have all since come back. I spend more time addressing them. There's no week We don't have a request from one Yoruba group or the other to come to tell them what else to do. We have more people in now than we had before.
All right, Tony, thank you. We have done 4 hours, and we haven't even gotten the questions of the people who are in the studio. You know, so we have to do better in terms of the answers you give. Make it very
I think we have covered the basic area.
So you don't have to.
If I had
2 minutes.
Hold on. The people that are coming, you know, there are people who have been here for 4 hours.
Yeah.
There are people who come in the last 20 minutes, and they will ask a question that we have addressed for 1 hour. What do you expect us to do with that?
You can say that you've answered the question. That's enough.
Okay, all right.
But we have to make questions answers very short. It's not fair to a lot of people who've been here and they want to talk.
No, you saw some of them.
And I don't want to. It's okay. Forget about their premise. Just give the answer you want to give and make it short. When
I come in and say, hold on, Rudolph. When I come in and say, Rudolph, the other day that they beat you up in the beer parlor because you stole the phone of your neighbor. Now you are telling us you have become a pastor. How do we proceed with that? You knowing that you never went to any beer parlor or beaten up. That's the kind of questions you're asking me to say. You saw the motive. And so you went to the motive before you went to any other thing. I hear you. We can, if the questions are straight, the answers will be straight.
Yeah, not. I have a bell I use for the guests, but I don't want to do all these things. So we
use the bell.
2 minutes. Okay. No question should be longer than that. All right, let me bring back our people. Okay. All right.
No problem.
All right. So Ismaili, go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Tony. For all the work you've been doing. For one, I appreciate anything that will make Nigeria a better place is a plus for me. My question is that, do you think Ninas is fractured and unaccommodative, hence unproductive and slow to produce results? And if the Nigerian constitution is faulty, as you said, and you manage to find a hole or a loophole in the constitution to fight its change to better the citizens of Nigeria, why hasn't your plans and Nina's work forcing the hands of the owners of Nigeria surrendering by law order?
All right, thank you.
And if Nina's don't succeed, what are you going to do going forward? Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Well, the matter is straightforward. The problem we needed to solve is far deeper than what most of our people know. And so we had to take them in layers. In those 20 years, we had to do the first, it was in 5 phases. We called a meeting of the entire country to say, let's go and deal with this. So we can create basis and the consensus that has to be, carried forward to where we will hit the target without being isolated, like it happened in 1967, when only one section tried to extricate themselves. So in all of what happened between that became the conference, the PRONACO, that now went to court in 2007 for making a formal engagement with that constitution in a manner that the government could not criminalize anybody associated with us. And that was enough accommodation for even the people doing Biafra and Odua Republic to say, look, you are saying that Nigeria has become a fraud against you. You can say it legitimately. Nobody can accuse you of any wrongdoing or come shooting at you. We went from there to now getting the regional blocks to organize themselves in what became those solemn assemblies. In all of this, you are getting ready because the right to self-determination is a people's right. It's not something 2-3 people will go and do a coup and announce a new day. Yoruba will have to stand up and take responsibility for their future and charge over their space. It's just the same. And how are you going to integrate all of it to still make sense in the international arena? Are they going to create 300 countries for you? This was the nature of what we had to resolve. And we went, the plan was in print and circulated everywhere it needed to be circulated. And those who were honest, those who were genuine in looking for this outcome, came along with it. So if it has become too slow, those who have moved fast, we have seen where they've landed. Ninas is moving, we have even exceeded our best expectations. That Nigeria is now in distress before the global community to say either this matter is resolved or the union dies with it. There's no other end to it than resolving it, or the union will be dissolved.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
My host, the map I wanted you to show.
I will show that when we go on break. When we go on break now, I will show that. Buddy, you are next.
Okay, all right.
Buddy, before Buddy's question, somebody asked a question on the comment. He says that if you put them together and in 2 minutes, if you were, what you are doing is actually a threat to the country, that you will have been arrested. The fact that you were not arrested means that it's not a threat. That, that's something, a question here for you to think about why Buddy asks his question. Buddy, go ahead.
The Bible, let me take this aside so that we can face Buddy. The Bible says you cannot plunder the house of a strong man except you first bind him. This enemy we are talking about is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, sharing the money. And so if you are saying that should stop, and the owners of all the assets, the ports and every other asset, take charge after 200 years of other people running your life. What we did in the plan we drew up was to bind the strong man. We identified who we are chasing after, we identified the instrument that enable it, and all of what we took all these years to do is what has bound them. Who amongst them is going to say anything was done wrong? Is it Buhari or his deputy or whoever amongst them that was not engaged in this matter? What are they going to say we did wrong? We are the ones saying they're committing treason against us. You put my signature on a document I had nothing to do with, and you, on the basis of that document, seize my sovereignty and all my rights to work my life the way it can work for me. And we say we have become a majority by the alliance we built. When we were building that alliance, nobody knew where we were going to Ogoni, to Ishekiri, to Urobo, to Jukun, to Tif, over a period of 15 years, house to house. Now that alliance is standing, everybody now identifies the enemy for what it is, identifies the constitution that enables the enemy. And so people are asking, who among them is going to raise the issue? We are here. They are the ones who have to look for salvation for themselves from the charges flowing from what we are doing.
Mr. Tony,
from the owners of the sovereignty. Right. Go ahead.
All my questions, Yes. I've been following you for quite a while, close to like 6 years. Or you made certain assertions, like you said in 2018 that Yoruba people came together in Adamasingba, all their governors. That's not very correct, sir. It was only
2017.
Yes,
September 7.
Yes.
If you go on that line of argument, the video of what happened in that place will be played. I will pass it to him in the break. What's your own alternative account?
I watched you that very day, sir. I watched you that very day. It was only Ayofayoshe that was there. And then we know Ayofayoshe political inclination. Then that's the first one.
What was the outcome? Did you read what they published as the outcome?
Is as in the question now, you said there are people at the heads of government now presently that controls the affairs of the people. They have the force of coercion. They have the apparatus of government to direct their people where they should go. So these are the people you are up against. So
I don't understand your question at all.
The question I'm asking
are you suggesting? No, I want to understand. Hold on, so don't waste our time.
I'm not wasting.
Are you suggesting that
people? No, I won't take that from you.
No.
So,
are you suggesting that Solomon Assembly did not happen? I want to understand the question.
The question I'm telling you
let him finish. Let him finish, Tony.
with their governor. I said that's a lie. I'm challenging you on that. You said you met a Congress. You didn't met a US Congress. You only met with a black caucus of the US Congress. That's the fact. And then 3, sir.
Unfortunately for you, Rudolph, I have no time for this. I have no time for this. Unfortunately for you, 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 the host is witness to what you are saying did not happen. What do you say to that?
You only address the black caucus of the US Congress.
I never met the black caucus to this date. I addressed the committees in charge of what had to do with us.
Okay. All right. The question is, you keep saying we. Who are the member of NINAS? You keep saying
100
member.
100.
It's a secret organization.
128 identifiable patriots from across the alliance territories put their names down on a document that was published globally, including in Guardian newspaper of 20th January 2021 from the December 16th. In 1 month, we put out the force majeure proclamation with those 128 signatories. And to tell you the kind of people, the heads of Nnadi on the Igbo list. Nnadi was the sitting president general of Ohaneze at the time. His name is number 1 on the Igbo list of 40. Ukiwe, that was a vice president in this same Nigeria, was on that list. And something is, am I still coming through?
Yes.
We can hear you, Tony. We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
All
right. Something jumped in.
Okay.
All of the people, if Nwodo is on a list and Ukiwe is on that list, and people like them all the way to the 40th name, including some in the US there, where you stay. And then from the eastern side, the head of PANDEF, the one who was chairman of PANDEF at the time, along with so many of the statesmen at that topmost level, were on that list from that part. You come to the middle belt, you had Jonah Jang, you had Turaki as the chairman of the body that brings all the nationalities in that territory together. Again, 40 of them. And there's no one person on that list. The Yoruba side, Afenifere was, in that period where they eventually ended up with a fashionality that had to step aside for Ayadebanjo. Afenifere was very fully represented. Banja Kitoye is in the inner workings of Afenifere, has always been there from the time of Awolowo. And when you look through the people you may be looking for in that list, if they're not involved with us, we're not going to put them because the newspaper people used to report them. Those who were known by the international community to be, by the rest of Nigeria and the international community, to be the ones constantly running around for what will happen to their people in their formal platforms. The ones who were carrying weapons at the time, the topmost of their leaders who organize other people to get weapons, are all on that list. So if anybody thinks that there is a secret organization, every one of them represents a constituency that can shut down their area on the day it matters most. So we don't have, it's not a matter of numbers. When we get to referendum, when we get to where the system is shut down and people have to decide, Yoruba people will go to referendum and decide whether they want to continue in bondage or they want to go with those who are dragging them in another direction, all kinds of directions.
Constitution the major.
No, buddy, I have to. Buddy, oh, you want to get? Okay, hold on.
The constitution was the major. You talked about that, and I want to touch on that quickly. My question on that is that you see, like you describe it as like the gate of the prison has been opened, that the people should rush out. To me, I see like you asking the people to go out there and commit suicide. Because the question I would not ask you now is that you from a region, you from a particular tribe, you from a community, and then you are a leader in this struggle. What part of that constitution force the major have you personally been able to activate in your own little way?
Okay, buddy, that's
your question indicates two things. You don't understand what the force majeure is, and you've not read the document we put to the public, which foreign governments have read and sent their representations to come to engage. So if you have not done that, I think we can go to another question, please. I take no further question from him. Let's go to another question.
All right, Tony, I think what we're going to do now is let's take a break. When we come back, we round up with questions for you. But let's take a little break now.
Gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free so long. Too long. So long. Too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I am not gonna fool around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Yeah. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long. Too long. So long. Too long. So long.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Thank you for staying with us, and we've been having a long and interesting conversation with Tony Nnadi, and we are going to round up. And of course, I want to give a chance to some of our regular people to ask follow-up questions, and hopefully, Tony, this time we want we want in the next 40 minutes get a final, because you are doing your final pitch now to people, and I want you to look at it this way. These are the people that you are going to sell this idea to on what should be done, and these are people that if they get the idea, they are going to sell it to other people. These are people who are highly skilled. If they don't get it, it's a legitimate concern that the people who may be in the villages may not be able to get it. So I will bring them back in. But before they come back, the people who are in the studio, I know there are people who have given up trying to get into the studio. Can you briefly, in 2 minutes, explain now what happens? Because we know the election is going to happen on the 25th of February, and someone will be proclaimed as the president of Nigeria moving forward. Can you tell the people what next will happen from your own side? What do you think will happen with that process? And then what will you do next? So.
Yes, very simple. What we set in motion is transcendental. It was only the 2007 election that Obasanjo was determined to stay back in office. And so we didn't try to enforce the outcome of Pronaco right immediately. And we needed to go to court to weaken the constitution even before the eye of the law. And so from that point, we began to tell those who had come, like the Yaradua that took over, that we can't go to 2011 on the basis of that constitution. Unfortunately, he wasn't there to carry through. And Jonathan came at a time he couldn't, the pushing and pulling would not let him take that kind of charge. And so we began right after he settled down in 2011. The pressure was increased that we will not go to 2015 on the basis of this constitution.
Tony, I know. Tony, let's.
No. You are saying what next? I'm telling you, because people think
not going back. Not going back. They had you.
No, the fact is that they think we just gathered yesterday and then they say it must be now. No, I'm giving you an indication of what might happen if they proceed to the election on the basis of this constitution. I'm sure you saw the broadcast where we said that the winner of that election will find out he has no Nigeria to govern, because other things will continue as if they're on their mission of their own. In 2019, did you not hear from the Freedom Park Proclamation when we asked them to leave the election, let's go and solve this problem? Have the situation not become much worse?
So are you saying that okay, Tony,
if they go to election, a whole number of things can happen. A whole number of things can happen.
What will happen? It
is possible they don't get to election. You saw what happened in the last week of October in Abuja. If Afghanistan happens, would they be going to election now? They won't be going to. A whole number of things can happen. You saw where we talked about plan A, B, and C, in which the caliphate that is dragging them to election have other plans that are not about election. And so any of those plans can overtake even their own errors can overtake them. That's before. Then, in course of the election itself, the house can collapse on them. All these people doing obedient movement who do not have PVC. The day after election, I'm sure you had the US institutions that have been telling Abuja that the way these things are, if you say Peter Obi did not win, that this multitude of people who think they have found their salvation in him are going to put up a challenge. I tell you, that is also a possibility that the election will collapse in terms of income, in terms of there's no outcome that is producing president that is settling down. If one person is declared and this angry masses you see say it's not so, then even if they say it is their man, and then everybody rejoices and he comes in, the forces that broke the backbone of this caliphate, the forces that broke the backbone of that constitution, are not going to just go and begin to sleep and drink beer, knowing fully well that the problem will not be solved. If anything, the temperature will be increased on such a scale that those who went to that election will wish they listened earlier. I leave it at that.
Tony. Okay, yeah, that's good. I wanted to say as a follow-up, are we going to be here again 4 years from now when there's another election? Will you be talking about this 4 years from now? Or do you think that by then it will have been resolved? That is, if we follow the trend that the election happened and that somebody was declared a winner and someone gets in there, whoever that person is, are we going to be here again 4 years from now?
The Fulani agenda, none of us, none of you is looking at the bigger monster that is coming from behind. You are looking at the election they are waving before you. The people that are here in millions with guns, who have partitioned your lands among themselves, just to remove the people who are hanging around those lands, whether they are Yoruba or they are Igbo, they are Ijaw. They are going to continue in their campaign. I know for sure that when more people are slaughtered, the others will realize that you don't go to a battle of AK-47 with plastic PVC issued by the enemy. I will stop there.
All right.
If you talk about 4 years, apartheid was introduced in 1910. The fight was continuous until 1990. It took 80 years to solve this same kind of problem when it turned up in the other place. We learning from taking lessons from all of what had happened elsewhere. We loaded what we could load into the situation we had to resolve, much bigger. Mandela and Co were fighting for 11 million plus.
So yeah, Tony, hold on. And so that means that what you are saying is that you should be patient with people who are yet to understand what you are talking about. Since
the danger is that they think they have the whole time to make up their minds, carry out some more experiments with the things that will not work, which we told them with evidence that they will not work. They want to gamble, but they are putting to risk all of those who will be slaughtered if that other enemy they are not seeing comes upon them.
Now, one more question.
If you see impatience, if you see anything that looks like impatience, it will be because we are seeing the wider field, and we have seen deaths that shouldn't have happened, but because people refuse. When we were telling them about this Biafra gambit, were people being killed at the time? No, but we told them that it's heading to where not only will the people doing it to be killed, again, Tony, we're on that trajectory. You understand?
Tony,
we're on that trajectory.
Tony, what do you tell people in Southern Kaduna, in Enugu, who are being killed? How do you tell them that what you're proposing is the solution? It's an immediate situation for them. They are dying, it's something immediate. They need action. And if you don't provide the action, I'm not talking about you in particular, if people don't provide the action, they will trust whoever is promising them that I have the solution, I have the gun, I have the people that will fight for you. How do you convince them that you have a better plan when you are not saying this is what I'm going to do for the immediate need that you have?
The guns that are being used to kill them in that emergency they think they are in, we identified where it's coming from and what we needed to do to break the hand that's holding it, recover it and put in their own hands. And they think that anything, machete, stick, let's go. And we're telling them, why do you think the armed groups? Why do you think we took the trouble to go to bring all of those armed groups? They were the first we assembled because we knew it was a question of gun. Then we looked at the government side and what enables them to do legitimately all of what they're doing. And when they were not listening, we went to the people that supplied them the weapons, the people that can tell them stop, and they stop. So if we were taking care of all of that, and now we rolled out a mechanism by which those who hold the little sovereignty, that the subnationals, that's the federating units, the governors, we rolled out something that placed them in a position to recover the right to issue arms, firearms, and then their economic assets without reference to Abuja. You saw snippets of it in Port Harcourt. You saw samples of it in Benue. If the other people do not listen, it will not be because we did not know that there was emergency. If we did not get to Washington the time we got to Washington, and if we did not get the results we got, you think Buhari will be wringing his hand and waiting for 8 years to continue this fight that his grandfathers could not complete? It was because we tied their hands that they were not able to move as fast as they had planned. And the guns that are required, to do the balance of the business, I'm sure when more people get into more problems, they will go back to what they were told to do, which they thought they could bypass. Look for Appian way.
All right.
I'll not say more than that. We're in a public space, and I'm not a stranger to the fact that guns are the center of this entire discussion. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, Tony, I want this to end in a very positive note. So I have so many of our regular people who were not satisfied with the answers you gave them and the questions they asked. So I want them one more chance to ask you one question, just a question, one sentence. And I will start with you, Ovie, and the answer will be brief, not going back brief. No problem. So, Ovie, go ahead.
The first ever written constitution known to this modern world is that of American Constitution in 1778. That constitution was put together by 55 delegates under key and locked with armed guard for 5 months. That constitution was produced. But over the years, it was amended for more than 10 times. Don't you think that is the way to go, Mr. Nnadi?
We have not made any constitution. It's a totally different ballgame. 55 people went, they agreed on something, they wrote it down. All of them understood it and committed to defending it. Other people came to join them after. But it was a matter of, here is the agreement. It has undergone 27 amendments today. But it was because it was standing on the foundation of what they agreed. Our contention is that we have not made any. Nobody was called to meet, and they just went into their bag, took out what they wanted. The decree number 24 by which they promulgated it contains the story of what they did. And that was what we took before the courts in 2007 to say, in this story written by these authors of this constitution, in one part they say they formed a committee that went around the hotels and came back to them in Supreme Council. And then that they have looked at the report and they added and subtracted. That's what is written and printed inside your constitution as how it came. Then they came to another part to say, we the people, meaning we the Yoruba, we the Igbo, we the Kalabari, having solemnly and firmly resolved to live together, pretending that there was a meeting at which we committed our sovereignty to union. That's the crux of our campaign. That falsehood has remained the basis of the union, producing the Nigeria you see now, whether it is killing or corruption or infrastructure. That's what we're rejecting. And whatever we do, because our lives are at stake, the people who imposed it are the ones still trying to slaughter us right now to take the land. They are the ones who have taken over everything that belongs to us, chasing us into exile. Anybody who doesn't want to understand it can come at his own time. Those who are awake are going to do the needful.
All right. Kene, Your next question, please. Just question.
Yeah, thank you. Question. So you stated that for you to be able to achieve your plan for the constitutional force majeure, that we will need about 20 years wait. So you mean that we should continue to wait?
Hold on. That was not what I said.
Before your plan should come to actualization.
Your answer, your question is already off.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Please, let me finish.
No, we will be wasting time if you go.
Don't shut me
you are
down.
going to
See,
something that
if you
will not
look
lead
at me,
anywhere.
I'm not the type that you can shut down. Please stop shutting me down. I'm not that type. Please, please, I beg you. Stop shutting me down.
Can I hold on, Tony? Hold on. Can I just go straight to the question, and then Tony, you can when you answer, you can tell him this is not the part.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. So you are asking for constitutional review. You are asking for referendum. But I wonder if you've forgotten the composition of the National Assembly, the people you are going to actually deal with, and these people are going to vote for your for or against your request. Now, this is it. If your request is being voted against, what actually are you putting in place to make sure that what you are asking for is actualized? Because you are only talking about constitutional review, referendum, and all that. And these people are all they are hell-bent not to allow such a thing to take place. And you are, on the other hand, demonizing other people that are using their own method of pursuing the same goal. So what actually, you have not given us any concrete solution that you're going to use. You have not provided any concrete solution. So I still ask, what will be your alternate solution?
All right,
please.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you. Okay, Tony, go ahead.
It's a very difficult task to wake up a man who is pretending to be sleeping. The basis of the premises upon which you frame your questions are so entirely wrong that they do not deserve any answers. First, because you said, I say we require 20 years. I say we deployed a 20-year plan right at the point in 1999 that the Constitution was imposed. It was done in 5 phases, and it culminated in the constitutional force majeure we declared to enforce the consensus we built in the period. Consensus against that constitution, consensus against the proprietors, the caliphate proprietors of it, and consensus in the international arena that has produced results everybody can see on the subject matter, including the UN and the US that is taking certain policy actions on Nigeria, away from what everybody thought they would do. And so it's not 20 years that will begin now and end in the indefinite future. We've already done that, and we're now enforcing what we achieved in that period. Second, it is not amendment or review of constitution where we are saying we never made any constitution, and that this fraud that is in the arena has to go down, and the union anchored on it. So it's not the business for National Assembly or the number you have or the number you don't have. It is something that takes down the basis of where they stand to be doing what they're doing. The mechanisms for how all of that will happen there's something called strategy. It's not something to be discussed in the market place. I can't remember whatever is left of what you. Okay. It's not what you are asking that we're doing. Go and look at what is in black and white. Everybody who is concerned will look at it so that your questions can be based on what we say we'll do.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, you're next.
Yeah, I will just make it very quick. For one, I'm surprised that he was willing to give the enslavers of his forefathers the benefit of the doubt of meaning well for us. If the Fulanis disappeared from Nigeria today, would our problems go away?
Okay. I don't understand. I don't know where is the benefit of that. I don't understand that part, so I can understand your question.
No, the question is, because I just made that comment in this, and I'm sure the viewers will understand. But the question is, if Fulanis disappeared from Nigeria today, would our problems go away?
There's a plan. There's something called suzerainty. The same control that the British had in the colonial era. the Fulani leading other people who agree with them, some Kanuri, some willing tools here and there, including our own kinsmen that embrace the apartheid constitution they impose as basis of union and basis of our democracy and other the rule of the law. And so it is in identifying them as the leaders of that brigandage from where they settle all the people who aid them, that in that sense, if they are not able to continue what they've done for almost 2 centuries in trying to become the owner of the entire place to the exclusion of the real owners in terms of killing them off, then our campaign is not our campaign cannot be summarized or pigeonholed into Fulani leave us, Fulani go away. We organize the formation, the map, please. I think
now you are beginning to see the Koboko now. You are going after the Koboko where you should be going after the person inflicting it on you, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt. People that enslaved your own forefathers, you gave them the benefit of the doubt.
We have taken care. We have taken care of what we need to take care of. If you are not seeing it, then you go devise other means. We've taken care of what we need to take care of. All of what will happen here. Please show that map so that they can understand what we're discussing.
Okay. Let me show. Hold on, CM.
There are 2 maps, so I can refer to them.
Yeah, I think the video I'm going to show we have the map. I hope so. Let me see.
No, I think you have it on WhatsApp. You have it on WhatsApp.
Oh, I don't have. Okay, it will take me a while. So let me show this video.
No, I sent them.
Okay.
I sent them because of the break. You
begin
to see that all the killings are taking place in this white part, the middle belt, the western Nigeria, and the lower Niger territory. And then those who are doing the killings, like we saw in the hearings, all from because the congressional roundtables invited all of the victims to come to narrate their stories, and they are all from these parts, the middle belt. And every one of the victims talked about the Fulani that came to do the same kind of thing that the other victims have talked about. And when you look at it, it becomes something that has geography to it, that these people are coming, and the qualification for being killed is that you were Christian and you were indigenous population. Everything else, goes to nothing. And when that is the case, and we came to say that it is not farmers and herdsmen clashing, that it is invasion by an alien, militia, the Fulani militia.
All right, this is the map, is it, Tony?
Yes.
Okay, can you see it? Okay, so you can explain what you wanted to explain.
Yes. The map you see here is the formation in which the Nigerian, this constitutional debate will be discussed, will be handled, will be managed. The part in green is the 12 contiguous states that imposed Sharia simultaneously in year 2000. And so our contention is that they have seceded from the secular union we agreed to be at coming together in independence. So they've left. Against even the express provisions of the constitution they impose. And as long as that Sharia is there, we cannot pretend to be in the union, secular union we agreed to be, quite apart from the question of federal basis, who owns what in the federation. The balance of the Nigeria is, again, we went to the Yoruba side that is contiguous, one language, more or less homogeneous. So we cut them out in blue, including the Yoruba in Kwara and Kogi and part of Duandeta. That's the blue. So what is left is the balance of the old north and the balance of the old south. And in the part that is brown, you have the whole of Midwestern region and the Eastern region as ethnic nationalities. I'm sure you know that as Saba people and all the Anyoma and the Quere and all of that. There's another map of 1885 that now delineates what is inside this brown. So Ijo is in one block in that brown. Igbo is in one block in that brown. Edo and all the Anang and Efik, everybody, Ogoni, everybody in their ancestral space. And we have this chart of relationships in which everybody is on the table, organizing how they will be a part of that block, whatever happens to Nigeria. The Middle Belt, the same. There are more than 100 language groups in that purple area. So they, they're also doing the same kind of thing we're doing in the eastern half, that's in that lower Niger, all within the context of what the UN instruments stipulate as our right in the circumstance to enforce. And it is these three, the middle belt, the Yoruba bloc, and the lower Niger, that is in the alliance that is called NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Because the other people are not indigenous here, they came from outside. They still are welcoming their brethren from everywhere to come in and overrun this the rest of the country and become the Fulani country they always wanted to be. And so our campaign is to take down the constitution and the union and allow and then force a situation where those who are fed up with everything Nigeria is doing against them will stand in these formations. This will be, the blue will be a country of 60 million people. The brown will be a country of 70 million people. The middle belt could be anything between 40 and 50 million. And the three of us are working together to avoid the kind of thing the world has been fearing about Nigeria. That's what it's all about. And our thesis is that if at the point that constitution goes down, we cannot find common ground that will guarantee the sanctity of human life and the equality of men, then the balance of the discussions will be excluding those people who brought that civilization. We made it very clear to them. That was why we called a meeting of all, so that they don't think it's because we don't like their faith. It's because there are things they are doing that are injuring other people, and the rest of people are in agreement in their civilization to keep human life sacrosanct and all men held equal. That's what the map is. This is the outcome that will happen if they don't step down from that attempt to kill off other people and take their land. And you can see that these three form a clear majority: the purple, the brown, and the blue. A clear majority that own all the assets, including human capital, that can enforce their will if they are standing together. And if their signature falsely implanted in that constitution is the reason the Sharia belt is prevailing now, then they just can walk out of prison gate if they choose. That's what we have spent the last 23 years trying to achieve.
All right, thank you so much. CM.
Okay.
Question, please. Only just one question.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, the question is on the Constitution and how to go about it. I know I've listened to your formula or what you want to do, but do you not think that because if we have a government in place, that we have the political will to even implement, to ask questions or even bring people together and say, look, this constitution is not working, so I've been banned by it. Do you not think that would be the way forward? That's why I'm saying, because Jonathan left, Jonathan was about making an attempt, but since Buhari came, everything was shut down. And look at the chaos in the country. So do you not think that if a good government comes by 2023, it is not yet late? We can start this position you are saying, because the constitution is the major problem of the country. Why do you think that we're not why do you not have faith in a new government coming in 2023 and listening to groups like you sit down around the table and say, look, we have to bring this constitution down, but what manner do we do it so that we do not leave a vacuum? That's my question.
Wonderful. We were thinking the way you are thinking now, 20 years ago. So I spent 5 years dealing with Obasanjo. From the time he came in 1999 to the time after the 2003 elections, I then wrote him the final memo to say, since you have become the reason this cannot happen, the owners of the sovereignty will carry on whatever government thinks. And that was when it became a fight for him to go to national TV to say it will be treason if we called a meeting of the owners. That's on the one part. We tried with every subsequent, you saw how far we went with each of them. On this occasion, of the 3 candidates that are standing in front, we have engaged them more than sufficiently to arrive at the conclusion that with them it is ruled out. With them it is ruled out. And so we are not, and the fact of we are not in control of what will happen on the journey to that election, because the people who are dragging us to that election have their own plans that can overtake all of us, and we see Afghanistan. And so we said it will be a stupid risk to take, to hope that somehow a good man will emerge. The good man who does not agree with us, if we are not engaged him, we will be one of those thinking that this good man will then listen and do the good thing. We have engaged him, I told you, since 2012. And so we came to the conclusion, even before he became candidate, that he's not, the ones who are committed were blocked by these forces you see. Is it not stupid for us to now think that the one who does not believe, who has gone to TV to say constitution is not the problem, for something that took all these lives to establish and all of what it took to bring Nigeria to its knees now, he went to TV to say constitution is not the problem? So he's ruled out. The only use he can be to this project is to join in saying it now, that this constitution is the problem that has to be solved before any other thing can happen, before any other thing can be rectified in this union. And those who are being killed, those who are fed up with the union, who don't even want to go to any meeting, are not waiting for who will come and repair Nigeria. My concern is for the Nigerians that have been killed by this monster of a fake Nigeria. There was the Nigeria that was our project. It died in 1966. The monster that is operated now in the name of Nigeria is not my project. Whatever it will take to put that monster to death, there are people who are committed.
Tony, I asked this question because those leading candidates, at least 3 or 4 of them, have agreed that when they get in, they're going to have a dialogue with every.
Why would they? Where were they? Where were they all the years we were going to look for them? What did they say? What did they do other than impede us?
Probably.
We have come to our conclusion. We have come to our conclusion that we will not allow anybody govern on the basis of this constitution. Whatever be the outcome, whatever be the manner and way, we have determined that nobody will be allowed to govern this union on the basis of that constitution going further. Anybody who has any propositions to make should come and make it before it becomes something that is settling itself on the street.
All right, Tony, thank you. Now we have Mazam. Mazam is from the middle belt. Yobe. He prefers Yobe. Right. Okay. Yes. So he has a unique viewpoint. So that's why I brought him in here. Mazam, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Tony, thank you so much. Thank you, Rudolph. But the thing is that I came on late and I made the conversation. So what I saw is I saw a map and I heard you are saying, because can you put the map back, please, if possible?
All right, let me see. Hold on. Okay, not really. It will take a while.
Okay. In that map, I saw you put the green part, the upper part. In the northern part, you put just one knot in that part. But you see, we have this particular problem in the north, and which is one of the major problems that is facing the entire country. Because if you look at it, you are talking about the Fulanis, and the Fulanis came. And exactly, if you look at it, that map, if you divide it into 2 in the middle, from the left-hand side, you see that where we have the northwest, that is where through the area which the Fulanis came to Nigeria, that's the caliphate. Now, if you look at it, their movements covered across the entire northern part and towards the middle belt in the Kogi and part of Kogi and Kwara. Now, if you are saying that these people agreed in the other parts to go with your movement, then what are you looking at? Because for me, I see myself as an Afro-Asiatic, which is from the Kwararafa kingdom. And if you know the history very well, you know that the Kwararafa people covers. That's why we call ourselves some of us call ourselves the southern. Is it the southern north or southern north? So if you look at it, we are one. And then the only people who are different from us is the true Hausa person. That is, the Hausas are different from us, even though we speak the same language. We speak Hausa as a general dialect, but we are different from the Hausas. I have my own tribe, and so many people. Kanuri have their own language, and we have Jukun, we have so many tribes, and there are so many, more than 200 tribes over in that place. Now, we the only people who, like the Fulanis, came through towards the Hausa people, and they lived with them, and the Hausa people embraced them through the jihad. Now, the Hausas at the moment are saying, we are tired of you people. We cannot coexist together. We want you to find a place. We don't want you, because you people have been deceiving us. You've showed us that we are one through religion, and then in the end, you are killing us day in, day out. And that is the cry of every other northerner in the past, because this has been affecting our lands. They have been taking over our lands, and our people have been crying. But they made it to look as if it's a religious issue, and now it is not even a religious issue, but I can say ethno-religious issue, because it is an ethnic thing that is coined. It's a religious thing that is coined in ethnicity. So my problem with that map is that when you are saying that entire map is one, we will go together, I think that is where we have problem, because I cannot sit down and see someone who came, then the person will now want to rule over me as what? Even the houses at the moment are not ready to take that.
Wonderful.
You understand?
We hear you. We hear you.
Yeah.
Please, host, bring back the map as I speak, so he can see what I'm saying.
Okay.
We visited. The reason it took so long to arrive at where we are now is that we went physically. The middle belt you see, Chibok in Borno?
Yes.
All the way to Biliri.
To Biliri Kaltingo.
Yes. To tell you, all the way to the Zuru areas in Kebbi.
Yes.
All of those southern fringes, from Borno through Gombe, Bauchi, southern Kaduna is fully in that purple. You understand? All the way to the Zuru in Kebbi. So we went. Of course, Yobe is still a bit further up. There are Christians in Sokoto and all of that, but these people presented themselves to us as Hausa Fulani for several decades, doing the same. When this evil was being done against the rest of there was one
Nigeria.
north.
Yes, exactly.
The pretense was that
has the guts to come out and say, no, I exempt myself from this general statement, because the people the people don't have a voice. But what I'm trying to say is that
I'm building up to something.
Let me say
I'm building up to something.
Okay, go ahead.
We took cognizance of all these things. We went house to house. I've called, I don't know when you joined the meeting, I've called the names of the leaders from all those nationalities that were involved in the processes. Now, the meeting that happened in Aburi was for us to go back to the union we agreed to be, the federation we agreed to be.
Exactly.
And then from that, the federation that was distorted, we now come to even where Sharia was allowed to, 12 contiguous states pass Sharia. Yes. And the rest of us were now going to live with that, because once they have a foothold, they will spread to other places doing their havoc. And so what we have done is to frame the question that has to be answered. And if we're not answering it, end of union.
Exactly.
If anybody then says it cannot be end of union, they will have to go back and defeat this alliance of the aggrieved that has done all this work to provide a mechanism for resolving this issue. It cannot be me bleeding and you. Look at all the management of Nigeria, the team that have been managing Nigeria. Check the list of the management teams of the NNPC. Where's Baru from?
I understand you correctly.
So what we have done, nobody is God. What we have done is to frame the question in the manner that best brings an earlier and orderly, peaceful resolution. But if people sit back on their high horses, the type that El Rufai have been doing, telling us you can't raise this issue again. Babangida say he will go and wear his uniform and go back to battlefield. We have framed it in such a way that there must be an end. There must be a stop to that master-servant union defined by that constitution. That constitution is at the center of all these things. Anybody, whether it's from Yobe or from Bayelsa, anybody who does not come out now to join the discussion of what will replace that which we are rejecting.
Yes, but
it will be too late for him to partake.
Sorry, let me chip in something. What I realized you did is that you went to all the Christian communities. You understand? That is when you talk about
no. Let me clarify that. No, okay. I was in the team that did all these things.
All right.
Now, what we told the international community is that the question of religion, jihad,
yes,
Muslim killing Christian is secondary. The primary question is the ethnic agenda of the Fulani wearing the garment of Islam.
Exactly.
To find
problem,
collaboration.
In fact, if you solve that problem, Nigeria will be better and everybody will want to stay in Nigeria. We'll have a peaceful Nigeria. But until that problem is solved and people must come out and
we have framed the question
to say that if people continue, because sometimes you will see Yerima will come and make a statement that we want the Igbos to leave Nigeria, northern Nigeria.
We know them. Yerima was a product. Hold on.
On my behalf. He's not talking on my behalf.
Yerima was a product. Yerima was produced by Pronaco. Yerima was living in Lagos.
I understand.
It was when the Caliphate wanted to, frustrate Pronaco by not coming. We went to the younger people all over the place. He was a delegate from Katsina that moved the motion for the adoption of the finished product on the floor of the conference. And so I tell you, we know where everybody is coming from and what their problems are in that place where they are. We didn't assume anything. We have framed the question. We're only saying that we can't postpone
them forever.
We have waited. We have waited since 1967.
You understand?
We have waited since 1967 for these issues to be addressed. It seemed that it was convenient for all the other people. And so we who are the
convenient because they are suppressed. Their voice was taken from them. And until
in the last, you remember the day Billy people were on the streets not too long ago.
In fact, Dr. Musa, I went to university. We went to the same university. We know each other on a personal note. So I understand the situation correctly.
I have had cause to tell you how deep we went. I have had cause on behalf of this project to be in the meetings where the lawyers, you remember how they imposed Emir?
I understand.
And Musa,
that's why
who is supposed to be.
Yes.
On that day they were on the street. I was addressing this kind of a program in a platform in the US where the government, the people in government who are supposed to know about it were listening. You understand? I've led teams to where they are sitting to plan what to do to recover themselves from what was going on. The only thing we have done is to put a time frame that will compel the resolution of the issues that they couldn't finish up in Aburi. They agreed in Aburi, and they came back. Some people abandoned it and began to kill other people. We have endured all of it, to this point. And the constitution that came from the impositions and the brigandage of that time is what we are saying must now be terminated. Anybody who is not listening, who is thinking he can go and swear to defend and uphold that constitution, will not live, will find it difficult to get to the end of that story. Because those who are the receiving end of it are determined to get rid of that constitution and everything anchored on it.
All right.
55 years is long way.
Mazam, we have to end it here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you
you can stand by. After Tony leaves, we can have a conversation. But thank you so much. Let me. All right. Joseph King, welcome to the show. You have a question, please make it quick. A question, no commentary. We are rounding up. It's been 5 hours with Tony. Go ahead, Joseph.
Give me water.
Joseph, go ahead, Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph. Joseph, can you hear me? We can't hear you, Joseph.
I'm still mute.
Okay, okay, go ahead. Okay.
All right. You know, I saw this topic and I was quite, excited, because looking at the country alone, one would realize that Nigeria would not survive with this sort of arrangement we have. And when I saw that map, it's propped up a question in my mind. And I want to ask Dr. Tony Nnadi this simple question. When it comes to the Igbo, like let me say the Biafran issue, the Biafran question, just like what the other guy from the north was talking about, the unity among the Igbos is really poor. And of course, when we talk about Biafra here, we have to look at the map of the 1960s. That's the Biafran, during the Biafran War. The map includes the people called the Niger Delta people today. So what are we going to do about that diversity already inside the divisions you've created already? So what are we going to do to address that? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
We spent quality time. In fact, one moment. Moderator, please, this question is important enough to bring the map that answers it. Otherwise, it will still be the same confusion. So please put up this map of 1885 so he can see what has been done about the concern he has.
Okay.
Please put up the map you have now. That brown part. That brown part detailed out.
All right. Keep going. I'll bring it up.
Right.
It will take a minute.
That map. The first problem we have with the people talking Biafra, they don't have a map to it because the 1967 Biafra, included the present rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. It does not include Delta. Delta was in Western region and then became Midwestern region up till when the war broke out. But Nzogu was from that part. That on whose account it became Igbo business. All the people Achuse that fought throughout that war, Rafu Wechwe that seized, the embassy building in Paris. So the Asaba killings, the massacre in Asaba happened because that was the first Igbo township, the first Igbo city that the Nigerian troops met as they were coming from Ore, pushing back the Biafrans that went that far. And so we knew about all of this. And therefore, we felt that there was nothing to be left to conjecture. We had to go house to house to sit down with all of those who own. Yes, this is the map. This is the map of the territory, that territory in brown. This was where they were, who they were before the amalgamation of 1914. This map is of 1885. And it was because we had studied what the rules on the international circuit say about sovereignty and self-determination that we had to fall back to a map that answers that question. You cannot come if you're talking self-determination, you must be indigenous nationality in your ancestral space. The two must be together. You must be Scot in Scotland. You must be Catalan in Catalonia. You must be, Ijo in Ijoland. You must be Yoruba on Yoruba land. You cannot access the right to self-determination in any other capacity. You cannot gather in Lagos in such a large number because you are in large number in Lagos. You now begin to talk about you are Igbo or some other people. Because you come to a certain number, you now say you want self-determination inside the other people. So that basic requirement of being a distinct nationality in your ancestral space is the basis of the map of Europe you have now. They sorted out all their own, ethnic divisions. And so in the eastern part that is mixed up with the Midwestern part because of the Igbo spread into that part, if you remove the Yoruba from the western half of southern Nigeria, all of what you have left is the Bini, the Anioma, the Urobo, the Shekiri, going towards the Ijo, Anang, Efik, ending up in Ogoja at the extreme. And so what Lower Niger Congress did was to go to them one after the other without exception with a proposition and that map you just saw to say, Ijo, look at this map. Is there any part of Ijo land that is missing? They looked at it and said no, that their land is complete, including the Ijo that is in Ondo. All of the Ijo from Ondo to Bayelsa through rivers going past into Akwa Ibom. They saw their land complete in the map we placed. We asked Urobo, is there any part of your land missing? Ishekiri, can you identify your own? So when everybody had identified their land, we say, stand on your land. Let us now reverse that thing that Nigeria did against all of us. We will have a charter of relationships in which we are federating voluntarily amongst ourselves to define our future. We'll be a country of 70 million people capable of doing just about anything anybody can do on the face of the earth. We have all of what it takes, starting with human resources. And that was the proposition that was interrogated at the highest possible levels across these nationality groups. And it culminated in that solemn assembly in Port Harcourt. The video is still there if you want to see who and how, what was decided. We decided on that map as basis of that federation that would then take care of what went wrong with Biafra. Because the problem with Biafra was that it was declared on the 30th of May after the killings had lasted almost 1 year from the middle of 66. But just 3 days, when the decision had been taken to declare, to move away from Nigeria, the federal government sitting in Lagos announced the breakup of Nigeria into 12 states. And that eastern region was broken into 3 states. East Central State was the Igbo core, and then River State, and then Southeastern State. That Southeastern State has become Cross River and Akwa Ibom. That River State has become Rivers and Bayelsa. If you remove these 4 states from that eastern region of 1967, that did not include Midwestern region, you will then understand what Buhari was talking about when he said dot in circle. And the people who have carried on with the Biafra campaign in a manner that creates the impression of Igbo campaign, because that's where they lost all the people who they formed. Some of them came up only in 2013, apart from Wazirike. Wazirike did even much better because he took time to listen and he pulled back at some point when he saw the superior argument. And if you ask him today, he will say, these are the people who have the answer to this problem. People have asked him and he has referred them to us. But the ones who now come to say that they don't need any map, they don't need any discussion with our neighbor, they don't need any engagement with constitution, they don't need a referendum as mechanism. Just confusion that has ended up in this bloodbath you see. So that's what it is. We have agreed amongst ourselves on what we need to do. When that charter of relationship is brought to the public, it will of course go through ratification that could include referendum in that part, so that everybody in that place is heading towards their own freedom on their own terms in their space. Then the rest of Nigeria, whoever agrees with us to keep human life sacrosanct and to hold all men born equal, we can then begin to discuss. But before then, the collapse of that constitution returns our sovereignty to us in that formation you saw. And there's no quarrel anybody can set up in our midst.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, for this question. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right. Tunde, you are next.
Dr. Tony. Thank you.
I don't go by any titles at all. So this is the beginning and the end.
No, I'm Yoruba and I understand you because I've followed your journey all through.
Okay.
And as one of the agitators for Yoruba Nation, I make bold to tell everyone who is listening and who's on, is in the doctor's studio at this very moment that look, your ideas help us to shape our movement in the Yoruba nation self-determination struggle.
Thank you.
You are someone who knows what you are doing. All these questions. One of the things that we Nigerians, especially educated Nigerians, take for granted is that we think the Fulanis reason the way we reason. No. And some of us have refused to go and read the books that the leaders of these people have written. It's their plan. They said God gave them Nigeria a long time ago. Buhari is the last mujahideen, as far as they are concerned, to make that dream come true. If we are taking the way, if we think that the Fulanis are taking the way we are taking in the South, no. The only thing they know is how to use violence to get what they want. That's it. Every day, I'm in America. Most of us are, in the diaspora. Most of us are inundated with every day with requests from home, money here and there, and all of that. And they say, each time you tell them they are in war, they say they are not in war. Who told you are not in war? You'll be fighting war, you just don't know. It's only one party that is holding all the guns in the war. The Fulanis.
Just hold it there so that we can land this.
Social lands to farm today.
Hold it, sir.
How many of us?
Can you now?
That's why you are at war.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Can you now relate to where we began? I don't know when you joined the meeting. We said we identified the Fulani agenda as a monster coming from the sub-region.
Exactly.
We identified. We identified the constitution.
Argue with you, and then you say you can't. No, there's no need. We've gone past that stage of the question you're asking. Well, I understand what you're saying, but a lot of people didn't understand. I'm even reading comments here where someone was asking Dr. Damages, not to allow you to take control of the conversation. This guy,
our people, we identified the monster dealing with us. We identified the source of the strength of that monster.
Pretending not to know. Well, too bad. We will not wait for you. We know you are going. We will keep running. You catch up.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And when the Fulani get to their community, I think they will become more reasonable. Now it's still looking like very far from them, so they are busy arguing for with the signboard. I know that all of that will be overtaken sooner than later.
What I know is that most of our people pretend a lot. A lot of us are here in the US, in America, in Canada, all over the place. They can't go home. But everybody will pretend that it's job. It's this, it's that. You are simply afraid to go home. That's it.
All right, Tunde. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. I love this conversation. Please keep it up.
Thank you. All right, Tony, I think we've come to the end. We will thank you so much for coming in today. If you have a final thought, you can use this opportunity for you to add that before we go. But thank you so much.
I thank you. I appreciate all of how you went about it. I will only tell our people to please put aside all of what they were thinking before and go and look at what is on the table. What is the diagnosis, what is the prescription, what is the treatment, in that order. Because if we don't, we're going to continue to carry on in our ignorance, and the enemy that is already upon us will have his way. That constitution is their strength. Their plan is to take the land, and they've already empowered themselves by that constitution to be able to do it. And they're going to exterminate, kill off all of those who may lay claim tomorrow. If instead of facing that problem, we are now being invited to who will come and build a democracy on top of a disputed, project that Nigeria has become, then we are now aiding that enemy by going to the election that will reinforce that constitution for them while they carry on with it. They've not stopped their invasion. It's ongoing as we speak. And it may come to a point where the election will be overtaken. Even if the election happens and one of us get declared winner. Obasanjo was president for 8 years. That was when they built up. Jonathan came. That was when they unleashed. And now Buhari was brought about because they were able to unleash in that magnitude. And Buhari is now going to conduct an election. You already, the last speaker already described him as their last hope for, taking over this place. Now, it is that Buhari that will conduct the election, printing the PVC that you will use, that will now give up everything that they have got all these 200 years, because they are going to uphold the democracy and rule of law. Those who are not concerned about the constitution by which the winner will govern should not tell us about a democracy that can produce one good man or the other. I will not wear these shackles any further. And 3/4 of the people you call Nigerians are in that frame of mind. They will not be slaves in their homeland, especially when they are being slaughtered. Something must give. I think we can drop it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us today. We appreciate your time. When we come back, we will have a regular discussion on some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
People look here, face me like Facebook. I go silly sound, I go sing a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how, yeah, leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say, the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you they invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the time, we say, no shishi for bribe. We say, no shishi for bribe. We say, no shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Say the way you lay your bed, and so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future for chichi. Then go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shore. Say that's what we go there. Make you not say your photo. No she for pride.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no she for pride. Make we play our part and we build this land. No she for pride. You say no she for pride. You say
Corruption, kill us. Bribery, finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who want change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again. Everybody rise again. Tire for the talk. Nobody want do the work. Nobody want die there. I speak with no fear. Change out for them, you can't buy my soul. No shishi for your votes. This not the new oaths. How much is your votes really worth? How much they want to give you for the pain? If we choose wrong, then wait till we gain. My brother, wait till we gain. I don't go sell your future to some
criminals we don't get the conscience. Don't be say we go just do the fun vex and still allow nonsense for another 4 years. Cause my people still dey jobless. Every day my people still they die in hundreds. So make we shine our eye, cause no be only 2 bad choices where they the contest. Give me one more verse, please. I'm talking to you precisely. You day school office or they do NYC. With your PVC, you can vote wisely. Even when the offer they bring in is so spicy. No shishi for bribe. If you talk, we say, and I talk, we say. No shishi for bribe. Make to play our part and we build this life. No shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and let's see what you
Dr.
guys
Rudolph.
think of what happened.
Dr. Rudolph, the only thing you succeeded in for once I agree with Vince. The only thing you done today is playing us my uncle Magic Fashet. The rest not just waste of time. Waste of time.
Wow.
Waste 5 hours.
Welcome.
But I agree with him.
I agree with Obie on this.
I agree with Mr. Tony on one thing. The constitution is faulty. I agree.
Yes.
That is why I draw his attention. The first ever written constitution, which is the American Constitution, it was also faulty from the foundation. 55 men came together, men, most of them are slave owners, wrote that constitution under hand guard heavily. But guess what? It undergo amendments over the years. That's what we have today in America. And I believe that the Nigerian constitution, at the same process, you have to go through under amendment. And if we pay attention to news, even yesterday, it was still on the news. The amendment is, or the constitution is undergoing through amendment as we speak. So if we take time to get there, the idea that some people could just wake up, say, "Oh, we could clear and come out." Good luck.
I understand. I understand Tony Nnadi. I understand what he's fighting for. Tony Nnadi is fighting the exact thing that Nnamdi Kanu and his group are asking for. They are asking for the exact thing. However, Tony Nnadi wants everybody to follow his own pathway. He doesn't want to follow anybody other than himself. So he has a self-serving kind of interest, let me put it that way. So he coming up here, I was agreeing with him. I was following up with him, agreeing with whatever he's saying until he referred to Nnamdi Kanu and his group as criminals. This is when I disagree with this guy. He's asking for constitutional review. He's asking for referendum, exacting that Nnamdi Kanu and his group are asking. So why are you calling them criminals? You stated that you left whatever that you're doing for the past 23 years. You left everything, your source of income. You left everything. So how have you been sustaining yourself financially? How have you been taking care of your financial activities? So who is actually bankrolling this guy?
That would have been a good question.
Yeah, who's bankrolling this guy?
I accuse him that.
Yeah, he didn't allow us to ask questions. He's always quick to shut people down. And you too. I see, Dr. David, I think you are saving these guys. Really, you save this guy. You should have.
Yeah, you should allow people to roast them because they deserve to be. They have to be made irrelevant because some of the things you're saying was completely rubbish.
This guy is being funded by Nigerian politicians. They are funding this guy. Is coming up here to deceive us all the time. He said that he gave them 20 years plan, right? 20 years as a lapse. Since then, what has happened? Nothing.
Okay, let's organize it so that we get everybody to hear.
All right.
Forefathers.
Teaching Amide start.
You started already.
No, I'm not finished now. I'm not finished. Let me make my point. Forefathers, sorry.
All right, go ahead. Hope you're going.
Remember when I first come this platform, I'll tell you that the 2023 election is going to be decided by identity politics. And that is what you are seeing at its best. When you keep saying that Fulani be your problem, you are playing to Atiku's game plan, which is to divide the country politically into two north and south, believing that the number will favor him. That's exactly what you are saying. So all these elements when you see, so they are just playing into that man's hand. And exactly it's going to play out. Forefathers, sorry.
Okay, Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, I was a bit alarmed by the way he was singling out the Fulanese, and that he was targeting them, reminiscent of some of the stuff you hear, about. And that kind of mindset just shows that he has not learned any lesson from history. This is exactly what on each other down. And let's go back to the beginning. Let's start again. Egypt just joined BRICS. Iran tested a hypersonic missile. In North Korea, he said, we are busy arguing about things that we should have gotten over as men and do the right thing for our people. Our people are suffering and we're just arguing. For what? Ovie has already said it. The United States Constitution was written and they amended it. Just like they amended the Constitution recently about regarding the this thing, that so-called list that they have. Yeah, exactly. We also amended it in Nigeria. So it's common sense. I don't know why we just indulge in this when instead of us to be forging a way to actually strengthen our people so that we can be able to actually enjoy our wealth, all our work. The nation is bleeding. Our people have been bleeding for a long time, and these people come on here and just single out a group and I think they are just here to stunt our knowledge. They are here to make us, put us to sleep so that we don't really realize what is going on. The whole world is moving on, and we are arguing about these things. Sorry, that guy is very disappointing. And one thing that he has managed to do is that he has united everybody against him. Even Kenya, everybody's against him.
Hold on, guys. There's somebody who.
There's a small part you missed in terms of that American this thing. Nigeria, you missed a point that he made. He said that Nigeria was delivered by conquest. It ended, and the Nigeria that our forefathers, Nnadi and the rest, they ended in 1966, right? The 1776 one that you are referring to, remember, those people agreed to come together.
You mean the slave owners?
Don't mix it up. And
you mean the slave owners come together?
Wait, that constitution has snowballed and had several amendments. Now, what he is trying to say is that this is not, as Nigerians, this is not based on the fact that everybody admitting we the people in quotes. It is not the same. So how then are you going to make amendments on something that was done in your absentia? That is the core. That is where.
What is the definition of amendment?
Else, I can kind of stomach that, but that one.
What is the definition of amendment?
Now, hold on, guys. Hold on.
There's no amendment on something that is already not that isn't yours. How can you amend something that is not your own?
55 slave owners came together and wrote American Constitution. It took them almost 100 years before women were allowed to vote. It was 1960s before Africans like me and you were regarded as human beings to participate.
And we were the slaves, by the way. That
is the American Constitution.
Sorry, can a different perspective?
Hold on, guys. Mr. Scribe. You started this. I didn't call you. I don't know when you took over and started speaking. That was when everything broke down. So hold on, okay? I'm going round. There's a way I'm moving.
Sorry, can I speak? I only have a minute, then I have to leave.
No, one man. No, I was disappointed you left, one man. I
had childcare issues.
Okay, I wanted you to ask a question, and that was why I brought you up there. But okay, just because you are leaving, let me.
Well, not childcare issues. It's not an issue, but I had to attend. I had other priorities. So
you're not answering to me. You answer to the mother of the child. You said it.
No, I don't answer to anybody. I'm an old man. You're allowed to. I don't answer to anybody.
All right, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, no, I'm just disappointed that the guy did leave, because where the conversation needed to be, it wasn't there. They were attacking him somewhat on a stance that is quite legitimate. They were attacking him on a stance that's quite legitimate. The root cause of the Nigerian situation is all vested within that constitution, which is not a constitution that either reflects the will of the people or the want of the people or even an aid to the people. So there's nothing within the constitution that speaks to anything that looks to enhance the life of the Nigerian person. That constitution vests privilege in hands, you know, that had that were not appointed or submitted to by anybody other than through the force of the will of force. So it's a will of force constitution that's led us now to this up the creek with no paddle situation that we find ourselves. So that was the conversation that this guy wanted to wrap around. And he wanted to wrap around the legality of that constitution. But a lot of the nuances that he wanted to bring in, it either went over the heads of the space, or the space was not really interested in coming in on board with that conversation. So that was the conversational space. But I also wanted to invite him to his locality and the tripod, almost four-part narrative that we're hearing from that part. So he has come in with this Nina's narrative, attacking the constitution. Then you have your guy in Norway, wherever, attacking the space with guns. And then you have your guy in Anambra attacking the space with ballots. And then you have your guy in DSS facility confusing the space with whatever is not clear. So what exactly is the narrative from that space? So he is senior from that space. I wanted to tackle him on that, but you got rid of him too quickly to go back to the usual suspects.
All right, thank you, one man. Let me hear from somebody I've not heard from.
All right, I'll leave. All right, thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you, one man. Yeah, and one man. Let me just. Okay, no, I'll talk to you later. John Abba, welcome to the show. I'm just seeing you for the first time.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Rudy. How are you today?
Good. So did you watch?
No, what I was surprised that I saw CM here. You keep going. What's wrong with you in the UK, man, brother? You keep going on and on. Are you running?
Allow the latter.
You see? You can't tell.
It's an obedient network as usual.
Why are you occupying a space that you are not using? This is like the Nigerian constitution.
Yes. For damages to
why you finish that constitution like this? Come on, man.
All right, Janaba, your time is up. You didn't say anything.
Whatever. Why say Madam will always be up? I know I'm always being marginalized. I can take it.
All right, Tunde, welcome to the show. Let me hear Tunde, because Tunde has a viewpoint. I'm interested. Tunde, go ahead. Welcome. Oh, you're eating something. Okay. All right.
I'm not eating. I'm trying to find something to eat.
Okay. All right. So Tunde, what do you think?
But I just want the speaker. This just said it all. It's unfortunate that Tony Nnadi is not here anymore. I didn't hear. I've not joined when he talked about Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, and all of that. But I think we need to understand that this constitution we are talking about did not come from the people of Nigeria. It's a fraud. The United States Constitution that was written, the 50 people that we say went into an inner circle to write the constitution together, they came from among the people. That's why they say we the people in the constitution. The Nigerian constitution I'm a journalist. I was a journalist. I was an active journalist in 1999 when they brought up that constitution. These things happened in my presence. A group of people cannot just enter with bottles of good out the table and bottles of champagne, this thing, and wrote a document and put it on our name, and then we are adopting it. That is where I fought the people who were attacking Tony on Nina's stand on that constitution. He did not. Why am I going to admit something that did not come from me? To have made the mistake, I must have made the mistake myself. We didn't make the mistake. So what are we amending? These are the things, Tony may be impatient to explain. I love the way the man who just left, who said he has a child services this thing. I love the way he put it calmly. I wish Tony had explained, the whole situation like that, calmly like that. Maybe we'll have understood it better. We have to know what's happening in Nigeria. And you know, okay, let us even pick the three candidates that are contesting election today. So that, like someone will say, a good man. Where is the good man going to come from in Nigeria? Is it the one that says who just the only reason that is contesting is that look, it is my turn? That means there's no plan. It's okay. We are rotating this in among ourselves, thieves who are ruling the country. So it is my turn to rule. The other one has a right, you know, he thinks he has a better right as Fulani to be the next. And the other one, my brother, he has the crowd and all of that. But is it going to work? We don't know. Even if it works, Jonathan did everything to salvage Nigeria. Jonathan was the last hope of that country. They frustrated him. I'm a journalist. I knew everything that happened to Jonathan. It's a miracle that's still alive.
So it's okay for him to be scapegoating the Fulanis.
No, that's not mine. No.
It's okay for him to do that. You are supporting somebody that is scapegoating a group of people. What if it was Yoruba people that he was scapegoating?
Well, I am not saying that, you know, that look, it is what it is. It is what it is. I want to give an analogy. Let me tell you, some years ago, less than 150 years ago, Turkey was almost 98% Christian. Some group of people were planning to take over the country and flip the religion. There were people in that country who were arguing on their behalf. It cannot happen. Oh, it cannot happen. Well, the way we argue now. But today, you go to Turkey, ask what's the religious composition of the country. It flipped.
But yeah, Turkey is better off today than they were before. Is Christianity your father's religion?
I always say an analogy. But a man who is coming after your land, that man means serious business. That's all I will say.
Hold on, let's hear from other people. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mazam, I saw you. Hold on. Okay, let me hear from Larry. I've not heard from him, and Kenya, I know I see you. Andrew, let's hear from people we've not heard from. Larry, go ahead. Sorry. Unmute yourself, please.
Tony Nnadi, it's a long time I've been hearing Tony Nnadi bringing us all these problems. You know, one thing with when a doctor diagnoses and is able to dictate a kind of ailment, I think he'll be in the position to bring a proper medication. Now, people have been asking Tony Nnadi, and he's feeling, I don't know what's really wrong with him. We're expecting to say, okay, this is the right way to approach this thing. This is the right way to approach this thing. It's not just rigmarolling. We've been here over the hours, wasting time without having a proper solution to what problem he said he have dictated. That is what is holding the citizens of Nigeria down.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Andrew, are you there? Okay. Your comment, please.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. Good evening, all.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I listened to the man's speech a bit, and I had to turn it off because there are a lot of things he was saying that really I don't agree with, and there's opportunity was not there for me to ask him a question. He made a statement that the Fulanis are ahead of us. So the question is not, he should have clarified what does it mean by the Fulanis are ahead of us in terms of what. But the issue of the constitution, I think CM is here, so he knows me very well when it comes to this issue of constitution. Our constitution may have flaws, like every other country's constitution. However, constitution is there for us to amend. Just like any other thing in life, if you build a structure and you find out there's a defect in that structure, what do? You find a way to amend it so that it can get better for us. Now, the question I keep asking people is this: is the constitution responsible for us not having electricity in the country? Is the Constitution responsible?
Yes, it is responsible, and I will tell you what.
Okay, no. What I'm trying to say is this. If the Constitution is responsible for us not having electricity in the country, how do we fix it? Do we, because of that, condemn the Constitution in its entirety? If we condemn the Constitution in its entirety, we are going to rewrite it again. So whatever we rewrite, take it or leave it, we will still have to take some things from either our constitution or somebody else's constitution and put it together. That is what we call amendment. It's there to amend it. I have read the Constitution and I know the flaws in the Constitution that needs to be amended. Without amending that flaws in the Constitution, corruption will not stop in Nigeria because corruption is enshrined in the Constitution, and most of us don't know. The corruption is there by these lawmakers that the Constitution protects them. That is why you see them go to court. Nothing will happen to them. They are going to throw the Constitution at the judge.
So Andrew, we have to cut people short. Let me ask you now to tell me if I don't understand your point anymore. Are you saying that the Constitution is in the Constitution and the Constitution can be amended, and the people you want to amend the Constitution are the same people who they have interest to maintain that Constitution? How are they going to amend it?
The people in power right now, don't have that moral ground to amend the Constitution.
So what do you do then?
So we need a leader, let's say like Peter Obi, that has the will and the good intention of the citizen to be able to push for this amendment. The present people there are not morally right because it favors them. They will not support it. It ain't going to happen.
All right.
So we need that leader that has that goodwill, that cares for the people, to push for this amendment, even if it needs to be rewritten all over again.
Andrew,
I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Mazam, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you so much. Like Konkoso, what's the name again? Sorry. Ovie. You see, ever since I started joining this forum, there are things I said about northern Nigeria and they came to pass. I earlier told you that your Konkoso is not going anywhere.
Hold on, Mazam. There's something I wanted to announce at the beginning of this.
Okay, there's no politics. Yes.
No. It's not that. I wanted to announce that in the last few weeks, I've been getting messages from people who appeared on this show, telling me to bring down the video because they said something that some people are home. Pushing them to remove. So just for the purpose of people who are joining us, when you come here and say something, you just be careful what you say because we can't just remove videos everywhere because you said something that you don't want people to hear. So it's very important. I just want to.
Is that why we did not see last week's video up?
No. Last week there was a copyright issue. So we're trying to deal with that. There was copyright video, so no, it's not that. But there have been issues with that almost every week now. So go ahead, Amazon, go ahead.
So, Ovie, the problem is that you see the Nigerian constitution, everyone agrees that the Nigerian constitution has a problem. We all agree. But now, the states are structured in a way that it favors some people. Now, we have the same people who are going to amend this constitution are the lawmakers. Do you have the required number of lawmakers who have this Nigeria at heart that will stand for a good amendment of that constitution, that will stand that Nigeria should be a better place? That is the problem. And that's why some people are saying that this constitution has to go, because it has empowered some people that are beneficiary of this same issue we are complaining about. So how do we go about it? Because now, if you are asking a Hausa man, will tell you, yes, we want this, we want that, but a Hausa man does not have a representative. Today in Nigeria, we don't have a Hausa governor, sitting governor. So they are killing Hausa people, and nobody is standing to talk on their behalf. You get what I'm saying? So we have to take the necessary action, because if you don't take the necessary action, the same people are the same people that you are counting on to amend the constitution. They rose to power. They rose to power through these irregularities. So do you expect them to change what aid their ascent to power? No, it will not happen.
All
So
right.
that's why when some people take some decisions, they have gone through stages, they have passed through the ladder, and so that this is where the problem is. Now, when you talk about somebody is saying that we are trying to talk about the Fulanis particularly. Yes, why I'm saying this is that look at the Kanuri people. When we have issue of Boko Haram, the Kanuris stood up and said that, okay, this Boko Haram is killing people and is killing our own people. Let us do something about it. The Kanuri stood up, implemented what is called the civilian JTF with the help of the government. And today, Boko Haram have been suppressed to an extent. Have you seen any Fulani man, any Fulani leader? We have the Fulani leadership. And most of them have bragged that if you kill a Fulani man, whatsoever it takes, no matter how long it takes, they will come and revenge. Today, have you seen the Fulani leadership calling on their own people to rise against those who are desecrating their own name as an entity? No. The only thing you hear is that the government should negotiate with them. Why should government negotiate with people who stood up indiscriminately and are killing everybody? We pass through these things. So many people have cried over these things. Sometimes some people, what is happening to the outside people, some part of the North will say, it's good that's happening to them because they aided them. When they are doing it, when they are killing people, the outside people will support them. They will turn it to a religious issue. But it's never a religious issue. This is not Islam. So don't even, when people, I'm not a Muslim, but I'm saying, I'm not a Muslim, but this is not Islam. They just coined this in order to rule everybody. So until people understand this problem, until people, and thank God the Hausa people are beginning to rise up and are calling on everybody that, look, we are one. We need to stand up against this irregularity.
Yeah. Dr. Damages, you skipped me actually.
Can you go ahead?
Thank you, Mazam. I've been following Dr. Damage's show when you were very active, and all of a sudden you disappeared.
Yeah,
but thank God you are back.
Yes.
And thank God you've helped us to, I don't want to say educate Ovie a little about what is going on in the North, you know. So, but this is it. Yes. You see, when I said this last time, when you are not actually the victim, you may not be able to understand what the people are passing through. The Hausas in the North have gone, through a lot of evil from the hands of the Fulanis. And now, thank God, Mazam is here to speak for his people. Now, at least we may understand a little. Now, this is exactly what is going on in the Southeast, where the Fulani, the same Fulani, are invading our people, keep killing our people. 2 weeks ago, some of us came up here. Someone came here and we nearly killed him. And people like us, we are called all manner of names. I would like to appreciate some of us here. People like Ovie, Mr. Scribe, Forefathers, Oga Jonaba. You know, all of you, you are very, very, I don't know how to put it, but you respect people's opinion without insulting them. But I would like to call out somebody, African Queen and Blessing or two of them who came here last time and were insulting me, giving me all manner of dirty. I don't know if that is how they live their life anyway. But this is it. We, the Igbos, are the victims, and we are speaking up. We are calling for a better life. Some of us are fighting for Biafra. Let us go our separate ways. While some are saying, let's give Nigeria a second chance. Let's elect somebody that will be able to change the constitution. We don't have constitution in Nigeria, whether you like it or not. The constitution written by the military cannot be used in a democratic setting. You are in democracy now. If a military guy or military guys sat down and wrote a constitution for the democracy, and the same constitution, they claim that we, the people, you and who, when did we submit ourselves to you? When did we submit our ancestral lands to you? When did we submit our rights to you? That you sit in Abuja and send Ibrahim Mohammed to come and be the commissioner of police in Anambra State, to take orders from you, from Abuja, not from the people that he is supposed to provide security for. What kind of nonsense constitution is that? What are you actually amending? Something that you did not write? Something that you did not know where it comes from, you want to amend? With what composition of National Assembly members that you are trying to amend what? Are they going to allow you to amend anything?
No.
They're not going to allow you.
All right.
So what is the best way out? People like our people like Dr. Franklin came here last time and was speaking too much grammar without solution. Now today we have Tony Nnadi. I was agreeing with Tony Nnadi until he started talking about calling some people criminals.
Yes.
You know, without a proof, without evidence, you just call your fellow woman being criminal. And when we actually, if we actually want to go through your activities, you may as well be the real criminal. You know, you don't want to use that.
No, hold on.
Can I answer?
No, not yet. Mr. Scribe, go ahead. I don't want people to be left feel left out. Go ahead, Mr. Scribe.
I just want to speak to Kenneth and what Tony Nnadi, the way he delivered it. Yes, you have a good point. That, you know, probably, but, you know, there's one other thing. Another side is that, you see, in my study of history, I've always noticed one thing, that people always start with good intentions, and this is one of the reasons why I remain an armchair, I would say, armchair activist. I'm so scared of it. Is that, you know, when you get into the motion of things, you know, you will almost end up like, you know, saying, or at the end, it always turns out to be, the whole things always don't get to where you expected it, what your initial vision is. So I just want to appeal to you that, yes, Tony made that statement, but let's not throw away the child and the bathwater. It's what he was, the point he was trying to make is, I think it's an emotional point. There must have been, I suspect, I've never met Tony, I've always followed him, I'm his friend on Facebook, but the thing is, he looks at it from the passion, the you know, the emotions that go into it, and there has to be, you have to kind of give an avenue for venting. I don't agree with the way he delivered most of the things here, but let's not throw away the baby and the bathwater. This is the fundamental point. Let's try and find those common areas where we can unite and find a way forward. I think this is my summary of what happened today. You're right, Kenneth. You know, he shouldn't have called anybody criminal without evidence. That I don't condone that. But you have to also look at it from the other side, that there may have been interactions and things that have happened that he needs an outlet. So we are humans. So let's not look at it from that perspective. And I also say that the same thing for everybody over here and everybody else who feels like even forefathers, the way he kind of pushed forefathers thing, I don't think that was ideal, because, you know, if you don't decide, if you don't agree with somebody, you know, at least just give them that space. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Uzo, welcome to the show.
Images. Keep on damaging.
How are you?
Adele, everybody. Happy Christmas, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, I listened to Tony Nnadi. This is my first time I listened to him. He was in Houston one time. I listened to him from the beginning to the end. You know, for the 5 hours I listened to him, I didn't get anything. Only what I got from what he said, just the constitution is wrong. Every other thing I didn't even understand. If he's a freedom fighter, if he's, I don't even know what he's into. Yeah, behind Houston, WIC, IPC, everybody asking, what are you fighting for? For real, I didn't know what he's fighting for. I know some people here that are into Ninas. I don't even know what they're fighting for. And he came here, you know, calling people criminals. One, this guy have their war between him and Nnadi Kanu is only settled by God. So anybody bold that speak anything on this platform, Tony will react, feeling that he has supported Nnadi Kanu's followers. So he's going to react. If you watch whatever you said there, if an Igbo person that speaks, he's going to react on you because all you saw that he are speaking for Nnadi Kanu. One. Two, he came here, you know, don't allow people to talk, shutting people down. You know, my wife was even like being angry. Who is this? Because my wife, I put this on my TV, so she even listening to everything also, cooking, listening. He said, who is this talking, you know, shutting people down? Why is he doing that? So people, he came here to share your idea to people. You know, when people try to, you know, put you the right path, you are shutting them down. Then how are you going to achieve it? You're not going to achieve anything. Right now, you achieve nothing. Spend people 6 hours for nothing. You achieve nothing. Nobody can tell you, okay, look at what I learned here today. Nobody. Nnadi Kanu and other people talking, they will tell you no election, that's what they stand for. What do he stand for? I didn't know what he stand for. Whether he stand for a freedom fighter, or you want to bring out the constitution that is up there, how do you do it? No answer. You know,
Right.
I try to make it, nobody know what he's doing. I think no vision of, okay, let me convince people to follow me and achieve my goal. For me, Mr. Adams, I just tell you that as somebody said during his comment, tell people that comes there, that people here, learning people here in different aspects of life. So learn not to come here and start thinking that people are fools. We are not fools. We are listening to everybody. So if you're trying to convince me good so that I can join you to fight. But don't come here and spend my 6 hours. What I just had is our condition is 40. So I've been hearing that since I was a little boy. So it makes no sense for me. So that's my own contribution. And on Fulani people, we all know how it goes. As I've said it all. Man, that what he said, if you kill one Fulani man, their brother will come against you. I've been saying this, that's how they live. That people that don't know it. People used to be scared. When you kill one Fulani man, behold, they are coming to revenge. I have many instances. So please, let's tread with careful and try to, you know, be our brother's keeper so that people will not be dying. Look at what just happened in Southern Kaduna. You know, people are not talking about it. People are not talking about it. That is a massacre. People are not talking about it. Something is happening and nobody's talking about it. By now, everybody should be talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. That's not good. That's not fair. Please, let's try to tell people that we brought on this show to be careful because they are either selling themselves. They are like, they are selling them or the marketing themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Rudy, can I say something and leave because I have a word to say now. I've been here waiting for you.
I called you. I gave you a chance to speak, and
you give me a chance. Then I won't give myself again. I never play. Play is part of my life. What are you talking about? I should come here and be crying.
All right. Before you say that, I have to delay you a little bit. Let me say this because it came up. When I invite a guest on this show, I try to give them an idea what we do here and the people who come here. And I talk highly of all of you, really. And they know we agree on the questions, not the particular questions, but the questions will come and the answers should be this way. But you don't have control when you bring somebody here. Once they come, just like all of you too, sometimes you guys don't listen to me. You saw that today, you know, the guests didn't listen to me too. So there's little you can do, and you don't want a guest to feel that you are basically stopping him from. And I believe, I have confidence in the people watching at home, people who are listening, just like everybody here. You can know who is making their point. You can know who convinced you. We don't have to spell it out. People are smart. So if you, and I said this to the guests, if you convince the people, you convince them, and they will buy your idea. If you don't, you fail. It's not the fault of the people that you did not explain things to them. And I can't, there's nothing much I can do anymore. So, but that's the idea. And I believe I have confidence in the people that we talk to. Just like all of you, you are like characters now in the minds of a lot of people who watch this every day. And I hear from them, you know, whatever you present is what people see. And if you're a politician, you know, someone like, let me call out somebody who is on the comment section, Pansat. I hear a lot from people. People think about you, and you are like a character. So it's the image you are presenting out there. It's not me. So people judge. So it's very important that people are aware of that. But the one that is important, and I keep repeating it just for those who didn't get it when first time I said it, when you come here and say something, there's something we can do. You said it's going to be out there. It's on Facebook, it's on Twitter. I can't go everywhere and try to pull everything out so that we can save what you said. So if you don't feel comfortable saying something, don't come here and say it. And then tomorrow send an email and be calling me on the phone to help you take it down, you know. So, all right. So we had some interesting topics we wanted to touch on today. So let's see if we can go quickly and reach them. One is, where is Godwin Emefiele, the central bank governor? Does anybody know where he is? Anybody? Are you worried that the DSS is looking for the central bank?
I know where he is.
How am I sure if I check your basement in New York?
I know where he is.
No, who knows? No, seriously, who knows what's going on?
No, I know where Godwin is.
Where is he, Kenneth?
He's in Ruga. He's in Ruga, and I'm not surprised. And I'm not surprised what is going on right now.
What is going on?
Because the light of, yes, you know, Pius Anyim served them, and he was disgraced. A lot of our people serve these people. At the end of the day, they were disgraced. It is either you stand and fight for your people, or you will, at the end of the day, be disgraced. Was it not the same Godwin that was used when they asked him to go and purchase farm to be a president, and he stupidly wasted his 100 million naira to purchase farm so that they will make him a president? At the end of the day, what happened? So it's either you stand for your people, or at the end of the day, you will be disgraced. That is what is happening to him. And people like us, we know that he will be disgraced at the end of the day. So they know that this guy is trying to maybe, because, you know, when it comes to Nigerian affairs, now I don't really, kill myself over it. Maybe he's trying to put things straight. They don't want it, and they will do everything possible to frustrate his effort, and that is actually what they are doing now.
All right.
They will set that trap bit for him to fall into, and then they will use it to conk him. So he is running helter skelter now, and I hope God will deliver him. If at the end of the day, EFCC did not jail him.
Okay.
So let them continue.
Thank you. Who else?
Sorry, I think the Buhari knows where he is. Everything he has done, he's done it with the consent of the president. So I've said this before, that there is a division at the top of the Nigerian society. Some of them believe that these old guards should not be in office. You can see the actions they've been taking. Emefiele tried change the currency to limit the money politics, and he also went ahead to restrict the amount. Then you look at how the military is complaining that nobody can intimidate them to choose sides, and then you hear this is Obasanjo himself saying that you cannot intimidate him. It tells you that there are forces at play that are intimidating even higher up people. There is a division there, and some of these people, it should tell you that look at how quickly they want to convict a central bank governor, somebody that is independent of the Nigerian constitution itself. That is an independent entity. But it tells you what is going on. And I think that struggle is going on. And Nigerians, we should be paying attention and sticking on the side of the ones that want to frustrate money politics. And I think Buhari is on that side.
All right. We'll go to His Royal Highness. But before then, Jonaba, I think you said you wanted to leave. Go ahead.
No, I'll go to the person you meant to. You always make me lose my thought of.
You know, some people once something comes to their mind, they want to say it immediately, whether somebody else is speaking or not. You know, His Royal Highness. Joseph, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Damage. How are you?
I like the way I called him His Royal Highness, and he decided to call me Dr. Mr. Damage.
This is my first time in your show, but I've been following you up for a very long time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm in Kenya.
Oh, you're in Kenya?
Yes.
That's my second country.
Right. Are you in Kasarani or Nairobi?
I'm in Nairobi.
Wow.
Beautiful city.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I was listening to Tony Nnadi, and I wanted to join the conversation. I couldn't find how to join. Most of the things he said, well, most of them are true and most of them are lies. There's no way Tony will say Nnamdi Kanu, he asked Nnamdi Kanu about the Biafra map, and that brought a problem between them. I don't believe in that. Nnamdi Kanu has spelled it out time and time that the map of Biafra is 1785 map. That why would somebody come to ask him which map he's making use of? So, from my own personal understanding, what Tony is trying to establish is this. Nigeria was amalgamated 1914, and it was said this union will last for 100 years, right? 100 years has expired, so he wanted a negotiation of the union. I think that is his case. And the government in place, mainly the Fulani cabals in Nigerian government, are refusing to adhere to that. So I wanted to ask him, how does he want to enforce the dissolution of, dissolution of this constitution and get the federal government or whichever government in place to come to an agreement that they have to renegotiate the union without the struggle of arms, without fighting the government? Fulani rose to power in Nigeria through the barrels of gun. And you came with a document trying to convince them to drop their position and allow you to climb and rule over them. It is not possible. There is no way Tony Nnadi will achieve this without without fighting these people. So so what I was going to ask him is, in addition to my first question, will ever his agitation reach to the point where it will result, where it will lead to to take up arms to fight the Fulanis? Already, Nnamdi Kanu has reached that point. I'm sure is the misunderstanding between them, though I was not in their meeting, but I just assume the misunderstanding was who is to lead the struggle. Because I can sense jealousy, envy, the moment he hears the name of Nnamdi Kanu or Simon Ekpa or any other agitator. In an agitation of such nature, you don't make it a must for you to lead the struggle. Mandela was in prison for 27 years. People were fighting on his behalf. He still came out and became the president of South Africa. Another thing I want to touch and shed light on is, look at Argentina as a country. Argentina was a black nation, but with time, they clean up their blacks. They kill all of them. Today, if those black people there in Argentina was told that you will reach a point where the white Argentinians will exterminate all of you, they will never accept it. Fulanis had an evil agenda from the onset. They deceived the Hausas, who supported them to now rose to the national level, where we thought even the Fulanis are the Hausas. Now the Hausas have no voice. They cannot even come to complain to anybody. This is what has happened to us.
All right.
That is
Joseph, okay, let me stop you there. Let me just clear something. I've been trying to find a way to say this. I know it's very difficult, being that I'm Igbo, and being that I know what happened that led to the war. It worries me when people just put a whole nation, a whole group of people, and say, these people. When some coup plotters planned the coup of January 15th, and it was tagged the Igbo coup, I wasn't there, but I read the story, and it bothered me that the decision of few people were called Igbo coup. And since then, I find it difficult to say Fulani is this, Yoruba is this. There may be some people doing something, planning something, whatever, doing so, but I find it difficult to say that because I think about it when it's my own turn, when people assign things. I think we need to think about the way we generalize things, everything about people. Because Ovie had dreadlock, he smokes Igbo, and that's what's making him talk the way he talks. Things like that. And it's very common with Africans. I'm quoting figures, and Joseph, you just said something now. I think you said something about quoted a figure. All this, anything about everybody, every group, No, we have to be careful. There's some poor Fulani, somebody trying to survive, make a living somewhere, and he's part of a plot by Fulani to do something big, take over. They may not know anything about it. They don't, not all of them. I'm not part of, I wasn't there when Zogu and whoever planned the coup, but you see what people, and some people were killed. Those people that were killed because of that, they didn't know, nobody consulted them. I'm concerned about that. So please.
Dr. Damage.
Yes, please.
Sorry to cut you short.
Hold on.
If you can remember, during the time of what was I trying to stop? Okay, go ahead. I will remember. I will come back to you.
All right.
Continue what you're saying.
Dr. Damage, I'm glad for that. Sorry, do you want me to go ahead or I should wait?
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm glad for that submission you just made. I'm really, really happy because I came to a starting point decision not to go into anything tribe because it has not, like you rightly said, there's one Fulani man there doing his job, wanting to earn a living. He has no clue of what is going on. We've highlighted the problem and we agree that there is a problem in the country. My question has always been, what is the solution? What solution are we profiling to solve this problem? Mr. Mazam said an important point. Most time, I don't tell people where I come from. I don't. They've asked me several times. I say, it's not important. I ain't going to tell you because it's not about where I come from. I may be an Igbo man, but I'm not in the plot of those who are clamoring for the... No, I ask somebody a question. If me, I am corrupt, and Dr. Damage is corrupt, and we are saying that let's go our separate ways. Fine, if we go our separate ways, where I am going, I'm still going to corrupt there. Where Dr. Damage is going, is still going to corrupt there until we change our mindset. So let's be careful.
All right, thank you, Andrew.
Like you said, these things are on record. It can be referred to tomorrow.
Okay.
It's on public record.
Andrew, thank you. Jonaba, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. Opportunity to talk a little bit again. We have, I personally have said this over and over again. We have allowed politicians, traditional rulers, the religious leaders of all the sect to colonize us. And once they sow this seed of discord between us, and they can call us names, and we can call them names, and we can categorize them in this way. So where is the space of Fulani in Nigeria or any other place? Are we not the same country? Are we not the same people? If the majority of what Nigerians are going through is as a result of Fulani people, then what is the solution that we're going to come out and become a better nation? But the seed of discord that have been sown and planted in so many mind of us that even now, a Fulani person that is going about her or his own business can simply be killed by any other people because they believe that they are all enemy of the Nigerian people. And that is not healthy. And people have hide under that atmosphere and carry out a very deadly act in the society because we allow this thing to divide us. I always say from a bigger heart side of it that let us look ourselves as one people under the umbrella we are all in now, or the flag, or the map, whatever you call, for now, until we find a political solution. Otherwise, we should respect the rule of law and continue to work our way there. It's not going to come that easy, just like so many people have come and then the other people say, oh, this person, he just speak eloquently, but he has no substance. You cannot, that's not true. Most of the people I've heard, like Dr. Franklin, is a deep, well understanding guy. And when he tells that, what do you have to think you're going to have this nation? None of them can come and say, this is what I have. This is what is working for me politically. This is the natural resources that will attract the people that will support me to get there. Nobody have dispute that. But oftentimes we come here and we still repeat the same thing. I hope all my brothers that are here, we all get it together. Some of them say that in 30 years we're going to listen to it. In 30 years, my ass will be out of this world. I'm not going to live that long. I know people will just
All right, Jonava, get out of here. You can go now. You don't want to live long. All right. Let me hear you. What do you have?
Yes, to support what you say and what Mazam was saying. I say, who get drug, they smoke it, bro. The last time I smoked, now 3 months ago, I be something like that because I'm broke. That's why. Two, as a youngster growing up in the north, at a time in my life, I could speak Margi, Kanuri, Fulfude, and Bra, including a little bit of Igbo, all while I was in Borno. That's to tell you the diversity in just Borno State alone. I don't know if you forget Awa. Awa was my first love, right? She's a Chibok girl, the famous Chibok. But we met in Government Technical Girls College in Domboa. From there on, my life has never been the same. Awa, if you didn't listen,
so we are also
now
matchmaking on this show. All right.
Going to Mazda, he said it's from, I believe he's a Kanuri guy from Damaturu Yobe. You understand, right? I used to crisscross Yobe to Potiskum. A lot of us no go understand this. That's to tell you how diverse and big Nigeria is. So whenever they talk, people don't understand Nigeria. That's what I'm saying. That's a different word entirely. Between Damaturu to Potiskum, which is from Yobe State, that's a different thing. So I totally agree with Rudolph when he says we generalize things very easy and he thinks, okay, we study the Jewish ordeal in Germany. Now so it starts. Now Jews be the problem. Now then they do this. Now then they do this. Now then they do this. And we all know where that story ends. Talking of Emefiele, I think remember 3 years ago, soon as Buhari took office for a second time, I caught some people there. I caught some people attention to say, "Come, why this man still there? He served good luck. He's serving while I'm still there." But instantly, I was reminded that they mentioned some few names within the Nigerian circle how this man, where this man still remained there. So what is happening to him now is, of course, the change of power. We are going to have a new sheriff in town come 2023. A lot is happening, just like Papa was trying to say that confusion day within the elite. But it's not something we should worry about, because guess what? They have their own way of coming together, amen, and fall in one accord, because now power they only after power, they know how to do that. And I think that is where we get it wrong. Instead of calling Fulani the problem, Igbo the problem, Hausa the problem, now elite be our problem. They cut across every tribe in Nigeria. They have one agenda. How do we keep this, as people talk, our enterprises going? And so far it's working for them. So the question now, to answer Andrew, what is the solution? Personally, I believe that this energy that people like Ninas, that's why I asked them, what are you doing to conscientize the 75% of Nigeria who are rural dwellers? They don't know all this thing that we're talking about here. What are you doing to conscientize them that, this is our problem and this I want to go about it? But most importantly, how do you meet them economically? Because if we are talking about revolution, let's go and study all the revolution that took place. They happened out of the blue. A lot of work going on underground, because you have to meet these people halfway. They are hungry. There's a reason why the current system keep it like that. At the end of the day, before January, they will begin share money. They will meet them. So what are we doing to meet those people halfway economically? It's going to take time. So all this energy Ninas is there. That's why I don't take the guy serious. Imagine this energy from Nina, from Yoruba Nation, IPOB Nation, was put in one to just synthesize the average Nigerian. What we are bound to produce, if not half of National Assembly, that actually have the same solution in her. And that is the step forward to actually amend the constitution to change their honor. But this one where anybody will make a test money, feels won't carry gun. The last time I checked, the Nigerian state never lost that monopoly of violence. Now we go they suffer around. This elite, they will keep going stronger, waxing stronger. When they see us like this, they go just be happy. All of us, they look for Emefiele. Somebody rightly said, for him to get all this way, Buhari must know his whereabouts. And that there is a fact to that. If we listen to Honorable Kazaure, who openly said that Buhari give and go ahead. Now my question is that if Buhari as a president say, okay, go ahead, how is it hard for you to actually now go back to Buhari to present your report? Is it people they block her? Nnadi, I confuse. If you say the man will get the whole power, say, go do this thing and report to me, and you never see him for like almost a month now, you didn't bother to ask. And the man is crying in the public space, the people, they block him. And it's still there. But instead, we have media, social what they call CSO, Civil Society of Nigeria, coming together. They actually support this man. This man has been there for over 10 years. With all this allegation, it's only fair enough to say, okay, how do we channel this our anger to say, come, let this man actually come and explain what this boy is saying. But guess what? He succeeded in buying the media and every other space to be speaking on his behalf. All these things are just starting to just keep deceiving us until election come and it go over. Before we know, we are back to square one. So this idea of calling one tribe by one tribe is to our own disadvantage. It's never going to work for us. It's
All
never
right.
going to work for us. The elite can disagree as they want, but come that day,
Let me chip in. Let me chip in something. If you listen to what I said, I was actually referring, like I said, if you look at Kanuri leadership have worked very well to implement this civilian JTF. What has Fulani leadership done? So I'm talking about the elites. I'm not talking about an average man, an average Fulani man, because he is also suffering the same thing. You understand? They are suffering the same thing. I am talking about the leadership. The Fulani leadership is what is supposed to take action. If they are accusing your people, they are equally accusing the leader. If you are saying Nigeria is corrupt, you are saying that Buhari is corrupt. You get what I'm saying? If you are saying Nigerians are corrupt, you are saying equally that the president, the leader, is corrupt. So what I was making reference on was not the entire, because you cannot, all people cannot be the same. So what I'm saying actually was that I said, what have you ever seen a Fulani leader calling for their own people to implement a vigilante against these people? No, we have not seen that. So because they rose to power through that means, probably. For example, if you look at like when I talk about the senators that we are saying that will amend the constitution, these people benefited from this, so you don't expect them to stop it from going on. So that's what I mean. Not that the entire Fulani cannot be. I have many Fulani friends. I work with so many, and they are quite good. So I cannot just say all of them are the same. Then on Emefiele, I think another issue of the late Abba Kyari is playing out here again, because before the late Abba Kyari died, everybody was saying that he is the one that's stopping everything. He's the one that's stopping this. Who is the one? They are always looking for somebody to blame. Because Buhari is my gaskiya. Buhari is a saint. Buhari is sinless. So whatsoever it is, they will have to transfer his sin to another person. So that is what they are trying to do. Because of all people, it is this what is his name? Is it him that they will give that mandate to go and investigate MFLA?
You mean
Kazaure.
Kazaure. Is it of all people, of all the people in Nigeria, in the National Assembly, it is him that almost so many people see him as a clown. Then it is him that they will say, go and do this. I gave you total, absolute power to go and do and execute and detain and do. We are not fools now. We
All
are
right,
at least.
all right. Let's change the topic.
Sorry, can I just add something to that last bit about generalizing?
Okay.
I think when people generalize, the reason why it becomes effective is when a group of people, the ones amongst them that disagree with that generalization, are not voicing their opinions. Because if a group says, like Nazi Germany now, it's all good that not all Germans were Nazis, but they were quiet or they were not powerful. And what that man was doing was basically shutting off the Igbos that would rather go after their own elites that are causing their problems. And that's why I said the way they approach this is to stunt discussion and awareness. And I'm glad OVA fleshed out some of that point. Because what is going on here is that he comes here and says, generalizing on the Fulanis, but never calling out the Igbo leaders. The ones that they should be holding accountable, they're actually in charge of their states. And the same thing for the Fulani leaders, who we should be targeting, but it doesn't target them. The coup that happened in 1960 something, the reason why it became what it became was the events that happened after that. An Igbo man took over power. Instead of him to be empathetic to what the other groups are feeling and really go after these coup plotters and execute all of them, he spared them. He spared the leading coup plotter, and he went on to create a unitary system. These type of things, it tells you that you don't see your own people, and it confirms some kind of prejudice. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. So it goes beyond just generalization. There are things that we have to be responsible for. You can't have a relative or a brother and you don't call them out and you don't expect the other side to retaliate against your entire family. There has to be people that say, enough, we don't believe in what you are doing and you should be as loud, because those people are creating a threat for you. Like those coup plotters brought a lot of problems to the Igbos. And Igbo people should have come out and said, enough, this is not in our name. But they didn't at that time. And this is what the Nazis did in Germany. And there are consequences to these things. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. There's this poll that came out.
Yeah, Dr. Damages.
Well,
Dr. Damages.
Yeah, go ahead, Kenneth.
Yeah, give me a second, please. What is happening with Godwin MFLA now? I think we are trying to play it down. But this is it. These people, just like Mazam stated, are taking us for a fool, for fools. Last time the UAE released the names of Boko Haram sponsors, and those names were given to Nigerian government, and nothing has been done about it. There's this guy, terrorist, the Boko Haram leader, or do I say negotiator? One Tukur. Tukur has been seen with Shetima. They posed for a picture. The same Tukur was seen with Atiku Abubakar, the PDP presidential candidate. They also posed for a picture. Recently, Tukur was arrested in, I think, Ethiopia or Egypt.
No,
right?
Egypt. Yeah, he was going to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it then means that both Shetima and Atiku are dining with a terrorist negotiator, and this is the same people that wants to be your leader. However, the same clowns now are turning the table around against Godwin Emefiele, accusing him of being a Boko Haram sponsor. How? Where? Can we see some proof? Can we go back to begin to arrest those people that are actually being indicted for being Boko Haram sponsors? I don't know what is really wrong with this government. And these are the same people you want to negotiate anything with. Clowns, rascals, that you want to negotiate what with. You want to amend what constitution with. These same people you want to share the same country, the same territory with. Nah, guys, see. Continue. Thank you.
All right. So let's talk about P2B. I don't know why you're not interested in talking about P2B leading in the polls, and what does that mean? Who followed? Who? I want to hear from somebody new. Tunde, did you see the opinion poll done by, is it called ANAP or so? Did you see that poll? ANAP, where P2B is leading in three of the regions. Can you hear me? Unmute yourself, Tunde. Tunde, you are muted. Where are you?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was not just a journalist, but I'm still a politician in Nigeria too. I can say I contested the election there, so
good.
You know, sincerely, there's no hope in that country anymore. I've seen from very close quarters. Actually, I can call myself a boy of one of the major contenders in the election. In the election, there's no hope. There's no hope in Nigeria anymore. Nothing.
Okay.
The people who are supposed to do this for us, they never. Everybody just wants his own cut. Yeah.
All right. I don't. Your opinion is valid. Let me say this. The figures are that P2B is leading with 23% of the votes, ahead of Tinubu, who is next with 13, and Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah, you see, about polls.
Is Kwankwaso on the list?
Yeah, 2% of the vote. 2%.
Oh, but I thought he's on 1% in his region. The entire region is 1%. I don't know why he's still wasting his time there.
About polls, I'll be very, very careful to talk about polls in Nigeria, because what's the level of awareness and what's the level of education in terms of the spread of education, for polls to matter anything in Nigeria.
You're right. In the absence of anything else, we have to work with what we have. Otherwise, we just count on how many people come out to see a politician speak.
Exactly.
But I think.
But I think this poll has been what's their name again? The name of this poll agency.
ANAP.
Yeah, I think they've been very consistent, and their polls is always reliable, because in 2015, the poll came to manifestation, and 2019 as well. So following that trend, don't you think that this same poll, and because of the uniqueness of this 2023 election, they are also trying to do like a multiple poll to make sure that what they got from the first one is consistent till the just before the election. So this is the second time, and it has followed that trend again. P2B emerging, and Konkoso actually was nowhere in the former, but now they brought him in, and as you can see, he's just 1%, and then hopefully, hopefully. Hopefully he's consistent.
So, but okay, hold on. The one of the things that is of interest to me is the undecided voters from September to December. It's been shrinking, so more people are deciding.
Yes, and we know the obvious reason when it comes to Southeast. Why the number in the Southeast increases because maybe of the threat from the ESN and whatever. So people are scared. People don't want to come out and say, "Hey, this is whom we are supporting," and also from the garbage that came out from the Anambra State governor. And most of these people are still loyal to him for now, so they wouldn't want to, say things that may come against them, right? So when it comes to the Northeast, a lot of Christians, the Northeast is Christian dominantly in that region. So most of them wouldn't want to come out and say and voice out because they wouldn't want to come and kill them at night. So they will want to keep it personal. So these are the things that I think contributed to the refusal of people to speak up or identify with a candidate.
All right.
This time.
Okay.
And in Southwest, the threats from Tinubu and his gangsters too. So you see, people are scared.
Okay. Let me hear from Andrew Mazan. I'll come to you. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, about the poll, my prayer is that, poll or not, my prayer is that Obi should become president at the end of the day. I would like to address Mr. Tunde Okoli. Sir, if you don't mind if I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Okay. If I come across...
Andrew, wait. Whenever this happens, it triggers something in my head. We said that once a week, we take a pick on somebody who is part of this group, and all the questions will go to that person. So, Andrew, you started that questioning of Tunde. We'll question Tunde now. Go ahead, Andrew. After you, other people.
Mr. Tunde, you stated that, you're a journalist, you've been in politics, but you stated that from where you are standing, you don't see hope in the country again. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that opinion or fact?
It's my opinion. Okay. And also from strings of events, reading from history books and linking this to that, and I don't think this is going to work.
Okay, since you said it's your opinion, I don't need to push my question further again. So I'm going to respect your opinion. You didn't say it's a fact. Right. So I'm going to yield the floor back to the next person. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on.
Back and forth. Back and forth.
Okay, hold on. Tunde, on this show, we always hear people blame the media. Everything is the fault of the media. And there's something someone said here a few minutes ago that nobody's talking about it. I hear that every day, that this is happening. Nobody's talking about it. Is it true that the media, how does the media explain to us?
You see, if the Nigerian media is blamed, I think I'm part of it. The Nigerian media also share a big part of the blame of what become of that country today. We share a big part. Even right from the time of Delegiwa. Yeah. In a lot of ways, though the military then some of them were fighting the military, but some of them were also taking money from the military. The brown envelope thing and all of that, they shape opinion in the media. Okay, for instance, just look at, you see what's playing out with the Arise TV debate and Tinubu. It's part of it. A media house, you should be able to stand on your feet. This is what we want. This is what we don't want. But I can only say of one newspaper in Nigeria that always have one idea, and the man will stand on it, no matter what. Vanguard newspaper. And this is because of the integrity of the owner. Uncle Sam will never back down. If once he pick an opinion and pick someone, okay, this is where this newspaper will be going. That's it.
Today, do you care to tell us where you worked, the media house?
I worked. I started my media career with This Day newspaper. I later on moved on to The Guardian. Then I moved out of media briefly. Not completely out of media. I went into private PR practice before I came to the United States.
So Ndoka is a poster boy for what is bad in the media in Nigeria.
Exactly.
What was your experience working for him?
He broke himself. For you guys to know, I was the LUJ chairman while I was there. I was LUJ chairman for I think nearly 6 years.
So is it true? Is it true? Let's get this clear, because people say that Ndoka will not pay people, or that he will say to reporters that I gave you a platform, you don't need to be paid. Is that true?
Those are open secrets that they are there. They are not rumors. They are real stories that people have gone out to tell. See, today, as I'm talking to you, I left this day 2005. I'm still being old.
How much?
I think I still have like 7 months with them. We are not even talking of my severance package. We are not talking of my benefits. My tax return. Tax. Okay, give me evidence that you took taxes from me. Well, give me what we call W2 here. Nothing to show to today. So, like when I contested in 2007, I had to go to do, even as a media person, to go and do what I'm not supposed to do, which is go pay the IRS in Nigeria to get the tax papers in order to contest. I paid for my pocket.
And Ndoka, how much was Ndoka taking from your pay every month?
I can't remember. But the percentage in Nigeria, I think was it? They were taking like 5 or 7% for salary. So it's the culture.
But do you think that the country deserves the kind of media that it has?
The country does not deserve. No country deserves the kind of media it has. Really, because look, the country is made up of the people. The country is just basically land.
But look at you. You were NUJ president, chairman in this
NUJ chairman, this chapter.
And they are not paying people. And you couldn't do anything.
Who says so?
If you can
several times during my that's why today everybody still saying this day that I was the last NUJ chairman. They have been NUJ, there's a president NUJ chairman there. But I was the only chairman who locked up this day and made sure we didn't publish. 3 days.
And they still owe you 7 months.
They still owe us 3 good days, no publication. I locked the gate. And we locked everyone out, including chairman Nduka himself. Said no one is coming here. You have to pay us. Several occasions like that, that even when because for me to picket this day, I have to take permission from the state NUJ chairman. The state NUJ chairman have to inform the national president. There were occasions they didn't give me permission, but I still picket this day. I just say, look, fuck you guys, I don't care. You are not being old. We are the one being old here. Whether you guys come to join us or not, I don't care. No one is entering this BD today except we are paid.
So for those who are looking for this day to publish wonderful stories, you can see the condition of service and what they are fighting. All right, any questions from anybody? Ovia, you have a question? Go ahead. Anybody who has a question?
I wanted to say something about the polls, actually.
Oh, you want to talk about the polls? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about the polls. But go ahead.
The ANA poll that was showing Peter B 10 points ahead. Yeah, 10 points ahead. I think that was sometime in December, the ANA on 21st of December, which is not very long ago. And the amount of undecideds are quite high in the Southwest. Surprisingly, in the South, they are more decided for Peter Obi than even in the Southeast, which is very interesting. And so, given if it is 10 points ahead, I think there's a lot of work to be done on the Peter Obi side. Don't be complacent, because the other side has governors and all the other advantages. So you need to keep pushing ahead to and be at least 15 points ahead to have a chance, because that large number in the Southwest that is undecided, they might be all Tinubu people. They're just like, no, I'm not going to tell you. And it's over 50% in total, because undecided 20%, refused to say is 38% in the Southwest. That is a bomb waiting to explode. It could be for anybody, so we have to be careful. Just, like Peter Obi supporters are just thinking that it's over. It's not over. All bets are off. But that said, ANAP seem to be correct in making judgments about who is actually going to win the election. In the previous two elections, they seem to have judged it correctly. So what can I say? They seem to think that Peter Obi is going to win. And then the Southeasterners, they really need to ask themselves what is going on there, because that number, the undecided in the Southeast is scary compared to the South. The South have one of the lowest undecided. They're all in for Peter Obi already. And I was saying it, months ago, that Peter Obi is going to clean the South. No, there's no questions. So there you go.
Let's hear from Kwankwaso guy.
I don't suffer today, but it's okay.
It's actually how many days left before the election? So
it's all politics. So I understand. But two things about the poll. If not because it means if I run a platform, I for just buy the polls narrative. But the truth is that the truth is that to me, they are pointing a narrative that is dangerous. One, because I think after this poll, even Obi and Konkos have like international, they are happening among international media for an interview, CNN and Chatham House. Now, when you are building a narrative like this, giving a false hope that Obi is eventually become the president, and come that day, if they don't declare the guy president, what do you think is going to happen? That's the narrative that is very dangerous. Two, how many Nigerians actually know of this poll exists? You understand? Because we are talking about 75% of Nigerians are rural dwellers. How many of them? Right? Nobody knows. So, and again, the idea that the South is just like what the forefather is also trying to say, will be no get competition at all. But the funniest thing is that come down to the North Central and Northwest, Northeast, they lead. And that's ridiculous, because my platform, I talk to a lot of Northerners. They come on and I call. They don't even know what is exist. They have no idea all this stuff we are talking about. So that's why I say it's very dangerous. So the election day is going to be a different ball game. So all this ANAP, and if you want to put into consideration, just like Mr. Tunde talking about media, they all have allegiance, either based on brown envelope or based on what they think their career is going to be if a particular candidate emerge.
Mm-hmm.
That's how this media works, not just in Nigeria, every year in America. They are affiliated. And if you pay attention well, there's a war going on between the Tinubu camp and the said publication they are talking about, Arise. And it's very obvious, we know where their allegiance are. You understand? They are Peter Obi. There's nothing wrong, but it is a business entity as well. So
no, it is not Arise, ANAP.
No, ANAP, Arise get issue with Tinubu. Okay. ANAP is been ANAP na Peter side now. Peter side, we all know that now them convinced Peter Obi to go Labour Party. So that says a lot.
How did you know that? Who convinced Peter Obi to go Labour Party?
It's part of the Peter side, either Peter side, the guy that owns the ANAP. The former what's it bank when you get the Rivers guy, ANAP.
No, he's not the owner of ANAP. He employed ANAP. He seek for their services.
All right. Mazam. Okay, Ovie is sounding like
Ovie, now I'll come.
when Trump doesn't see.
I earlier said this before that it will shock some people that Peter Obi will surprise so many people. Particularly before they did Muslim ticket, I said that they are going to do Muslim ticket. I said it on this platform that they will do it, but then we will react because they are trying to make us look inconsequential, particularly the northern minority, the Christians communities. I always tell people, if you say we are inconsequential, why do you attack us in the name of post-election violence whenever you lose election? Buhari lost election several times and we were attacked. So if we are inconsequential, if our vote does not count, if we are nothing, why do they attack us? Why do they attack our people? And our people have taken a stand on this issue that we will surprise them. And that is what is favoring Peter Obi. So don't see it from that point that some people, you might be talking to some people in the north. And yes, I know that in the northwest, Peter Obi might not get anything.
What is leading there? Is leading there?
Yes, I know. Yes, he might lead.
No, not in the northwest. No, Ovie, don't.
In the northwest,
not northwest. No, Ovie, no.
What is his percentage in the northwest?
Possible in the
northwest is only 11%. Tinubu is 15%.
Now you see why I told you Ovie about Konkoso. I said Konkoso has Kano and Jigawa. That is absolute. Nobody is contesting that.
I wonder how many votes be that.
But you see this Sokoto, Katsina, and this thing. They are the elites. They control. I said one thing. They control the northern Nigeria religion and politics from the caliphate, and they will always want to give power to he who will bring back power to them. That was why they supported Obasanjo. Obasanjo gave them back power.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Did anybody notice that Atiku is not doing well anywhere?
Yes, he has never been doing well. In the Northeast, he has never won Northeast. In fact, his highest vote was in 2019. And the reason was because everybody wants to remove.
And
he has never
hold on. And he said this week also that he will continue to run for election until he dies. So that he's aware that he's not doing well, and he's preparing to be the PDP candidate for next 2000 and whenever
27.
Let him continue.
If he loses, he's going to contest again.
I said
he's a career contestant.
I said one thing: whether it is the hand of God or it is the faith, it is faith or nature or whatever it is that people believe in. All this confusion in Rivers State, Wike, and the rest, everything will align and favor somebody, Peter Obi, who is the choice of the majority, because he is saying the things that an average man wants to hear.
And also, thank you, Mazam. Also, Kwankwaso is only he has only 6% in the northwest.
Right.
He came.
Somebody asked me if Konkoto was leading. Will I say this? I know. I will question it.
Of course. That's the question. That's a good question for you.
No, I will question it. Say Konkoto come and say Konkoto is leading. No, I will question it because I know that's not true.
In the southeast, he got 0%.
Right.
So nobody knows him at all. Andrew, go ahead.
Well, the issue is when it comes to Nigerian
I'll pick on what Mr. Is it Ovie on our politics? I don't know if I'm getting your name right.
You can say Konkoso. I say my candidate.
So you did highlight it. Made a very important point. 75% of the populations are in the rural area. They don't get this message. Not just those in the rural area, even those in the city also. They don't get this message. How this message will be put across to them should be our goal, because this program has been on for almost 7 hours now. No ordinary Nigerian back at home will sit on YouTube for more than 30 minutes because they will consider the data, they will consider the electricity, and it will not go far. So we need to pass this message. How do we bring this message home to the people back at home? Now, in respect to Atiku, I'm very wary of that guy becoming a president. Not because he's a full animal or not, no. But because Atiku is already a compromised person. And when you put a compromised person in a position of authority, like the president, it's a big problem. If you listen to his speech where Dr. Abati and they went to interview him in the house, and they asked him questions in respect to a custom officer. How can you be a custom officer, be running business where you are working? He said he's done nothing wrong, but the Constitution clearly states that it was wrong.
No, at that time, this constitution didn't exist. This constitution was not existing at that
No,
time.
it may not exist to you, but whether you like it or not, when push comes to shove, the government will throw the same constitution at your face, whether you like it or not. It may not exist. You may not agree with it. But when push comes to shove, when you go to court, they will throw it at your face. You can't go there and say, oh, the constitution is wrong. The constitution does not exist.
No, it's not
They
that
will
it's
tell you
wrong. It was the constitution was they never write the constitution then. This was during the military era.
I don't think it's the constitution that is stopping him from doing that. It's just conflict of interest.
So he is already compromised.
It's a this issue, not constitutional issue.
Yeah, I think he's already compromised. He doesn't live in the country. And the quest, the quest for him to want to become president at all costs, it should be worrying to every Nigerian.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. I think at this point we know that Atiku will not be president, so let's forget about that from the polls. So Dr.
Rodolphe, no, don't do that though.
I'm just kidding.
I agree with what Mazi said about that. He has never.
Can I say something?
Never won the nut, but don't just ignore him like that.
Exactly. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
That guy is strong.
You see, I said something. You know, everything will still come back to my word and mention the word Fulani again, which a lot of people don't want us to mention. Don't talk that way about Atiku. In fact, I will tell you that I will be surprised if they don't announce Atiku the winner of the election.
Yes.
Whenever the election vote, I will be very, very surprised.
They play.
I'm telling you.
All right.
Because we don't know when someone said that look, the Fulanis have moved so far ahead of us. We thought it's not a joke. Anyone who sit down.
I think that they should be carrying out more polls. Actually,
to the point of they can afford to be to just display impunity before that. There's nothing.
Today, hold on. I think that they should be carrying out more polls, because this thing where we do one poll every month or so, it's not going to cut it. Because if you carry out more polls, you are sampling more people.
Exactly.
And you are getting there are consistencies. So that, and it also helps prevent hijacking the election, because you can't get 20 consistent polls pointing in the same way from different organizations.
Yeah,
then suddenly the election goes sideways.
Yeah.
So I think it will help protect the election results.
I want to support the Keme gave some reasons why the poll may have been the way they were, which were very, very valid reasons. About the Southwest, I think also the undecidedness of the South, the overwhelming undecidedness of the Southwest is also be due to one reason, which even many Southwesterners are not taking seriously: the agitation for the Yoruba nation.
Okay.
A lot of people think it's a joke.
Can I go against what they've been saying?
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
I have a contrary opinion.
Mr. Scribe, your audio is not good today. I don't know why. We can't hear you.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear a little bit, but it's not very good. Go ahead.
Okay. So my submission is this: you see, I respect the polls But let's look at the election that brought Cameron in 2010 that brought Cameron. The polls were clearly saying that Gordon Brown was going to lead, but he came to a hung parliament, and then they went into the power sharing agreement with the Liberal Democrats. Now, that's an advanced democracy. If you look at Trump's one, some polls were saying that some of the strong polls were saying that Hillary Clinton was going to win. The polls in Nigeria are correct. They're a true reflection of where the polity wants to sway to. I agree, but this is my own. You can call it pessimistic point. The poll is not reflecting what the INEC Beavers database has. Do we agree on that? Because right now there are some PVCs. We are hearing now that PVCs are being sold, polling units are being sold. Last week, I gave my own technical viewpoint on why I think, how I know for a fact that you can manipulate these things. For example, the Viva system, they use a mobile client to interface with their server. The protocol that goes over it is called the HTTP protocol. Now, there is no manifest before this election right now that is going to tell us that there are 10 of those or 1,000 of those mobile devices. We don't know. And those mobile devices have to be identified with a unique number. We normally call it a MAC address or IMEI, right? Now, we don't know. Election observers don't know. The political parties haven't come out to declare this, except this is a private information. I'm speaking as a novice to this system, right? So now, if, say, for peradventure, now these fake polling units get created and things here, and these fake data that is inside their database. Now, my question now to those answering, to those in support of the poll is that, do you then believe that this is now truly reflective of the real Nigerians or the real bots or the real records in that database that are going to finally vote allegedly in favor of those who want to skew the election in their favor? So this is something we're not really taking seriously. And I know I talked a little bit about that last week. Some people said manual database. I went as far as challenging that. I can't, for reasons of security clearance, I can't really give you my real background and why I have very, very strong reason to believe that these things can be manipulated. The only thing I can say, if you know how to use GitHub and you know my name, go there and find out. You work out everything for yourself. But the truth is that can the election be manipulated from an electronic standpoint? Absolutely. Except these things that I've mentioned are properly declared. If they're not properly declared, I have my fears. Sorry.
Okay. All right, Scribe, thank you. Let me go to Bumi. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good day, everyone.
Yeah, Bumi. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I speak?
Yeah, speak. Yeah, speak.
Whatever you want to talk about. Speak to me.
Okay. So I actually
Ovia is looking for a wife. So any woman that comes here, Ovia thinks, okay, go ahead, Bumi. Don't mind me. Go ahead.
No, you are right. Bumi, are you single?
Ovia. Bumi, go ahead. Ignore him.
Okay, so I saw the video with the guest, and I thought what everything he said was very interesting, but I want to dive to another angle, and I want to focus on certain things that we deem as Nigerian culture or just Nigerian behavior. For example, I know like a lot of Nigerian parents, they love to focus on education. Like they love school, 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 school. When I finished high school and I wanted to take a gap year, and I told my mom, she was like, "You're not taking a gap year, you're going straight to university." But I'm just imagining myself if I was in Nigeria and I went to school, and I would probably pick architecture. And just imagine me finish studying architecture and I look around in that country, does the country actually give me opportunity to actually like put whatever I study into practice? It actually doesn't. You see doctors, do you know how the amount of Nigerian parents that have forced their kids to study medicine, and you would think that Nigeria should be the top place to go when it comes to like healthcare, but all those kids that study medicine are all outside the country. So that already tells you that we know how important education is, but at the same time, we also don't know, because if we do know how strong education is, we'll have all these infrastructures in the country that will make sure that you're able to practice all these things. And in a way, that just tells you that majority of people, the Nigerians themselves, be elite, be whatever you are, you're not very patriotic to your country, or let's even break it down to your tribe, because we love to say the we love to push the blame to other people. These people are like this, these people are like that. But what about you for your own tribe? Because even the you like if I'm a Yoruba governor and I'm putting the blame to whoever the Nigerian government at this and that, you would think my own state at least has all those infrastructures in place that will make sure that all these things are possible for the kids. When they're done with their studies, they can start practicing. But no state actually sees all those things. That tells you that no leader in Nigeria has the vision. They don't have any vision. They don't see the future. And that's why we're lacking a lot in Nigeria. And I think if we do divide, if we don't have that patriotism or that love for ourselves, we're just going to the same hole again. And it's very sad because I keep on seeing that same thing it just keeps on repeating. For example, you look at America, yes, you pay a lot to go to school, but they're able to practice majority of those things they study in their country. So they're able to pay their debt. It might take their entire life, but they're able to work. But in Nigeria, you go to school, you pay millions if you go to a private school, but you can't even work in your country. You can't even use that in your country. You have to travel. So it just keeps the country that repeated cycle of not going anywhere. And I just came here to say that about ourselves, that as much as we blame the leaders, like we also need to be patriotic to our own country. Or if you want to be patriotic to your own tribe, if you want to go that down, then you need to be something. There is no love, there's no nothing for that country. It's just a place where you're born and you jackpot. That's basically Nigeria. There's nothing working, there's no infrastructure. And it's very sad because I saw this video in Lagos about the train, and I was just like, I saw people like celebrating. I'm like, it's actually nice that Nigeria has finally they're looking into transportation. But I'm just like, you're just getting trains that actually work in that level, and you're losing your mind. Like, it's 2022, it's not a big deal for anybody here. Like, majority of people they're inventing self-driving cars, and we're just focusing on train. That's so sad. But I'm happy we have something, but it's still very that just shows how slow we are compared to the whole world. They're doing other things and we're just getting trained, and we're just talking about the government. We're just like, it's just sad. That's all I came up to say, to be honest.
Thank you, Bumi. Thank you so much. I saw the trend too, and I'll come to you, Joseph. But let me first go welcome Austin to the show. Austin,
Yeah.
welcome to the show. Bumi, thank you so much. There are different opinions. People will say that it's good that we are starting, that we will catch up. What can we say? I was worried that the governor had to go in there to follow the first ride and do commission. I don't know, but that's what it is. Austin, welcome.
Just got me laughing. You know, when they say we are still dealing with locomotive, okechikuchuka. That's what I used to do. That's what I used to say. Anyhow, I'd like to talk about the ANA polls. Really, I had to listen to Peter's side directly. These are scientific polls. It was conducted in September, mostly being targeted those around the city centers. and I think the sample size was about 1,000. But in the next sample they did some weeks ago, the one that was just released, they targeted 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000. And this time they decided to go to the rural areas. According to them, they went to the rural areas. Look, these are scientific research. These are scientific research. There come a time in random sampling that even if you increase the size 10,000, 15,000, the results are fairly common. They are fairly the same. Generally, Nigeria is a peculiar situation in such a way that anything may happen. Okay, like you asked the question, what is our take on this? It gives me fear. Why does it give me fear? Those who want to hold power, grab power, hawk power, romance power, and run with power, they will now target people on violence during elections. That's where it gives me fear. But if we see everything else on a normal day, free and fair, if you like increase it to 100,000, 1 million, the results will be fairly the same. And let's look at the positions where we have voters who refuse to talk or those who did not want to give their position. Majority of them, I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the Northeast and the Southwest had the majority of voters, they were much. So that tells you that some people in the Southwest did not want to say what they wanted, maybe who they want to vote for. Then those in the Northeast. And we know that these are flashpoints where you can have a lot of violence. If a lot of people claim that this is the person I want to vote for, there'll be problems. Let's look at the Southeast also. There will be no election, IPOP, this and that and that. There can also be positions where you have a lot of people who will say that no. But of my own personal point of view, from my own study, from my own sampling I do, I'm used to statistics. I'm used to statistics. If it goes to 5,000, make it 10,000, make it 15,000, the results will be fairly accurate. Now, what does this translate to the obedience family? Look, I don't know. I'll always take based on my own conviction. Whenever I read and I know that in a course I'm going to score an A, I double my reading so that when the A comes out, it's very sharp. So if I were members of the obedient family, the fact that they told you in that family that you are progressing, double your effort times 5, double it times 5, and go down into the grassroots and meet those you need to talk to. Because if the obedience there relax, they will be overtaken by Tinubu. And trust me, Tinubu will not want to sit down. And as I said, we don't serve power a la carte. We either grab it and hug it and drag it and run with it. So I see a lot of violence in this because strongholds of the leading political, of those we presume from the polls to be leading political parties will be targeted in violence. But I just hope we don't get to that level. But that's just what I think.
All right.
Can I share this information I'm looking at right now? I think it's quite important regarding what Emefiele is doing.
Okay.
They ask Nigerians questions about taking bribe, basically for vote, and 70% of Nigerians say no, they will never take bribe, and 30% of them said yes. That 30% is quite significant because they can swing elections. No election has ever won this year has ever been won by more than 30%. Then they ask them, what kind of bribe would you prefer? 30% of them said money. 30% said money. The other one said any gift. So it tells you that, and then in terms of, it says whether it will influence their decision. 26% of them said, yeah, the gift will actually influence their decision. That is Nigerians doing it. We are the ones causing these problems ourselves. And are you going to blame them? These are poor people. This is the challenge we face.
Very good. Forefathers, thank you. Joseph, you're next.
Sorry?
You're next. You wanted to say something.
Yes, I wanted to say regarding the election, if by any chance the people's vote count, I'm sure P2B will win. But from my point of view, or what I'm seeing in this election is whoever wins, Tinubu will go to court, and it will end up in Supreme Court. And Tinubu has already fixed the Supreme Court to rule in his favor. Mark my word, that's how it's going to play. And whoever INEC declares, if not Tinubu, he will go to court and he will win.
Okay.
That's where the election will end.
All right, okay. That's a good possibility. Now I want to
because
play.
Who is the current CGN?
Yeah, but you don't, Joseph, you are making that assumption again. Why are you going
Yes,
to?
I don't see that. I don't see that happening. If
Why are
Peter
you
Obi wins, nobody can
if you don't
overturn
know
that
this
thing.
guy, you don't know him. Why are you? I mean, I didn't even know his name until he was named. How do you know
We
him?
understand the relationship between the president and Tinubu.
We have to be.
That is possible. But anyway, it's just an assumption. Let's see how it plays out.
All right, let me play a video now. I don't know whether this is a real video or not, but I think it says something about information and how much it goes down into the rural part of Nigeria. Let me see this. I think it's a real video. If it's acting, they did very well. But let's watch.
Money immediately, Gary, which kind of rubbish is this? What's the about this? Take money immediately, Gary. But what's the rubbish? You don't get money, you can't buy food. I beg, give me my money, which kind of rubbish? I buy food for art. 400. I tell you anything. I give my 1,000. I give my 1,000 to this place. This money in Nigeria. I know if you see this kind of money before, I know they collect, sir. No, they do not. I know they collect. But I do collect. What should I do this way? This is how they play. I don't collect this money. Pay your money. Pay my money immediately. How would I give me this kind of thing? Okay. My money. I buy something for her and I'll give her money. They can't say you want this money. You must pay my money now. Madam, leave me alone.
Now, there have been many videos about people having difficulties accepting the new money. I don't know if we are in the cities, people in the cities, not just those abroad. There seems to be a communication gap. If they don't know there's new money coming up in circulation, how would they know there is someone called Kwankwaso in my village?
Exactly. Good question.
Can somebody explain that? Maybe there's a real, we are far away.
May I weigh in into that?
Yeah.
I'm going to pick on what Mr. Kwankwaso man said earlier again, that 75% of the rural people don't know what is going on in Nigeria. And that is the problem. Whether it is acting or it is real, it is the problem. They don't know what is going on. You and I have that opportunity to stay on this media for 24 hours because of the unlimited data, because of the electricity. And this is my closing submission, regardless of who becomes president tomorrow. If the issue of power generation and electricity is not resolved, we will be running in circles. So any leader who comes into power must first of all focus on this issue, this particular one, electricity. It is the core, because we are charging our phone. We don't need to say, Mr. Rudolph, you don't need to say, man, I'm going to bring this show to an end. My battery is running low. So we can only stay 2 hours. Guys, goodbye. Will you ever say that? You're not going to say that, Mr.
Actually, I want to say that we have to end in 38 minutes. Facebook will kick us out. Into the show. So thank you for reminding me to
So the issue of power generation, it's gonna, and Obi said it, when you create opportunity, job opportunity, you're gonna reduce criminal activity. Where there's electricity and light everywhere, you're gonna reduce criminal activity. There will still be. So our problem is not tribe. Our problem is bad leadership. And this has got nothing to do with tribe, because Mr. Rudolph can be from Igbo and be a good leader, and I can be an Igbo man and be a bad leader. So it got nothing to do with tribe. It is with the individual that has the people's hearts at hand. And here I give my submission that without electricity, we are wasting our time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tunde, you speak, and then we go for rants, and then final words. Go ahead, Tunde. Unmute yourself, Tunde.
Those the reasons why I said I have no hope in Nigeria, and I will give my example. I'm not PDP. I'm actually, I started my politics from UPN, down to APC that we are now. I contested under actual Congress of Nigeria, ACN, that was part of the coalition that formed the APC today.
So how did you lose if you contested? What states?
Ondo State. I contested in my state. Ondo. Don't be confused by the OKOLI. It's not Okoli. It's Okoli in Yoruba.
No, I'm not. I in Ondo. I'm not questioning that.
Yeah. I contested in Ondo State, and when Mimiko was governor, I ran for the House of Representatives.
So I'm saying, why did you lose?
Mimiko chased me away from town. I didn't even vote for myself. They chased me away from town with guns. On the day of the election, I didn't vote for myself because I was not in my state. I had to run for my life. So, based on what the last speaker has just said, I don't want to forget that. I told you that when I left this day, and then I left the Guardian in 2007, I went into politics and then was contesting. Then I went into PR. I was actually working for, I can say, about the biggest PR company in Nigeria then, then. And we had an account with GE, General Electric. I don't need anybody to tell me what Jonathan was doing about electricity in Nigeria, how he was trying to fix it. That was one of the reasons why he failed. Why they have to say, no, this guy can't continue anymore, because they want to stop it. Because I was the account manager of General Electric, at the PR company. If they had allowed Jonathan to finish what GE was trying to do in terms of electricity, we will have been exporting electricity to other countries, because it will have more than enough that we need in Nigeria, and bank some, and then have excess to export. Some of the persons who are contesting the presidency today with them was one of the people who said no. Atiku, in particular. I'm not afraid to mention his name, because I still have all the facts. I still have all the documents. We were going to Aso Rock, as at that time, as manager of that of the PR account for GE, I had expressed entry to Aso Rock, because issues may just come up that I would need to have to rush to Aso Rock to do one or two things. I was in opposition party to Jonathan, so I have no reason to say anything good about the man, but I knew he was doing something good. And that was the reasons why, when my party wanted to pick the president, they picked, the presidential candidate they picked them against him, I told my Oga to his face in his Lagos, as I say, Oga, if this is the way you guys want to go, I'm leaving politics for now. And I left. That's it.
Right. Thank you.
When there are just forces in Nigeria, those who decide how Nigeria should be. I don't know how the country is going to conquer them, which I don't think is ever going to be possible. And when we talk about tribe, you can't remove tribe. People, I don't know why we pretend. Every man is a tribalist. Look, we are all here. You are not going to give me something to share among all of us. I will look for the Yoruba name and give to first. It's natural. You can't blame me for it. If you do it, I can't blame you for it. It's a natural thing. It's natural instinct. That was why when people were blaming Buhari, he's appointing or his people, I said, when you guys voted for him, did you bargain with him not to appoint his people? Were you expecting him to come and surround himself with you? Of course, going to surround himself with his people. In any case, he has to do. A man who contested election at almost 92 and told you he was 72. You don't think that he has an agenda?
Hold on, Tunde. Let me, now that we have you and you were a journalist in Lagos in the 2000s. How old is Bola Tinubu?
Of course, you're like, we know that your guy can be less than 80 something. Now, except they want to say, the same day they came to this world was the same day he wrote WAEC.
Tunde, the other question is, this is biography, the story of his life. What do you know? Do you know anything about the truth, the real truth?
Not much, because I came into contact with him, not as a journalist but as a politician when I was going into politics. That was when someone I went to say, look, I can take you to the boss of the party, and he took me to him, and the man adopted me. To give him that, the man has a large heart. In terms of he has a very, very large heart. Anything he does, he does not even he does things for you without expecting anything in return. He does that. The other things, in terms of age and all of that, there's no everybody in Nigeria who can look at someone and just tell his age. It was just like when we were arguing about Buhari's age, in there.
One more question. It's not every day that we have reporters. So in 1999, when he became governor, there was this issue about the school he went to, and people fought for him when he wrote in the form he submitted to INEC that he went to Chicago University. But it turned out that it was Chicago State University.
Chicago State, yeah.
And then he had a high school that he said he went to. What happened to that? How did that story die? Were you?
If you remember, the late Gani Fawemi, whom I was very, very close to, took him to court about the Chicago State something. I think it was. They said it was Dele Alake or so who filled the form when he was contesting for the governorship in 1999. Instead of writing Chicago State, Dele just wrote Chicago University. Meanwhile, there's no Chicago University anyway. There's University of Chicago, and then there's Chicago State University. So, but this, what happened was that it means the certificate he tendered, the name would not match what's on the form. That was just the discrepancy there. About the secondary school he went to, I've never taken my time to to know what and what. And he would have gone to secondary school anyway.
Then he had a secondary school. Then he failed in secondary school and primary school. But now they are claiming that he didn't go to secondary school and primary school.
You see where I think the problem may arise from boils down to the same thing, which is age. Because if you feel a certain age, that is how old you are, it may mean that look, that school you now claim to have gone to, your record will be difficult to trace. Or if it is traced, everybody will know your age. Everybody will know your age. I think that's where the problem is also coming from too. And look at all of them. Everybody lied about his age. How can somebody look at Obasanjo and say Obasanjo was the age is claiming? I mean, it's almost it's an ancestor, 100 and something years.
But Tunde, is Tinubu from Lagos State?
No, he's from Nnadi in Osun State. I contested. He sponsored me when I contested. He spent all the money, all the millions I spent when I contested. So I actually was going to Nnadi to see his brothers and uncles. They're all alive. He has a big family house over there.
Are you concerned that nobody is concerned about this? Let me speak like Nigerians. Nobody is concerned. Are you concerned that the voters or most people have moved on?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That is we are now back to where my reason why I say there's no hope in Nigeria. let's go back to Nigeria is a creation of the British. Can we quietly go back to what God created?
Do you think, Tunde, do you think if there was no Nigeria and Tinubu is running under Yoruba nation, that people will rise up and stop him from running? That they have issues with these things?
Very good. You see, let's go back to Western region, Eastern region of those days, you know, and all of these regions. The fact that you went to school was not enough qualification for you to contest in those regions those days. I hope you understand. Your integrity was your first qualification. You know, has to be your integrity. Everybody will all mention Awolowo today. Awolowo was not the oldest person in the action group.
Tunde, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
From everything you described, you actually use the term, let's go back to the way God created us.
Yes.
Do you think that you factored in events from history while you're making that kind of judgment?
What kind of events in history? The one that
we're in that state when we're colonized. We're in that state when we're enslaved. We're in that regional state when we had the civil war. So you are basically arguing, let's just go backward and repeat again.
No, you are mistaken.
What are you going to do differently this time?
Exactly. Like you see, if you go back in history, the history we talk about. There are documents showing that the British Empire actually traded with people in the Bight of Benin, which is the Igbo people and the Riverine people, long before colonization. There are documents showing that they traded with the old Oyo Empire. There are documents showing that they traded with the Benin Empire. Back then, that's what God created. An American, wrote one of the best pieces.
But how do you miss the enslavement part and the colonization part?
Yes. You are mistaking the superior technological power that they had. Our ancestors, as he has rightly said, were put on the same path. There's a quote by Pinto. He said the Benin Empire is that big, it was massive, it's bigger than Lisbon. Or research properly about you're a Benin man, for God's sake.
I think the problem is that we are not doing proper analysis, because what the state we were in is that we're separated and we're in smaller groups, and they came in, tore us apart, and colonized and enslaved our people. Right now, that situation has hold on, let me just finish my point. Right now, they've even gone further than what they had before the Berlin Conference. They have the European Union, they have NATO, they have continental-sized forces that are organized. And you are arguing that let's go back to a state that was even weaker. We couldn't even take them on when they were even weaker.
No. See, the world has advanced more than what I know what you are trying to say. In the first place, you are talking about the size. Okay, let's take the Southwest today, the Yoruba nation. The Yoruba nation is bigger than Germany, Austria, Poland, Denmark.
Is it bigger than NATO? Is it bigger than NATO?
All of them put together.
But it's not bigger than NATO.
Is NATO coming to Yoruba? If you have a nation tomorrow, is NATO coming to say you cannot be a nation?
No, they can be able to tell you what they want from you, just like how they are doing now.
Exactly.
They can impose anything on you.
You talk to them as at that time. We talk to them as a voice.
Oh, you talk to them. Nice.
No,
you talk to them as
nice.
a voice.
You talk to them. That worked before. That worked very well before.
Okay, let us say, okay, this is what we want to do, and we refuse to do. What would they do? They'll come and level us.
All right.
They did. What is wrong with you? I will level you. If I was them, I will level you.
That's your
you be a slave.
Okay, guys.
What are you talking about?
Let's get other people.
I will level you.
Let's get other people involved in the conversation. We are actually rounding up because it's going to be Christmas in another 15
minutes. Yeah, it's the same defeatist mentality that you have.
You are the one that wants to weaken your group. I'm not the one. You should be coming together in bigger groups, not going to smaller groups.
Is the Nigeria you have? Because you don't have one voice.
No, you should be coming together in Nigeria, then coming together on the continentally. They are talking about continental. Because of your mindset.
Come together with all the divisions you have now.
All right, hold on, guys. We are going to
people like you are the ones accentuating it, and people like you should be made irrelevant.
All right, forefathers, you have done your rant, and
no, I'm not. I'm just asking you.
We are moving to other people.
I'm a realist. I don't give myself also. Marcus Bush to say I don't stand on ceremonies. I don't give myself.
Okay, you can't talk now because anything you say will be considered a rant. Let's welcome Neutral to the show. Neutral, welcome to the show.
I wanted to rant.
Who want? Oh, yeah, okay, rant, and let's get you out of the way. Rant.
Mona, go follow my channel on our politics. That's my rant.
Oh God!
I too like wahala. Every day I like trouble. Come follow my channel. It's up na politics.
All right.
Those that are really Kokoso out. Mokuna continue. You guys should continue, okay?
0% will be announced. Kokoso will be announced the winner. There's nothing anybody can do.
Mokuna continue. I didn't about una vote.
All right.
We'll see.
Okay, Ovia, thank you. Neutral, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we are ranting now. So, what brought you on the show today?
No, I've been just following the program. It's quite interesting.
Okay.
I really didn't want to say anything, but I just appreciate the way people come and put their effort together. All this is in the law we have for the nation. But Nigeria, if you look at it, we don't know, maybe in 50 years or 100 years to come, maybe there will be hope. But not anything closer about Tinubu or Konkoso or Peter Obi. They might be all good people in their individual people. But we should not forget that they all come from us. If tomorrow you remove them, other people that will contest are also Nigerians. So it's not all about the leaders. Yes, they are good leadership, bad leadership. But it's not that we don't have good leaders. It's the leadership that is bad. Because all the set of leaders that we had, and the one we have today, and the one we are going to have tomorrow, are from the nation. So if you condemn the leaders of today, that means the ones that are coming tomorrow should be better. But you see, from maybe the years we can calculate, from 2000 till date, or from 1999 till date, the ones you can remember, we are just getting from bad to worse, from worst to worst. And those people are coming from our own set. So just the nation is, we need to talk back about our own mentality. If you go to another man's land, you behave and obey the rules, obey the laws. But if you go back to your country, you say, oh, now we do it on our own way. So it's not about the leaders themselves. Tomorrow you will go back there and contest. Your heart may be good. You'll be surrounded by bad people. At the end of the day, you'll be among other people who sit down and be castigating, this bad person. All of them. Tinubu was in another country before, 20, 25, 30 years back. He was in another man's country, made his money, came back, joined the politics. Konkoso, the same thing. Peter Obi, the same thing. They all went other places. But today we are here castigated. They are bad. This one cannot do it, this one. All is about, we just need to talk about our own mentality. Why is it that we work better in another man's land, but in our own country, it doesn't work out? It's the mentality. We have to revise it back. We can't, it's not, whether you like it or not, the politics of 2023 is something that we have never had it before, as divided as it is now.
Yeah.
So whatever you are going to calculate is just imaginary. Definitely something new is going to come out 2023. Definitely so many scandals and fight and whatsoever is going to be. Because if you like it, announce Peter Obi tomorrow winner. There will be a fight, there will be a burning, there will be a court issue. If you like, announce Tinubu tomorrow. There will be a fight, there will be burning, there will be killings. Somebody may ask a question. Why is it that people are okay with it when we talk about integrity? Somebody mistakenly sent a mail in another person's country, through a personal mail, decide to resign. Today, you sat down, you're dragging about your own age, you know you're lying. Today, you are talking about how you accumulate your wealth, you know you're lying, but you're still sitting down defending it. It's because of our own psychology and our own mentality. We're not saying the truth to ourselves. Look at Nigeria. It's a very diverse big country. We require somebody that's healthy, strong. The amount of meetings, the pressure. If they say you're sick or you're old, you look at yourself, you do to yourself justice.
All right, neutral. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for it.
All right, Austin, you start the rant and 1 minute. The time starts now.
Look, the only thing I just keep on talking about is that we should always try as much as possible to do the right thing. That's all I always say. Because whenever it favors you today, you'll be happy. When corruption favors you, you'll be happy. But the day corruption will not favor you, that same person will be the one that will burn the house. You see, all this fighting and all these killings and the rest that happens in Canada and the rest. If he favors somebody, maybe they kill my enemy. Yes, it's good for him. But the day you finish with my enemy, to come to me as well. So please, everybody, no matter where you live, even if you could and do something crazy and evil, and you think it's okay for you, when the time is right, that same, it's good for us to go and steal. After stealing, you need to share the loot. When it comes to sharing the loot, that is where there's a problem. So always do what is right, no matter how it is. And always, as if you do what is right, if you lose a game free and fair, if you do something free and fair, no, there will be no problem. But once you want to cheat somebody out of something, that is where there will always be problem. Both in the electoral process, both in our dealings socially and economically, Nigeria should just learn one thing: do the right thing, and everybody will be fine.
All right, thank you. Bumi, you're next.
Okay. Can I rant and also comment on what forefathers and Mr.
Yeah,
Tunde?
yeah.
Okay, so in regards to what forefathers and Mr. Tunde said about like dividing Nigeria or also just sticking together, the things that if Nigeria should divide is I don't see a problem in that. The thing is you need to make sure you have good leaders first. Okay. But another thing is that your people make it seem like you're going your separate ways, but we're still going to be neighbors. Okay, you're still going to have those neighbors. So you need to know how to relate with them. Okay, so you need to be able to relate with them, negotiate with them, trade with them. Because one thing in regards to another video Dr. Damages played a long time ago about a woman, I think she's the vice something to the African Union, talking about the US. One, if you watch that video and if you also go on YouTube and watch why you have rich countries and why you have poor countries, you understand one thing that the West loves to do is they love to give you what they call good policies. And it makes sense in our today word why it's a good policy. But for most African countries or poor countries or developing country, it's actually a bad policy. So if you break down and become that small nation, you don't have all the money. You don't know there's no infrastructure in Nigeria. That's one. So you're way, way behind. So you need to make sure you have all those things in place. But when the West are giving you all those good policies, majority of the time it relies on your natural resources. And if you don't have a leader that maybe trades on those, like you sell your natural resources and then you get the money to start making infrastructure so you can start relying more and you can start trading in the market, you're just going to be in the same mess that Nigeria is in a way. And if you also look at another thing when in regards to like be able to work with other African country is, for example, Ghana and Ivory Coast. Ghana and Ivory Coast are one of the top when it comes to cocoa. But I think I don't know if it's last year or 2 years ago, the cocoa industry made like 60 billion, both in finished products. But Ghana and Ivory Coast, I think they only got like 6 billion out of that. That's not a lot when they had the raw material. But when they realized that, they came together and they started working. And at first, I think they invited Nigeria and other African countries, but they didn't come at first. And
Sorry, I know. Maybe you are not familiar with the rant is for 1 minute, but you've gone. I know.
okay, just to add this up,
Okay.
I know we preach so much about division, but if we cannot work together, there is no moving forward. Maybe you might be in your small country, and if that's the future you want, your small country, and there's no killing and that, but you're not going anywhere when it comes to actually getting all the things you need. So you need to work together. Okay, that's like the big thing too. So either we stay together and work together, or we break, but we still have to work together in some kind of way.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bumi. Can I?
That's it.
All right. Can I?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to touch base on what Neutral and Augustine said.
In 1
You
minute.
know, yeah, you're talking about, when you go to other countries, things, we behave well here, but when you get to Nigeria, we start behaving like animals. Yes, those other countries, they have functional constitutional democracy. They have functional constitution. They have laws that guides their land. If you remove those constitutions, functional constitution from those countries and have Nigerians come here, they will behave like animals, just the way they behave in Nigeria. So it is a thing, is having that constitution that would deter people from behaving like animals in the jungle. That is why those countries are functioning. In Nigeria, you don't have it. What you have is a concocted military nonsense that anybody can use and frustrate the order. That is what you have in Nigeria, and that is why they don't want to take anything serious in that country, because they know that there is no law that will hold them back. They always find a way to manipulate and maneuver it. That is why we are calling out on that constitution to be trashed out and let them have a new constitution.
All right. Thank you, Kene. HR, you are next. I know it's Christmas in Kenya, and Merry Christmas to you. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Exactly. Even though I don't celebrate Christmas, I support the last speaker under the very military junta constitution. Even the election will just be a sham, and just to deceive the gullible. But for me, I don't have confidence in anything in electoral process in Nigeria, because it is not well structured, and some people have hijacked it and made it their business. But I wish the contestants the best of luck. To add to our sufferings, whoever that emerges is okay. That's all I have to contribute. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Tunde. Good night, guys.
Good night. Yeah.
I would love to continue where Bumi stopped. About I don't want people who are afraid that if Nigeria break up this, there's nothing that's going to happen. Actually, that would be the best for Africa. What do we call nations? Nations is about your language. What is the language of Nigeria? Language of the colonialists? Language of people who colonize us? We have all the resources. There's no region in Nigeria that doesn't have resources, but these resources are lying fallow because we want to be together, and it's not working. If you know that it's not working, why are we trying to cement it together at all costs, at the detriment of the entire continent? We all saw what the little years which when Oduku had Biafra, which saw what he did even under the strenuous war. He was able to do a lot of things. You go to Igbo land today, you see signs of what he did during the war. How many governments after that? You can't point to anything they've done. You can't. So there's nothing. Nigeria is not working as far as I'm concerned. If breaking it up is what will get our nations back, reclaim we are not even creating new nations. We are actually reclaiming our nations back, which the 20-year-old British put together at all, by fire by force, 1914. That's what I'm simply asking for: reclaiming back our nations. That's it.
Thank you, Tunde. Forefathers, you're next.
I'll try to make it quick. I really wish people are logical when they are going back in history. They need to really also check all the bad things that happened because of those arrangements. Europeans, when they got here, they encountered us on one-on-one. You know what? The moment they changed the attack, they took the whole continent within how many years? When they had the Berlin Conference. When people come together, they are stronger. It's common sense. But yet for us, we don't seem to understand that. And that makes us low IQ people. And it tells you that Europeans that slaughter each other, they are still onto each other that is so evil. it tells you something is wrong with us, our men especially, because most of our women see this because they are the ones that feeling the pain of all the failures of our men. We focus too much on tribe that is abstract. Tribe is not a thing. It's just a way of life. If you, okay, you are still living it. Have your language changed? But somehow you think when you create a nation, you are going to be able to defend yourself suddenly. You had that and you lost it. Be logical.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. Ovia, you're next.
Oh, I think I be done rant too. I said, more I go follow my channel. More I go follow my channel on our politics. That's that.
I forgot that you did. All right, forget about you. Next, Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Please follow my channels though on our politics.
Yeah, follow his channel.
I
Yeah.
never imagined in my life that I would be listening to somebody who comes from the great Benin Kingdom argue against or say that your tribe, how did you put it? Listen, Jordan Peterson says an ideology is the expression of internal structures that regulate emotions. Now, see, the thing you are missing is that apart if not for the Maxim gun, the Oyo Empire engaged Lugard. Everybody fought stand still, and they gave them a really tough time. My Ekumeku people gave them a hard time. Please remember, don't bring down our history. We didn't just come and hand it over to them. If not for superior technology.
And he still doesn't listen. You see our problem. He still doesn't listen.
Let him speak now.
I didn't argue with you. Your point is valid that if we come together, if we were able to come together, but you forget one thing. What it means to be a Yoruba person exists, what it means to be an Hausa person exists, what it means to be an Igbo person exists, but what it means to be Nigerian is just a geopolitical convenience to reach 1884-85 economic goals. That is the meaning, and that is what we have transcended. And that is why when our genuine aspirations as the polity try to emerge, the stronger overarching one comes against us. That is what you are losing. That is the context you have not put into what you are.
That is how nations are created.
Valid. Listen, I said what you are saying is valid, but you tend to.
Nations are created. Go and read about nations, my brother. Go and read about nations. Go and the simple meaning of nations. That's how nations are created.
The Portuguese ship captain called Pinto.
Okay, Mr. Scribe, your time is up.
You're here saying what you're saying. Please go back again, sleep, dream up, go and read the words of Pinto. You're wrong.
All right. Your time is up. For those watching us in Nigeria, Merry Christmas. It's 12 midnight in Nigeria. Neutral, you're next. 1 minute.
I think we need to understand one thing. If Nigeria could not work for all these years, there must not be fights or killings to divide Nigeria. We can divide and still be good neighbors than to remain together and remain where we are. Because we always try to throw out away those people that think of dividing Nigeria. But if it cannot work, we can divide and live in peace as neighbors. Let's try it at least for 30 years. Divide the country, because whether you like it or not, the country is divided. If Buhari is there, Hausa will feel like, yes, we are there. If tomorrow Igbo will be there, Igbo people will be thinking, yes, we are there. We were in Abuja when Obasanjo was there. If you enter, they will speak the Yoruba, it's our man that is there. Jonathan was there. If you enter there, whether you like it or not, they feel that man was there. The same thing with Buhari. If you enter with all confidence as Hausa man, you enter and speak your Hausa because it's your man that is there. The country is divided based on ethnicity. If it could not work for all these years, let's divide in peace and try and see. Everybody will go and develop his own place. Then if we come back, we'll come back under one umbrella as independent nations.
All right.
We wouldn't ever come back.
There was someone who wanted to, who was coming in and out. I thought he wanted to say something, but neutral. I think you represented his view. We have to end it here. Unfortunately, I really want to thank everybody who joined us today. It's been 2 minutes to 8 hours that we started. I want to thank everybody who joined us today, and it has been wonderful. Mr. Scribe, thank you so much.
You didn't ask them what is keeping them awake.
No, I know. I feel like that would be another 30 minutes. I know you guys.
Islam will love for the nation.
You say what?
I have a proposal.
Love for the nation.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Ovie.
I have a proposal. This is your last show. I don't know if you have a time before the end of the year where we can come together like this and actually go over what's happened over the years.
That's a good.
Actually make some projection ahead 2023. What may likely happen, surprises, and all that kind of stuff. So
that's a good point. I mean, I think we can do it probably on Thursday. I won't be able to do or Friday. I won't be able to do Saturday. I won't be able to do Sunday, of course. But maybe Thursday will be better. I have something this weekend, this coming weekend, next weekend. That's why. So let's. I'll talk to you. Maybe we can do. I think it's
an agreement that we have to do it together with my platform so that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't care. Yeah. Whatever we do.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
I'll relate with you over the.
Yeah. That's a good idea. All right, forefathers, thank you so much for joining us. Tunde, it's nice to see you. I like retired reporters. Ken, they are full of ideas and knowledge of because people don't understand this. When you go to cover an event, what you write for the newspaper is not up to 1% of what happened there. So they know more than they tell you in the papers or you see on TV. Anyway, Kenneth, thank you so much for joining us. Bumi, thank you so much for joining us. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. Neutral, thank you. And for all those who watched at home, there were many of you. We had over almost 900 at one point. I appreciate your time and I appreciate all the comments. And we go back sometimes. Let me tell you this, go back to read your comments and some of them that I missed. And those that I really appreciate all of you. And you've been with us since March, and I don't take it lightly. If we don't see again, I will see you here next year.
Yeah. Can you ask them to be insulting us small, like
No, I'm happy you guys see that it's not just you. I get insulted and called names too, but it's okay. It's part of it. That's what we signed up for when we said put ourselves out here. So I appreciate everybody, and we'll be back stronger. And of course, please, can you like what do you say, Ovie? What do you say? Like the video and then
share and subscribe.
Like, share, subscribe, and of course,
donate money too. Donate money. If I don't know need, I ain't gonna send that to me.
But please support us, subscribe. Some people have not subscribed to the channel. I don't know how to say it. I know it's very difficult, but we need that. Please, thank you. I appreciate all of you and all your time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Tunde, hang around.
Where are you forefathers? Not me, are you now?
I know now.